Chapter 43-41. Xu Wen was indeed a powerful expert. After facing Xia Lin, he really couldn't find a chance. Instead, he was the one who was injured. This made him cry out in surprise. This was different from what he had imagined. In the end, after being attacked by Xia Lin a dozen times in a row, he was sent flying with one palm. The more Xia Lin fought, the more she felt it. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, knew that Xia Lin was improving. Using a pre-celestial stage expert to hone his experience was quite fast. At the very least, it wasn't something that Lu Hai could compare to. The expressions of the other two pre-celestial stage experts changed as well. They didn't expect Xu Wen to be defeated by this girl. The other party relied on pure palm techniques. Xu Wen was sent flying, and his qi and blood surged for a moment before he was able to suppress it. His expression darkened, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. As a pre-celestial stage expert, he actually couldn't beat a girl. This made him feel a little embarrassed. In front of so many people, he didn't dare to make a move again. Otherwise, he would really be ridiculed. Now it's your turn. I hope you don't disappoint me. Xia Lin felt something from the fight. After laughing, she actually took the initiative to pounce towards the two pre-celestial stage experts. She also wanted to give herself some pressure, because in a one-on-one fight, Xia Lin really didn't feel any pressure from Xu Wen. This kind of improvement, Lin Fei could see it the most clearly. Even if Xia Lin were to face two pre-celestial stage experts at once, Lin Fei wouldn't be too worried. He was protecting her from the side. If there was any danger, he would protect her. The two pre-celestial stage experts were still wondering who would go first. However, they didn't expect Xia Lin to attack first. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately counterattacked. On the contrary, the students present were a little surprised. Everyone knew that these three boxing masters were very powerful. Only now did they realize that the strength of these three people was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Of course, what surprised them even more was that this beautiful woman actually had a good set of martial arts. She was even able to fight with the three of them for so long. They couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy and jealousy. When would they be able to reach this level? As for Lu Hai, he also knew that he was in big trouble. Originally, they had actually met a great expert, and even Fist Master Xu Wen was defeated. If the remaining two masters in charge were to lose as well, then the signboard of the Mighty Martial Arts Club would be taken away, and as the instigator of this matter, Lu Hai would definitely be in big trouble. Lu Hai was wondering if he should run away or not. Fortunately, when the two Xiantian experts attacked, Charlene felt immense pressure and was flustered. Of course, that was all, because Charlene was learning as she fought. Although he was in a sorry state, his experience was increasing rapidly. The two experts were only focused on defeating him. But as the fight went on, something went wrong. Because Xia Lin, who was in a sorry state at the start, actually fought with great vigor, their eyes were filled with shock. However, a thought popped up in their minds. Someone was using them as a punching bag. The current Charlene was completely different from when they first met. They felt even more embarrassed. They were dignified Xiantian experts, yet they were being used as punching bags. The more Charlene fought, the more energetic she became. She had gradually grasped the essence of this palm technique. She also knew how to fight, and her heart was filled with ecstasy. "Thank you for your guidance, now it's my turn." Charlene laughed loudly. The palm technique in her hands flew, like a cloud, it continuously enveloped the two of them. Originally, Charlene was stronger than them, her accumulation was deeper, but her experience was like that of a rookie. But now, she, the rookie, had finally grown up. Sometimes, it was so convenient to improve in battle. After dozens of palm strikes, Charlene used one of the killer moves of the palm technique. Dozens of palms turned into one, catching them off guard and directly sending them flying. The hard ground was also stepped on by more than 10 footprints, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. If this were to step on a person's body, then there would be no need to live at all. "Thank you for letting me win." Charlene also cupped her hands in a dignified manner. The three Xiantian experts all lowered their heads, feeling extremely unreconciled. They didn't expect that they would be defeated by a girl one day. The other party's palm technique was very brilliant, and they couldn't find any flaws at all. If the three of them were to attack together, they were quite confident that they could defeat this girl. At this moment, they were a little regretful. Why didn't they attack directly from the start, and instead helped the other party? It was obvious that the other party was using them as a punching bag to increase her battle experience, and they couldn't even see through it. What a great Xiantian expert! How dare you come to our Weijin martial arts dojo and behave atrociously? I wonder if you have asked for my permission. A cold voice came from the door. Charlene just turned around, and her body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Lin Fei stepped forward and hugged Charlene. I don't think you're a good person. Aren't you also bullying the weak? I really despise you. The other party's expression changed slightly, and his foot that was originally moving forward stopped. His gaze fell directly on Lin Fei. The three Xiantian experts saw the middle-aged man and said in unison, Curator. Curator. The students of Weijin Martial Arts Dojo were also shocked. One had to know that the curator of their Weijin Martial Arts Dojo had always been a mysterious person, and even now, only a handful of people had seen the curator. They didn't expect the curator to actually come, and it seemed that this curator was a true expert. The two of you are very strong, why don't you sit down and have a chat? The middle-aged man laughed. Lin Fei said indifferently, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about with people like you who bully the weak. You should be glad that you didn't go all out, or else you wouldn't be qualified to stand here now. The middle-aged man was indeed the curator of Weijin Martial Arts Dojo. He rarely came here, but sometimes when he was in a good mood, he would come to the dojo to see if there were any good seedlings. He didn't expect to suffer a loss today, and there was actually a great expert here. This great expert seemed to have brought a disciple with him, and they fought the Weijin Martial Arts Dojo. That was why he said that and added a mental strength attack. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man was quite strong, and unknowingly injured him. The other party used the same mental strength, but it seemed to be of a higher level. He couldn't resist at all, and it was because the other party showed mercy. That was why the curator said that. For a person whose strength couldn't be seen through, it was very likely that he was on the same level as him. If they were to fight, there was no chance of winning at all. Chapter 43-42. Although the curator didn't make a move, the other party's mental means made him realize how terrifying the other party was. At the very least, when they really fought, this invisible means made him fearful. He was sure that this young man wasn't from Yu Province, nor was he from South Asia. Fortunately, the other party didn't make a move, which made the curator heave a sigh of relief. At this time, he really didn't want to make a move. My friend just said that your martial arts school is bullying the weak with numbers, so we came to find you. Do you have any objections? If you do, you can tell me. Since Xia Lin was going to take the plaque away, then why would she take it away? Then, Lin Fei would naturally fulfill Xia Lin's wish. After all, this was the first stop of the summer camp. Therefore, this plaque had to be taken away. The three Xiantian masters lowered their heads one by one. After all, they lost to Xia Lin before, but they didn't agree to give the plaque away. But now, the other party was stronger than them. Just like the invisible confrontation between the curator and this young man, they more or less had some eyesight. At the same time, they were shocked. They didn't see through this young man's strength and thought that he was an ordinary person. This was the true meaning of hiding one's strength. The curator's face was a little ugly. This plaque was passed down with great difficulty. If it was taken away, it would really become a joke. One must know that there were still many students in the Weijin Martial Arts School. If this plaque was taken away, the school would become a joke in Yu Province. They wouldn't even be able to raise their heads in the circle. Who knew how many people wanted to see the Weijin Martial Arts School become a joke? Friend, you are going too far. Although our Weijin Martial Arts School is in the wrong, this thing is only said by you alone. There is no evidence. Who would believe you? Originally, you planned to let us go, but if you take away this plaque, then you are bullying our Weijin Martial Arts School. In that case, you don't intend to let us take away the plaque. Then let me see how much confidence you have to say such words to me. Lin Fei smiled and took the first step. The curator groaned as if he had suffered a huge blow. Then, Lin Fei took the second step. The curator took 3 steps back. When Lin Fei took his third step, the curator staggered 8 steps backward, and the blood in his body churned so violently that he almost vomited blood. In the end, he forced himself to hold it in. He knew that once he spat it out, he would be injured. He could not suppress his injury at all. He had never thought that this person would be able to severely injure him in just 3 steps. One had to know that he was a qi refinement expert. Although he hadn't been in the qi refinement realm for long, only 5 years, it was still a high level of qi refinement. He was in charge of the mighty martial arts school, just to look for those monstrous disciples. But now, he was actually injured, and so seriously injured. Wait. The curator raised his hand to block the attack. He knew that if he didn't open his mouth and the other party took another step forward, he would be completely humiliated. Even now, he forcefully swallowed that mouthful of qi and blood. Only by doing so would he not appear to be in such a sorry state. Now that you've thought it through, I thought you would struggle to the end. Why don't I send you one more step? Lin Fei said with a smile. At this time, the curator did not dare to take another step. If he took another step, it would definitely be over. Take this plaque. Our mighty martial arts school has made a mistake. The curator was also straightforward. He also knew that if he did not go along with the other party's idea, today's matter would not end so easily. At the very least, he, the curator, would have to suffer a lot. In his heart, he was cursing the people of the mighty martial arts school half to death. Of all people to offend, they had to offend such an expert. At this time, his mind was almost searching for which force could produce such a young expert. However, such an expert seemed to be unknown. This was the most frightening thing. If he was a disciple of a Ji Zun, that would be the most troublesome. Looking at the other party's young appearance, the possibility was very high. No matter what, he had to get through this first. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. They were not that easy to bully. Couldn't you have just said that from the beginning? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Fei snorted softly. The curator took another step back and almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Xia Lin happily jumped 3 feet into the air and kicked down the Might Shakes the Dojo signboard. You don't say, this plaque is very good. When you feel that you have the ability to take back this plaque, I am from East China Sea. You can come to East China Sea to find me, Lin Fei of Longting Villa. Lin Fei and Xia Lin left with the plaque of the Mighty Martial Arts School. The atmosphere of the entire Mighty Martial Arts School became quite different. All of you, come in. The curator's face darkened. He coldly snorted and walked into his office. After entering, he spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful made his face pale. He quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. What the hell, I actually encountered such an opponent. I almost couldn't hold it in. The curator was glad that his strength was not bad and did not make a fool of himself. Although his face was a little embarrassed, only a few people saw the confrontation between the two. As for the others, they didn't feel anything at all. Because their level hadn't reached that level yet. After taking the pill, his face became much more comfortable. However, he also took out his phone at the first moment. He wanted to know the background of this Lin Fei of Longting Villa. He actually dared to take away the plaque of the Mighty Martial Arts School from them. If he didn't vent his anger, then what face would the Mighty Martial Arts School have? However, after making 7 or 8 calls in a row, the curator's face changed again. Because from these calls, he got a piece of news. That was that Lin Fei of Longting Villa was unfathomable and very mysterious. If only one person said so, he might not take it seriously. However, everyone basically said so the curator had no choice but to take it seriously. It seems that I can only go to them. After all, the plaque of the Mighty Martial Arts School is not so easy to take away. This represents our honor. After calming down, the curator knew what to do. The 3 experts, including Lu Hai, all came in. Of course, they were also scolded. Of course, if he wanted to vent his anger, he would have to vent it on them first. Chapter 43-43. What do you think, heroine? You should be happy today. The Weijin Dojo's plaque has been taken away by us. I guess they'll be depressed for a long time. Lin Fei and Charlene returned to the suite. Lin Fei casually placed the plaque in the corner. This plaque still had some value. After all, there was still a trace of spiritual power left on the Weijin Dojo. In other words, it was left behind by a spiritual power expert. Charlene also felt that tonight was very exciting. She never thought that the world of martial artists was so exciting. Charlene actually became an expert for once. Thank you, Brother Lin. If it was you, I really wouldn't have been able to beat them today. Lin Fei said with a smile, actually, you're very smart yourself. As long as you learn and comprehend more, you'll naturally improve. I'll take this plaque away. Anyway, it's useless for you to keep it. As for what you do in South Asia in the future, just be careful. Charlene nodded. I'll definitely be careful. I'm also an expert now. Charlene clenched her fists tightly. Lin Fei also knew Charlene's strength very well. She was still able to do well in South Asia. There was one more thing, and that was that Lin Fei had to make a trip to the Weijin Dojo. Originally, if Charlene wasn't in South Asia, Lin Fei wouldn't have minded. However, once he left, who knew if the Weijin Dojo would do anything else? Hence, after Charlene fell asleep, Lin Fei left the suite and went straight to the Weijin Dojo. He left a trace of divine sense on the curator. Lin Fei could easily find out where the curator was. The curator didn't leave the Weijin Dojo. Today was a very bad day for the Weijin Dojo. Because their plaque had been taken away, the news had already spread in the circle. The Weijin Martial Arts School had lost all its face. Those in the same industry would definitely take this opportunity to smear the Weijin Dojo. Who would dare to say that the Weijin Dojo was strong? Didn't they see that their plaque had been taken away? At that time, 1 would spread to 10, and 10 to 100. Everyone would know that the prestige dojo was in trouble. The curator scolded Lu Hai and the others. As for those troublemakers, they were all chased out of the Meichin dojo, and even the little bit of strength they had was taken back. What awaited them would be an extremely painful price. As for Lu Hai, as a grandmaster, he had also taken 3 punches from the curator and would have to lie in the hospital for more than half a year. Even so, the curator's temper did not subside. He had also found someone to understand the situation. That person was indeed not someone he could deal with in a short period of time, so he just sat there sulking. He even opened a bottle of good wine that he usually couldn't bear to drink. He could only drink to drown his sorrows. You're drinking alone in the middle of the night. You're quite an interesting person. Lin Fei entered the curator's room. The curator was drinking silently and didn't even have a row of peanuts in front of him. When he heard the voice, he swung his hand and a string of things flew out. When these things flew in front of Lin Fei, they all stopped, as if they were blocked by a layer of power. Don't have such a bad temper. It wasn't easy for me to come here, not to fight with you. Besides, can you really beat me? The curator looked up and finally recognized him. Wasn't this the guy who left at night? He actually came back. What do you want? Don't think that our Meichin dojo is so easy to bully. Our backer is the Kunlun secret realm. Alright, stop talking. I'm not interested in the Kunlun secret realm. I came here in the middle of the night just to give you a few words of advice. Let's see if you want to listen or not. Advice? Of course, the curator didn't want to hear it, but now that the other party was standing here, coupled with the fact that the other party had a higher level of mental power attack than his expression turned cold. I'd like to hear what advice you can give our Meichin dojo. The curator was actually very timid. He really didn't want to fight with the other party. There was really no chance of winning. Instead, he would have to suffer. He was a chi refinement expert. This was the real tragedy. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time. If he was timid, then so be it. No one would know anyway. The curator comforted himself. My friend is going to be in South Asia for a period of time. I know that your Maichen dojo is quite capable, but if you have any ideas about my friend, I don't mind slaughtering your Maichen dojo. When the time comes, the officials will only think that it was an accident. He was threatened. The curator slammed his palm on the table. How dare you? At first, he thought it was some kind of advice. He didn't expect it to be a disguised threat. He had been the curator for so long, but he had never heard such words before. It seems that you still don't intend to listen to my advice. That's fine. Slap yourself 10 times first. Lin Fei sat down on the sofa and casually grabbed the bottle of red wine. You really know how to enjoy yourself. This bottle of red wine is not bad. It has a history of 40 to 50 years. Lin Fei took a wine glass, poured himself half a glass, and slowly took a sip. When the curator heard the other party's words, his expression changed. Then, he realized that he couldn't move at all. He raised his left hand slowly and slapped it across his face. The strength of this slap was so shocking that it almost knocked him over. However, he didn't move at all. It was as if his feet had grown roots. His right hand also followed suit. Another slap landed on his face. His face was instantly burning hot. Slap, 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 slap. A slap left, a slap right, a slap right, a slap left. After 10 slaps, the curator was a little stunned. He was actually controlled by someone and couldn't even resist at all. He was a chi refinement expert. It seems that 10 slaps don't feel much. Then, 100 slaps it is. Anyway, I have plenty of time tonight. I'll slowly waste it with you. Lin Fei smiled and took another sip of red wine. The curator wanted to speak but found that he couldn't speak. His left and right hands started working again. A very rhythmic sound rose and fell in the room. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time. In addition, the curator's temper wasn't good today. Even if someone from the Weijin dojo heard the sound, they wouldn't come over. No one wanted to go in and be some punching bag. The curator could only watch helplessly as he slapped himself 100 times. After these 100 slaps, his entire face became swollen like a pig's head. Stop, stop. I accept this advice. As long as your friend is in South Asia, the Weijin dojo won't cause any trouble for her. Lin Fei shook his head. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is, if anything happens to my friend in South Asia, then I'll look for you, the curator. The next time, it won't be as simple as 100 slaps. I'll stab you 100 times. I think with your physique, you should be able to withstand these 100 stabs. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 43-44. Lin Fei didn't plan to do anything to this curator. He just came to remind this curator not to forget what he should do when the time comes. Fortunately, this curator was smart and knew what to do. Otherwise, he would have stabbed himself 100 times. This was something he didn't want to encounter even once in his life. After that, Charlene didn't encounter any danger in South Asia. Instead, she helped Weijin dojo several times, but she didn't know. After staying in South Asia for a few more days, Lin Fei finally left South Asia and returned to Longting Villa in the East Sea. Longting Villa was as before, nothing happened. After all, Lin Fei was famous enough now. After understanding the situation a little, Lin Fei went to Beijing. 2 of the 4 kings also came to Beijing in advance and were stationed in the courtyard. With them staying here, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. These 2 were real chi refinement experts. Their strength was definitely enough to dominate everything. As for Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian, they didn't come out of the Divine Dragon secret realm. Obviously, they were still cultivating in seclusion. Lin Fei wasn't very surprised about this. He believed that their strength would improve a lot after coming out of seclusion. After understanding the situation a little, Lin Fei left. He was going to Kunlun's secret realm to understand the situation. After all, from the information in those sacred grounds, there was still a big secret hidden in Kunlun's secret realm. It was just that the clues Lin Fei got were too few. But this didn't stop Lin Fei from making a trip to Kunlun's secret realm. Last time he went to Danding Gate, so this time he would go to the other sects to understand more. Of course, he would also greet the 6 Supremes. If he could meet Ancestor Qian Mo again, that would be even better. That guy was definitely sinister enough to actually attract experts to enter the sacred grounds. Unfortunately, Lin Fei set up a big formation one step ahead. At this time, Lin Fei didn't know that Ancestor Qian Mo was unlucky enough to meet the returning Supremes. As a result, he fled in a sorry state and was chased for a few days. It could be said to be a big joke. The only entrance in the country was on Mount Kunlun. Lin Fei already had the exact information, so as long as they reached Kunlun Mountain, they would be able to find the entrance. Actually, Lin Fei could enter the Kunlun mystic realm from Thailand. However, after thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it would be too troublesome. He might as well enter from the entrance of the Kunlun mystic realm. It would save him a lot of trouble. This time, Lin Fei took his time to go to Kunlun Mountain. After 3 days, he finally arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Compared to other scenic spots, the Kunlun Mountains were much more deserted. Plus, the terrain was high. Lin Fei did not see many tourists. Of course, Lin Fei did not want too many tourists to notice him. In a deserted place, Lin Fei began to move quickly toward Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was very large, but the place Lin Fei went to was very remote. If it wasn't for the information he got from the information, he really wouldn't know that there was such an entrance. After traveling for more than half a day, Lin Fei finally arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The peak was very cold and the temperature was very low. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, when Lin Fei came up, he realized that there was actually someone moving quickly toward the entrance of the Kunlun mystic realm. It was a young expert who should be at the inborn realm. He did not notice Lin Fei's traces. Instead, he kept running toward an inconspicuous place. Initially, Lin Fei thought that he was the only one who entered the Kunlun mystic realm. But now, it seemed that he was not the only one who entered the Kunlun mystic realm. Those who knew about this entrance were definitely not simple. They might even have a force behind them. Therefore, Lin Fei followed him without batting an eye. He decided to observe the situation first. That person's speed was very fast, especially when it came to movement techniques. Not long after, he passed through a barrier. This barrier was very inconspicuous. It was located outside the cliff. In such a position, even if someone came up, they wouldn't dare to rush over easily. Everyone knew that this was a barrier. Such a door was indeed very well hidden. However, Lin Fei could tell that this was a concealment formation. Those who were blocking it were all below the inborn realm. If one wasn't at the inborn realm, they wouldn't be able to tell. Unless one was lucky and accidentally bumped into it, no one would be willing to jump down from here. Lin Fei followed, and the entire field of vision widened. Unknowingly, he entered the Kunlun mystic realm. He found himself in a small underground palace. After getting used to the weak spiritual energy outside, he entered the mystic realm again. The spiritual energy here was indeed rather good. However, it was still lacking compared to the divine dragon mystic realm. Although this wasn't the first time Lin Fei came to the Kunlun mystic realm. Compared to the previous time, it seemed a little different this time. Underground palace? Who are you? Why are you following me sneakily? Just as Lin Fei landed, a figure came up and dozens of palm shadows shrouded him. This person was very strong. However, when these palm techniques landed on Lin Fei, they were blocked by a layer of ripples. I'm not interested in following you. I just want to know where this Kunlun mystic realm is. What do you think? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. However, the person who attacked him had a change in expression. His palm technique could split rocks. It was also filled with a gentle force. Every time he used it, it would have an unexpected effect. However, this young man was actually fine. This made him realize that he was in trouble. This person was definitely an expert, much stronger than he had imagined. He was already an inborn realm expert. If he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes, wouldn't this person be a chi-cultivating realm expert? Luo Yuan, you finally came back. Not bad. You brought an expert with you. However, even if you brought a helper back, so what? You still have to make a trip to the Wind Cloud Hall. At this moment, dozens of figures dashed into the underground palace. Naturally, the leader's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. As for Lin Fei, he was completely ignored. The strength of these people was quite good. Lin Fei could tell with a glance. This was a decent force. As for Luo Yuan, although he was an inborn realm expert, the leader's strength was comparable to his. In fact, the leader was much stronger. There were a few inborn realm experts under him. No matter how he looked at it, the situation didn't seem right. When Luo Yuan saw this person, his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously wanted to retreat. Luo Yuan, I advise you not to leave. If you leave today, your family will be finished. I'll say it again. Make a trip to the Wind Cloud Hall. Chapter 43-45. Lin Fei did not expect to encounter such a situation on his second visit to the Kunlun Mystery Land. He was even misunderstood as a helper. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei would definitely explain himself. However, he could not be bothered to explain himself now. He could also take the opportunity to see what Luo Yuan had done to deserve the attention of so many Xiantian experts. After being targeted by so many people, Luo Yuan's heart sank. He had been very careful in everything he did. Unexpectedly, he was still targeted. Moreover, there were so many experts here. This was hard for him to accept. Luo Yuan said in a deep voice, "Dingsha, it's not a problem for you to bring me away. However, I feel that you should not make things difficult for this person. He is not my helper. Rather, we entered this place at the same time. I believe that you are not willing to offend others, right?" Initially, Luo Yuan had thought that he was being followed. Only now did he realize that this person was not following him. Instead, he had entered the Kunlun Mystery Land. In other words, they had entered at the same time. The expert named Dingsha laughed out loud. "Luo Yuan, since when did you become so kind? You are actually speaking up for him. It would have been fine if you had not said anything. However, now that you have said that, I have no intention of letting him go." Luo Yuan said, "Dingsha, you are being too overbearing, okay? I don't know him at all. If you don't let him go, then don't even think about getting that thing. Let me tell you, I've already hidden that thing somewhere. In this world, only I know where it is. Even if you torture me, don't even think about finding out where that thing is hidden, because I've already used a secret technique to completely seal that part of my memory. If you have the ability, then open that part of my seal." When Dingsha heard this, his expression changed. He seemed to have fallen into a rage. "Luo Yuan, you actually dare to seal your own memory? How dare you? That is the soul sealing technique. Aren't you afraid of turning yourself into an idiot?" Dingsha obviously knew what secret technique Luo Yuan had used. He immediately roared. One had to know that Dingsha had spent a lot of effort to retrieve that thing. However, in the end, it had been snatched away by Luo Yuan. That was why he had been keeping an eye on Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan had used the soul sealing technique to seal his memories. This was something he found hard to accept. Dingsha would accept anything else, but this was the only thing that mattered. Luo Yuan roared with laughter. "How about it? Aren't you surprised? Since you guys can deal with me in such a manner, why can't I, Luo Yuan, give you guys a present?" Lin Fei, who was standing at the back, was slightly stunned. He also heard the problem. He narrowed his eyes and realized that this Luo Yuan fellow had indeed sealed a portion of his memories. This was a rather miraculous secret technique, and it was not easy to use it. Yet, this person had successfully used it. Dingsha's expression kept changing. His gaze kept shifting between Luo Yuan and Lin Fei. Finally, he snorted coldly. "Luo Yuan, consider yourself ruthless. However, that item is not something I want. Rather, it belongs to Paragon Changlong. Therefore, I have no choice but to bring you to Paragon Changlong. The same goes for you. Regardless of whether you know him or not, since you've heard our conversation, all the more I can't let you leave. Do it." The experts led by Dingsha all attacked. Two of them were dealing with Lin Fei. The rest went to deal with Luo Yuan. As soon as these people made their move, Luo Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. Brother, hurry up and leave. They are all disciples of the Supreme Being. If you don't leave now and get captured by them, you won't have a good ending. Luo Yuan turned around and attacked. He threw a dozen palm strikes in front of him. These palm shadows all contained the sound of thunder. The loud rumbling sounds really held them back. As a result, Lin Fei now had a higher opinion of Luo Yuan. At the very least, when an ordinary person encountered something like this, they would try to drag someone else to take the blame. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei was willing to disassociate himself from this. Such a thing was not rare, and it was not easy to encounter such a thing. At the very least, most people would not be so kind. In any case, they themselves wouldn't have a good ending. If they could drag someone down with them, they would. Ding Shi attacked. Luo Yuan, when you reach the Supreme Being's side, if you can still say something like this, I will consider you impressive. Ding Shi served the Supreme Being. In order to capture Luo Yuan, he had put in a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan had run off to the secular world. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had been unable to endure it any longer and had returned. This time, however, there was someone else with him. Regardless, Ding Shi had still managed to grab hold of this opportunity. As long as he could bring Luo Yuan back, things would be simple. Lin Fei chuckled. Since you are still aware of this, I will help you. After all, good things will happen to good people. When Luo Yuan heard that good things would happen to good people, he couldn't help but be stunned. Since when did he become a good person? He just didn't want to implicate others. Swish. The Xiantian experts that were charging at him felt as if they had been punched heavily. All of them were sent flying. Even Ding Shi let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. They had no idea how they had been injured. At this moment, sword scars appeared on their bodies, one after another. They were filled with fear. Even Luo Yuan's heart jolted at this sight. This time, he had encountered an expert. Ding Shi and the rest were all Xiantian experts. If they worked together, even Luo Yuan wouldn't be a match for them. But now, they were all sent flying one after another. This made it hard for him to accept it. This is my second time coming to the Kunlun Mystery Land. Since I am in a good mood, you guys can leave. By the way, Ding Shi, you can stay here for now. After all, I don't like your actions. Ding Shi's chest was filled with sword wounds, making him realize how terrifying this person before him was. A certain power even appeared in his mind, the Sky Sword Mountain. After all, the sword intent of the Sky Sword Mountain was famous. Everyone that cultivated in sword arts would, without exception, take pride in joining the Sky Sword Mountain. It was no wonder that Ding Shi thought of the Sky Sword Mountain. Friend, I am a disciple of Supreme Being Changlong. Aren't you afraid of offending Supreme Being Changlong by dealing with us like this? Ding Shi shouted hurriedly. He searched his memories, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any. This guy that seemed to be from the Sky Sword Mountain had appeared too suddenly. He didn't recognize him at all. The only thing he could do now was to let him know how powerful Supreme Being Changlong was. Bookseller's House. Chapter 43-46. Unfortunately, Ding Shi's words had no effect on Lin Fei. That was because Lin Fei had no idea what the names of the 6 Supremes were. He had no idea what Supremacy Changlong's rank was. Therefore, his words were destined to be useless. On the other hand, Luo Yuan was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, after all this time, it turned out that the person beside him was the strongest. Even Supremacy Changlong did not seem to care. Friend, thank you for helping me. However, you should leave. That Supremacy Changlong is an extremely petty person. Although he is only ranked 6th, his strength cannot be underestimated. Although Luo Yuan was extremely grateful for Ding Shi's help, he still took the initiative to speak. Just stand there and don't say anything. Don't think that I helped you because I was curious about your great soul-sealing art. That's why I helped you. Otherwise, do you think I would have helped you? Lin Fei snorted. Luo Yuan was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His blood and energy were in turmoil, as if something big was about to happen. With this, Luo Yuan no longer dared to say anything. Lin Fei raised his hand and Dingsha flew over. With a tap of his finger on Dingsha's forehead, he instantly obtained all of Dingsha's memories. With a casual fling, Dingsha fainted completely. Even after waking up, he was still an idiot. Lin Fei's strength was gradually recovering. Naturally, a person who wanted to capture Lin Fei would have to pay a price. Therefore, Luo Yuan decided to take these memories away. Next, Lin Fei walked out of the underground palace. Luo Yuan followed behind him. He had never expected that Dingsha, who was so powerful, would not even be able to block a single attack from Dingsha. From the looks of it, Dingsha had been crippled. After leaving the underground palace, the warm sunlight shone down on Luo Yuan. Lin Fei turned around and glanced at Luo Yuan. "I didn't expect you to be so daring. You actually dared to steal the treasure that Supremacy Changlong spent 10 years searching for. You can be considered formidable." From Dingsha's memories, Lin Fei finally found what he was looking for. As it turned out, Dingsha was in charge of collecting treasures for Supremacy Changlong. One of the treasures had taken him a total of 10 years to find in an inconspicuous place in the Kunlun secret realm. However, it had been snatched away at a crucial moment. That person was none other than Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was someone who specialized in treasure hunting. In Dingsha's memories, this Luo Yuan had ruined the plans of countless people. Everyone knew that Luo Yuan was a dog. Wherever good things appeared, there would be traces of this fellow. This also caused the factions and even the supremes of the Kunlun mystic realm to be extremely dissatisfied. During this period of time, quite a number of people had been sent to hunt Luo Yuan down. Every time they were chased, they would hide outside. Furthermore, there were rules in the secular world and the Kunlun mystic realm. Because of that, Luo Yuan was able to live well. On the other hand, the autarchs were as disgusted as if they had just swallowed a fly. Unless absolutely necessary, Luo Yuan would not return to the Kunlun secret land. This time around, he was truly out of options. Supreme Changlong had set his sights on their family. Thus, he had no choice but to make a trip back. However, he had not expected to fall into a trap the moment he entered. Fortunately, he had managed to jump out of the trap. However, from the looks of it, he was about to jump into another trap. This trap seemed to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Luo Yuan lowered his head and said honestly, "Senior, this little bit of ability of mine is really nothing before you. I'm just a person with a slightly better nose." He already knew that this person before him was definitely an expert of the senior generation. At the very least, he was at the level of a chi cultivator. Indeed, this person could easily deal with him. Even 10 Luo Yuans would not be a match for him. Since that was the case, he might as well be more polite. "At least you know how to speak properly. You are much better than that Dingsha. If Dingsha was half as good as you, he wouldn't have woken up as an idiot." Lin Fei snorted lightly. Luo Yuan inhaled a breath of cold air. He knew that Dingsha would be in trouble. Unexpectedly, Dingsha's memory had been spoiled and he had become an idiot. This was a Xiantian expert. But soon, this thought flashed through his mind. "Senior, I don't know what you wish to know. As long as I know, I will tell you honestly. I'm very interested in the things you took away. Although you used the soul sealing technique to seal your memories, that's only for ordinary people. It's not true for me. As long as you open your heart and let me open this memory, I'll naturally let you go after I've seen it. Otherwise, I'll have to use violence." Luo Yuan took a deep breath. "Is it that after using violence, I will become the same as Dingsha?" "That's right. If you open your heart and let me look at your memory, I will guarantee your safety. I will even give you a small gift. As long as you are willing to look at it, I, Luo Yuan, will not have any objections. Senior, feel free to look at it." At this point, Luo Yuan did not dare to say anything else. Since Dingsha had forcefully looked at his memory, it would be better for him to be obedient. Although Luo Yuan's great soul sealing technique was powerful, it was still something that Lin Fei could easily break. From the beginning to the end, Luo Yuan's heart was in his throat. Only later did he realize that he had been overthinking things. From the start, Luo Yuan was much stronger than him. That insignificant Great Soul Sealing technique was nothing more than a joke. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the memories of the soul sealing technique. You are quite good at hiding, huh? To actually hide it right under his nose. I will have to trouble you to lead the way. I will take the opportunity to meet this paragon Chang Long. The sealed memories were restored. Luo Yuan laughed bitterly. I had no other choice. Later on, I thought that the most dangerous place would be the safest. Therefore, I left it there. However, even after 3 months of research, I have yet to make any progress. Senior might be able to gain something from it. I will always be willing to hand over this treasure. In any case, this paragon Chang Long is not the rightful owner of this treasure. Naturally, Luo Yuan knew what to do. In any case, that treasure would only be troublesome in his hands. However, if it was in the hands of this senior, things would be different. To be honest, Luo Yuan was truly somewhat afraid of this paragon Chang Long. He was unscrupulous in doing things. Unexpectedly, this paragon Chang Long had been so persistent toward him that he had even dared to threaten his family. Luo Yuan's family was under the tutelage of another paragon. If possible, Luo Yuan was truly unwilling to return so quickly. Alas, he had no other choice. Fortunately, he only needed to make a single trip. This was more or less better than what Luo Yuan had expected. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43-47. Initially, Luo Yuan had been very worried. After all, this was a senior. He suspected that this was an expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain who had unleashed his sword intent. Fortunately, along the way, Luo Yuan didn't feel any fear. This was because this person didn't exude such a strong aura. For a moment, Luo Yuan even suspected that this person was a senior. However, this person was able to easily suppress several innate experts. One could imagine how powerful this person was. Facing such a senior expert, Luo Yuan's heart was actually rather nervous and depressed. This was because these people were not easy to deal with. However, he had no choice. Now that his trump card had been seen through, apart from leading the way obediently, he had no other thoughts. The only thing that made Luo Yuan feel fortunate was that along the way, Supremacy Changlong's men had come to hunt him down. The news of Luo Yuan's return seemed to have spread. If this was in the past, Luo Yuan would definitely hide like a tortoise and hide as far away as he could. But this time, with the help of this old senior, it was simply smooth sailing. No matter what kind of expert came, they would be killed on the spot after the sword intent swept past them. The thick and boundless sword intent was too ferocious. Regardless of whether they were innate experts or those who had entered the Qi cultivation realm, they would face a terrifying sword intent attack in a single move. It was a direct suppression. This made Luo Yuan realize that this person before him was a true expert in the Qi cultivation realm. He was probably not far from the supremacy realm. To become a supremacy, one had to enter the Qi cultivation realm. Only by entering the Qi cultivation realm would one have the chance to enter the supremacy realm. Luo Yuan had seen quite a number of Qi cultivation realm experts. They were all very strong. However, compared to this person before him, they seemed to be much weaker. This person's sword intent was extremely ferocious. More importantly, there was no trace of it. One wouldn't even know when one was hit. It was as if the entire place was filled with sword intent. Anyone who entered this area would instantly be attacked by the sword intent. After walking for a few days, they had finally arrived at Supremacy Changlong's territory. Along the way, the number of people who came to hunt Luo Yuan decreased. It seemed like they were all very afraid of him and no longer showed up. If it weren't for the fact that so many experts had died along the way, Luo Yuan would have thought that he was dreaming. That's Changlong City, the place where Utmost Exalt Changlong resides. The item that I'm hiding is inside Changlong City. The two of them stood on a hillside. From this hillside, one could see a large city in the forest. This city seemed to be quite large. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense the aura of a supreme Dao master in Changlong City. The aura of this supreme being surpassed the realm of Qi refinement. It was the 9th level of Qi disciple that was unique to supreme martial artists. No, it should be the 10th level of Qi disciple great perfection. This was because only those who had perfected the 10th layer of Qi refining could be called a supreme expert. Because he was already infinitely close to the next higher realm. He could already use the power of the next step. That was the power of foundation establishment. At that time, the spells he cast would become very powerful. It was no longer as useless as it was now. Once he encountered some powerful close combat experts, the power of his spells would become weak. It wasn't easy for him to arrive at the territory of a supreme. Therefore, Lin Fei did not plan to encounter Utmost Exalt Changlong so early. That would be pointless. It was better for him to get his hands on the item first. Lin Fei casually took out a talisman and tossed it at Luo Yuan. Instantly, a dazzling light landed on Luo Yuan's body. Alright, you can now walk around Changlong City without worry. I've placed a talisman on your body. With this talisman, no one will be able to see through your true body, unless it's a supreme being expert. Luo Yuan said gratefully, "Thank you, senior. I was still worrying about how to enter Changlong City. After all, with my current appearance, the moment I reach Changlong City, those fellas will definitely not let me off." Although Luo Yuan did not know what had happened to his body, he still believed in this senior's words. That talisman must be an extremely powerful item. When he was passing through the city gate, Luo Yuan's heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that he would be recognized by the guards. Even though the guards here did not seem to be very strong, the moment they recognized him as Luo Yuan, it would not take long for them to arrive. In less than 3 minutes, at most, experts would arrive to kill him. This was the efficiency of Changlong City. Luo Yuan passed through the city gate without any mishap. Only then did he realize that this senior's talisman was really useful. Those people did not change at all. Obviously, they treated him like an ordinary person. This was the first time Luo Yuan had seen such a talisman. If it was sold at an auction, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. "Senior, please follow me. My item is hidden in a courtyard in Changlong City." At this time, Luo Yuan was also relieved. He brought Lin Fei to an inconspicuous place in Changlong City and entered an alley. At the end of the alley was a courtyard. This courtyard was very shabby and inconspicuous. When they were about to reach the courtyard, Luo Yuan's expression changed slightly. This was because he realized that his courtyard had changed. It had been renovated by someone. This made Luo Yuan feel unwell. He had promised this senior that the item was hidden in this courtyard. But now, it seemed that this courtyard had been occupied by someone. How was this possible? At the very least, when Luo Yuan left, this courtyard still belonged to him. But now, it seemed that this courtyard no longer belonged to him. He, Luo Yuan, had been cheated. "It seems that your courtyard has been occupied by someone." Luo Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I did not expect the person who sold my house to be so shameless. He actually sold my house for the 2nd time. I reckon that he was aware that I was not in Changlong City. These people are just bullying outsiders." Lin Fei also laughed. "This is the Kunlun Mystic Land. Could it be that you, Luo Yuan, are still an outsider? That's really interesting. Senior, don't worry. The item is in this courtyard. No matter who moves in, I will take it out. Just give me 3 days. No, just 1 day. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will take it out." Lin Fei said faintly, "There's no need. As long as the item is in this courtyard, it will be simple. There's no need to be sneaky. We can just go in and take it." Lin Fei had already scanned the courtyard with his divine sense. There were no experts in this courtyard. There was only a young girl and an old woman. Other than them, there was no one else. Chapter 43-48. The courtyard wasn't very big. The rooms inside were arranged one at the front and the other at the back. There were only 2 rooms. Despite the small courtyard, it was very clean and tidy. Inside the room sat a young girl. She didn't look very old, but there was a chill coming from her body. The whole room felt like a world of ice and snow. At this time, the room outside was like an oven, constantly suppressing the invasion of the cold. At this time, the old woman sitting outside suddenly opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she slowly stood up and pushed the door open. "Granny, did something happen?" "Don't worry, it's just a few rats. I'll go and drive them away. You just need to be quiet inside," Wang Yarrow said. The old woman walked out and closed the door behind her. At this time, Lin Fei and Luo Yuan walked over. Luo Yuan's eyes met the old woman at first glance. Instantly, he felt as if he had been hit in the head by a club, and cold sweat broke out. Hua! A clump of flames emerged from Luo Yuan's body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a flaming man. Luo Yuan was scared out of his wits. He had never expected that this old granny would be so powerful. She could kill him in an instant in a single move. Lin Fei, who was beside him, lightly patted Luo Yuan's body with his palm. The clump of flames was instantly suppressed and disappeared without a trace. However, in that instant, Luo Yuan felt as if he had taken a walk on the edge of life and death. He knew that if this old senior hadn't acted, he would have died without a doubt. He had truly encountered a top-notch expert. In the past, there had been a saying that it would be lucky to encounter a top-notch expert in one's lifetime. However, Luo Yuan had never expected that he would encounter a top-notch expert so soon. Not one at a time, but two. These two top-notch experts could easily take his life. For a moment, Luo Yuan felt that his luck was too good. It was not easy to survive in front of two top-notch experts. So many people have died. Could it be that you still want to take advantage of this old granny? As soon as the old lady spoke, strands of flame appeared where Lin Fei was. These strands of flame were as thin as silk. They covered the area and enveloped Lin Fei and Luo Yuan at the same time. That blazing aura caused Luo Yuan's limbs to go limp. He could no longer stand, as he was simply unable to endure it. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He didn't expect to meet a great master here. This was a qi cultivating stage expert. The fire spell he cast was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was covered with fire filaments. These filaments were extremely terrifying. Each one of them contained a terrifyingly high temperature. If it landed on a person's body, it would burn them into ashes. Just like what had happened to Luo Yuan. It was just that he had unknowingly fallen into the flame threads. As the saying goes, sword qi like silk, there were also thin threads of flame. This required extremely powerful strength to achieve. Especially since they had to be spread all over this area. This wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that the treasure that Luo Yuan had hidden might have been taken away by this old lady. Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful person here? Senior, that item must still be in this courtyard. I don't know this person at all. I don't know who he is either. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly explained. He was really afraid that this old senior would misunderstand him. When the fiery threads approached Lin Fei, they broke apart with loud bangs. No matter how many flame filaments there were, they were unable to get close to Lin Fei. The old lady's turbid eyes narrowed slightly. She recognized this sword intent and said with some surprise, "Which expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain are you? Are you thinking of getting involved in this matter? I advise you to leave this place. Don't force this old lady to use her killer move." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Who said that I'm an expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? I'm only here to take something. If you let me take it away, then it's naturally for the good of both of us." The old lady did not believe Lin Fei's words. After all, this person was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. She had to be on guard against him. "There's nothing that you want in my courtyard. If there really is something that you want, you can tell me. This old lady will actually help you take it out." Of course, the old lady would not let anyone enter the courtyard so easily. "I must enter the courtyard. After all, the item is in the courtyard. Don't you think so, Luo Yuan?" At present, Luo Yuan was trembling in fear. To think that something like this would happen to him. He had originally thought that the person in the courtyard was not an expert. As such, he would naturally be able to relax. However, a formless attack from the other party had nearly put him on the brink of death. This had caused Luo Yuan to feel afraid. However, he still plucked up his courage and said, "Old lady, I was the one who rented this courtyard. That person told you that the previous owner of this courtyard was called Luo Yuan, right? As for me, I'm called Luo Yuan. I'm quite famous in the Kunlun Mystery Land." The old lady knew that the previous owner of this courtyard was called Luo Yuan. This was because the person who sold them the house said that something had happened to Luo Yuan. Therefore, this house had been taken back by them. Unexpectedly, the previous owner of Luo Yuan had appeared. Most importantly, there was a great expert beside him. The old lady seemed to understand what that person had said. Perhaps there was really something good hidden in this courtyard. "Old lady, regardless of whether you are Luo Yuan or not, I'm the one who bought this courtyard. Therefore, no one is allowed to enter this courtyard." The old lady's gaze was fixed on Lin Fei. Her words were also directed at Lin Fei. "Looks like I have to personally come to this courtyard to take the item." Lin Fei shook his head and walked forward with large strides. The moment he walked forward, the old lady felt an immense pressure. A storm-like sword intent surged over like a tide, and the surrounding fiery filaments collapsed completely in an instant. Lin Fei's sword intent was overbearing. It was not something that the flame strands could withstand. The old lady knew that she had to use a killer move when she saw this. Lotus plucking from the fire. A huge lotus flower appeared beneath Lin Fei's feet. It was unknown when this lotus flower had been set up. A huge wave of scorching heat surged up into the sky. The entire void was instantly burned into nothingness. After the old lady executed this move, she retreated a few steps before stabilizing herself. Luo Yuan, who was standing far away, had cold sweat all over his forehead. Chapter 43-49. This move of the granny was quite terrifying. A fire lotus rose up, and the huge force directly obliterated the void. This was not something he could resist at all. An old granny like this could kill dozens or even hundreds of him by herself. There was no way he could resist her. At this moment, the old granny looked over with an extremely cold gaze. Luo Yuan felt that it was better for him to surrender. He might be able to keep his life. Otherwise, he would become a corpse. Luo Yuan regretted hiding this thing in this courtyard. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrifying existence. How could he encounter such a thing? "You're really good at using magic. You actually set up a fire lotus here without anyone noticing. An ordinary person would really be caught off guard by you." A voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked out from the original spot. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? Lin Fei seemed to be completely fine. He had a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, the old woman's expression darkened. With a crash, another fire lotus appeared. However, as soon as this fire lotus appeared, the old woman's face darkened. However, the moment this fire lotus appeared, a ripple appeared in front of Lin Fei, easily blocking the fire lotus. "I wonder how many times you can use this fire lotus. If I'm not wrong, 3 times is your limit. You might even have to pay with your life." Lin Fei walked over and said, "Didn't I tell you very clearly just now? I only want the thing in this courtyard. As for who you are, I'm really not interested. You don't have to make a fuss." Lin Fei was really doing this for the thing in the courtyard. He was really not interested in the background of this old granny. This old granny was indeed very strong. Although she had not reached the Supreme Being level, she was probably not far from it. Everyone had their own secrets. Naturally, Lin Fei would not expose them, nor would he try to understand them. As long as he obtained the thing, he would naturally leave. "Who are you? You're actually fine after taking my fire lotus. You're definitely not an ordinary chi cultivator." The old granny's fire lotus technique was indeed very terrifying. The entire area was covered in thin threads of fire. The sudden eruption of the fire lotus often caught many people off guard. This was also one of her killer moves. Not only did this person easily withstand it, But he also knew that she could not use this fire lotus too many times. 3 times was indeed the old granny's limit. She might even have to pay with her life. If she could kill this person 3 times, the old granny would definitely attack him with all her might. From the looks of it, even if she used the fire lotus a 3rd time, she might not be able to catch this guy. Was he really here to take the thing? Are you really here to take the thing? Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a surge of sword intent shot over. Have a taste of this sword intent of mine first and see if what I said is true or not. It's a bit troublesome for a great expert like you to kill, but it's not difficult at all. Have a taste of my sword intent first. See if I'm telling the truth. It's a little troublesome to kill a great expert like you, but it's not difficult. The sword intent came and disappeared quickly. However, the old granny knew that she would definitely not be able to block it. Even if the old granny had a defensive treasure, she would not be able to block the attack of the sword intent. The sword intent was simply too overbearing. As long as you're here to take the thing, the old granny will allow you to take it. However, if you have any ulterior motives, the old granny will risk her life to severely injure you. In the end, the old granny decided to let him take the thing. If anything went wrong during the process, she would immediately take action. She would not give anyone a chance. If I wanted to kill you, it would be very simple. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. I'm only interested in that thing. Lin Fei looked back at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan nodded repeatedly and said, "Senior, I'll go and take the treasure right now." Luo Yuan took a deep breath and walked towards the courtyard. He was also on tenterhooks. What if the old granny did not keep her promise and killed him? Luo Yuan felt that he had to go into seclusion after this matter was settled. He would not come out until he became a Qi refinement realm expert. It was too dangerous. Who said that an innate realm expert was very powerful? Facing a Qi refinement realm expert was simply like a grandson. Lin Fei did not follow Luo Yuan in. He was not worried that Luo Yuan would dare to play any tricks in front of him. About 15 minutes later, Luo Yuan came out of the room once more. This time, he came out with a wooden box in his hand. There was a talisman on the wooden box. With the talisman, the quality of the entire wooden box looked different. Lin Fei could see that the talisman had isolated the aura within the wooden box. That fellow really did hide something inside. I wonder what it is that gave Autarch Chang Long the courage to hunt Luo Yuan down. The old granny heaved a sigh of relief. She actually did not find any treasure hidden in her courtyard. She felt somewhat regretful. Fortunately, the other party was not after them. That was enough for her. The guy in front of her was not someone the old granny could deal with. It would be best if they could leave as soon as possible. Just now, the old granny had been very careful when she had made her move. Although the killer move she had unleashed was quite fierce, she had controlled it within a small area. Therefore, no one would notice it. Yes, this is the item I hid in the wooden box. It's inside. I did not do anything to it. Luo Yuan explained, the talisman is used to isolate the aura of the treasure inside. It must not be opened within Changlong City. Once it is opened, Supremacy Changlong will sense it. Naturally, Lin Fei would not open the talisman. He knew that if he did, it would be the same as telling others that a treasure had appeared. Ha 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 ha, I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Old Granny Hua, I did not expect you to dare to hide in Changlong City. You really made it hard for me to find you. In order to find you, I wasted 3 months. Let's see where you can run to this time. Suddenly, a cold laughter came from the alley. Following that, a gust of wind blew. A figure appeared in the alley. A chill soon followed. The old granny's expression changed when she heard this voice. Whoosh! A sea of flames enveloped the alley. Chapter 4350. The fire wasn't an ordinary fire. It was a purple flame. It covered the entire alley, filling it with a terrifying, blazing aura. At the very least, a Xiantian expert like Luo Yuan turned pale and kept retreating. He didn't notice the danger at all. Don't move. If you move again, you'll be dead. Lin Fei's voice drifted into Luo Yuan's ears. Just stand there obediently. Lin Fei didn't expect this old granny to have such a strong background. She actually had an enemy chasing after her. This enemy was also very strong and was actually a qi cultivator. Old Granny Hua, your attack is much weaker than the last time. It seems that your injuries haven't recovered yet. You won't be able to escape this time. In the midst of the purple flames, earth walls soared into the sky, forming a barrier that blocked that person from walking over. The person waved his hand and an earth dragon came out. The huge earth dragon swung and smashed the purple flames, greatly reducing its power. Lin Fei could also see that the old granny's strength wasn't as strong as the other party. It was just as the other party had said. Her injuries hadn't fully recovered and she couldn't unleash her full strength. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was only here to take the item on the treasure box. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. They could fight however they wanted. It wouldn't matter even if they fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Old Granny Hua changed her techniques several times, but she still couldn't block the attack of the earth dragon. In the end, the earth dragon exploded in front of her and turned into a pure force that sent the old granny flying. She landed at the entrance of the courtyard. I already said that your injuries aren't light. You managed to escape last time because you had a treasure. This time, your treasure won't be of any use. I advise you to accept your fate. The person was dressed in black armor and walked over step by step. He was like a moving mountain, giving off a very steady and majestic feeling. Luo Yuan, who was at the side, exclaimed, "Earth element, his earth element." Luo Yuan's cry of alarm caused the armored man's gaze to turn cold as he looked at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan grunted and retreated a few steps before stopping. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's Luo Yuan. Kid, you're quite courageous. Of all places to hide, you chose to hide here. Looks like I've searched far and wide for you, only to find you here. I've actually managed to capture two of you. Earth Element had the same expression on his face. One ought to know that this Luo Yuan was someone who had stolen Paragon Changlong's treasures and was being chased all this time. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan was hiding right under Paragon Changlong's nose. If not for Luo Yuan's exclamation, Earth Elemental would not have been able to recognize Luo Yuan. After retreating a few steps, Luo Yuan panicked. He knew that he was finished. He had actually been recognized by Earth Elemental. He was just an innate expert. You are mistaken. I am not Luo Yuan. I am just a passerby. You guys can continue fighting. I will leave now. Suppressing his injuries, Luo Yuan turned around and prepared to leave. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Just as he turned around, an earth prison charged out from underground, trapping him in an instant. This earthen prison was extremely tough. Even when Luo Yuan slammed his palms against it, he couldn't do anything to it. An expression of despair appeared on his face. Since you are together with Luo Yuan, you should know quite a lot of things. Just stay with Luo Yuan. An earth prison charged out from beneath Lin Fei. Lin Fei snorted and stomped down. Cracking sounds could be heard as the earth prison shattered, turning into dust. You are quite proficient in using earth-type magic. Looks like you have used this to trap people quite often. However, you have used it on the wrong person. With a stomp, not only did Lin Fei shatter the earth prison beneath him, but it also shattered Luo Yuan's earth prison as well. The strength of Lin Fei's stomp was not to be underestimated. One could definitely sense how terrifying it was. Earth Elemental had never expected that his earth-type magic would be broken so easily. Due to the young age of his opponent, he couldn't see through him. Naturally, Earth Elemental would not let him off just because of a few words. It was rare for him to encounter such a good opportunity today. Naturally, he would capture everyone here in one fell swoop. You are quite capable. However, you are still lacking compared to me, Earth Elemental. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huge earth spikes pierced through the ground, instantly unleashing a fierce attack. Luo Yuan, who was beside Luo Yuan, was paralyzed on the ground. If he was the target, he would be killed by these earth spikes in an instant. Lin Fei stood there without moving. A wave of sword intent drifted with the wind. Everywhere it passed, The earth spikes would be sliced apart. If you have any earth spells, feel free to use them. But I don't think your mastery of earth spells is good enough. Lin Fei snorted. Let me show you what earth-type magic is. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Big wooden pillar. Even a kid like you knows how to use magic. Just as this thought appeared in Earth Elemental's mind, a huge earth pillar shot up from the ground and slammed into Earth Elemental. Caught off guard, Earth Elemental was sent flying. Wave after wave of energy exploded on his body. Earth Elemental was blasted more than 10 to 20 times. Finally, he landed heavily in the alley. Although my earth pillar isn't very big, it is much more powerful than your earth spikes. Your earth-type magic is too weak. Lin Fei sighed. Both Luo Yuan and the granny were shocked. Everyone knew that the more powerful a magic was, the more energy it consumed. However, not everyone could learn such a powerful magic. For example, the Earth Dragon and Earth Spikes that Earth Elemental had used were actually very powerful Earth-type magic. Now, it seemed that this young man's big wooden pillar was the one with the true explosive power. It caught Earth Elemental off guard. After Earth Elemental was hit by the big wooden pillar, his mind went blank. He was really attacked by a powerful Earth-type magic. The sudden burst of power affected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This was the scariest thing. Who are you? How can you execute such a powerful magic? Could you be a sovereign? That's impossible. There are only 6 sovereigns in the Kunlun mystic realm. It was normal for Earth Elemental to have such a thought. After all, that earth breath was something that even he couldn't execute. What about this? Bang, 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 bang. Over 10 big wooden pillars soared into the sky and slammed into Earth Elemental. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4351. Earth Elemental spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by a dozen wooden stakes. He couldn't even stand straight and retreated to a corner. He looked at Lin Fei with fear. How is it? My wooden stakes taste pretty good, right? If you're not satisfied, I can give you more at any time. Lin Fei chuckled. However, in Earth Elemental's eyes, this chuckle was too much of a blow. Do you have to bully me like this just because you know powerful spells? I'm an expert below the Supreme Being level after all. Don't you have any shame? However, Earth Elemental didn't dare to say this. He really couldn't see through this guy. Even Earth Elemental himself couldn't use such powerful spells. Only a Supreme Being expert could use them. Could you please leave your name so that I can know who I lost to? Earth Elemental didn't dare to attack again. However, he still had to know who this person was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. I only have an ordinary name. You wouldn't know me even if I told you. Lin Fei smiled. However, since you asked, I'll tell you. My surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Fei. If you want to cause trouble for me, come at me. Earth Elemental quickly searched for this name in his mind, but he really couldn't find anything. There was no information about Lin Fei in his mind. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. After learning this person's name, Earth Elemental used an earth escape technique and left just like that. At first, Old Granny Hua and Luo Yuan thought that Earth Elemental had left. However, Lin Fei suddenly stomped on the ground and a huge wooden stake rushed out. There was a figure on top of it. You've already left. Why are you still hiding underground? You're too dishonest. Earth Elemental was sent flying by a huge wooden stake and disappeared in an instant. What Old Granny Hua thought was a very troublesome matter had been resolved in an instant. That was Earth Elemental, an expert in earth spells, yet he had been defeated just like that. The problem in front of them would be solved. If you don't want to be hunted down by Earth Elemental, you should leave this Changlong city as soon as possible. Lin Fei naturally didn't plan to leave the items he had obtained here. Even though the earlier commotion wasn't too great, Lin Fei knew that Autarch Changlong must have sensed it. He might even be on his way here right now. Although Lin Fei did not fear that supremacy Changlong, he still found it troublesome to deal with. After all, he had a treasure in his hands, and he wanted to see what it was more than anyone else. Now, Lin Fei only had this little bit of interest. Luo Yuan blanked out for a moment before recovering. It was indeed as Lin Fei had said. If he didn't leave now, when Earth Elemental returned, he would definitely not be able to escape. Everyone knew that he, Luo Yuan, had robbed quite a lot of treasures. He was akin to a moving treasure. With that, Luo Yuan slipped away. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? Could they wait until Autarch Changlong arrived? Luo Yuan definitely wouldn't have the confidence to leave. Even though his movement technique wasn't bad, it couldn't compare to an Autarch. After Luo Yuan left, Lin Fei decided to leave as well. He was prepared to take a good look at what this treasure was and why it was worth being hunted down. From the looks of it, this talisman seemed rather decent. One could imagine how extraordinary the treasure inside was. Just these few points alone were enough for Lin Fei to take a good look at it. Thank you, Autarch Lin, for helping me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape Earth Elemental's pursuit. Old Granny Hua said sincerely. When Lin Fei heard this, he was somewhat surprised. Old Granny Hua had actually called him a Autarch. However, after thinking about it, he realized that his current strength was indeed comparable to an Autarch's. After all, his injuries were constantly being healed by the Tree of Life, and his strength was slowly increasing as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was an Autarch. However, he wasn't interested in Autarchs at all. After all, he was merely in the Foundation Establishment realm. To put it bluntly, the Foundation Establishment realm wasn't much. Since you know that Earth Elemental is here to kill you, I think you should hurry up and find another place. After all, nothing good ever happens. Lin Fei smiled. Old Granny Hua continued, if I didn't see wrongly, the treasure in Autarch Lin's hand should be that thing. As for this talisman, it should be the legendary Heavenly Origin Talisman. Old Granny Hua's words suddenly changed and she actually mentioned that treasure. Indeed, Lin Fei was planning to leave. He wasn't too interested in this fight. However, when this Heavenly Origin Talisman was mentioned, he knew that it was this talisman. After all, this talisman was rather decent. It was especially so because the refining method was very advanced. It wasn't something an ordinary person could refine. A talisman like this was probably hard to find in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. You even know about this Heavenly Origin Talisman? It seems like you know quite a lot. I wonder if Sovereign Lin is interested in knowing more about this treasure. I'm not exaggerating, but in the entire Kunlun secret realm, the number of people who know about this treasure can be counted on 2 hands, and I'm one of them. Granny Hua's gaze also turned serious. That's right. That's right. Lin Fei didn't doubt her words at all. Old Granny might really know the whereabouts of this treasure. The Heavenly Origin Talisman that you mentioned sounds very powerful. However, it's just a talisman to me. I can easily take it off. Lin Fei laughed and took out the treasure. The Heavenly Origin Talisman was as ordinary as ever. After hearing Old Granny's words, Lin Fei knew that the Heavenly Origin Talisman was definitely not something simple. He snorted and raised his hand to grab the Heavenly Origin Talisman. However, just as he grabbed the Heavenly Origin Talisman, a force bombarded the center of his palm. The force seeped into his palm and showed signs of disintegrating his body. This kind of power was quite extraordinary. Old Granny Hua was also paying attention. In fact, she had recognized this treasure from the start. However, she didn't say anything. She just didn't expect this treasure to fall into the hands of this person. Autarch Lin seemed to know nothing about this treasure. This was quite surprising. The power of the Heavenly Origin Talisman's counterattack had indeed surprised Lin Fei. However, an even more violent force surged down. Catcher, catcher. The Heavenly Origin Talisman collapsed in the blink of an eye. It turned into pieces and drifted away with the wind. The wooden box opened. See, it's that simple. Chapter 4352. Old Granny Hua had not expected Lin Fei to be able to destroy the Heavenly Origin Talisman so easily. One must know that the Heavenly Origin Talisman contained immense power. Most importantly, the Heavenly Origin Talisman was extremely tough. It was not something that could be destroyed so easily. However, the Supreme Lin Fei before her truly made her feel how powerful he was. This made old Granny Hua even more certain that the person in front of her was a supreme expert. If he was not a supreme expert, how could he have destroyed the Heavenly Origin Talisman so easily? After the Heavenly Origin Talisman was destroyed, the wooden box opened. Yi Xiaolong opened the wooden box and saw that there was a black token in it. However, there were no words on the black token. It was as simple as it could be. However, it was precisely this token that caused Lin Fei to be slightly moved. He could feel that the token was indeed quite different. There was a vast and invincible aura coming from the token. It was as if there was a world inside it. It was quite extraordinary. Lin Fei took the token out casually. It was heavy, but Lin Fei was stronger now. Hence, he could easily hold it in his hand. He had wanted to admire it for a while. However, he did not expect the tree of life in his body to suck the token in. In the blink of an eye, the token was surrounded by the tree of life. Lin Fei saw the tree of life start to grow. In a short period of time, it had grown 20 to 30 centimeters taller and was even more luxuriant. The divine water of life that flowed out was also more than before. After it flowed through his body, Lin Fei's injuries recovered quite a bit. The recovery was like a roller coaster ride. It made Lin Fei feel different. He had never thought that the black token would be so useful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Before Lin Fei could figure out what was going on, the token was absorbed and refined by the tree of life. Old Granny Hua looked at each other. She did not expect the token to disappear all of a sudden. She could not even feel the aura of the token anymore. Could it have been stored away? However, she immediately noticed that the aura around Lin Fei seemed to have become much stronger. "Tell me, how much do you know about this token?" Lin Fei's tone suddenly turned heavy as he stared at the old lady. Old Granny Hua felt that if she didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to leave this place. She didn't know why Lin Fei was so interested in this token, but she more or less knew that there must be some secret behind it. It was just that she didn't know. "Supreme Sir, if you don't mind my simple courtyard, why don't you come in and have a seat? I can have a good talk with you." What kind of person was Lin Fei? He saw through Granny Hua's thoughts with a single glance. Something must have happened to this guy. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not have minded it. However, this token was really important to him. Lin Fei had never thought that this token would have such a miraculous effect on recovering injuries. This was really surprising to Lin Fei. If he could get a few more tokens like this, his injuries would at least recover faster. "There's no need to sit inside. I'm afraid that I might scare the young lady inside. I might as well speak openly here." With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei's sword intent enveloped the entire alley, transforming into an invisible barrier of light. When the sword intent appeared, old Granny Hua felt a chill down her spine. The sharp aura destroyed all the fire-based techniques in the surroundings, rendering all her techniques useless. Old Granny Hua knew that this was something that Sovereign Lin Fei had set up to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. "Supreme Sir, what you just obtained is an extremely rare Supreme Heaven token in our Kunlun mystic realm." "Supreme Heaven token?" Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could indeed feel a boundless and invincible aura from this token. Although the Divine Dragon Key also had an unusual aura, it was far inferior to the aura of the Supreme Being token. "I don't know what material this Supreme Heaven token is made of, but it's rumored that there are very few of them in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. However, every single one of them will bring about a great opportunity. It's said that one can obtain the treasures left behind by the #1 expert in the Kunlun mystic realm, Supreme Heaven." Lin Fei did not know much about the Kunlun mystic realm. He only knew that there were currently 6 Supremes in the Kunlun mystic realm. Now that he heard this, it seemed like the Kunlun mystic realm once had a #1 Supremes. This Supremes was quite famous as well. He actually dared to call himself Supreme Heaven. Most people without some strength would not dare to call themselves such a name. Supreme Heaven is the #1 Supremes in our Kunlun mystic realm. He's also the strongest Supremes. It's rumored that his realm has always been at the Supreme's realm. However, his strength is the real deal. It's rumored that there was an expert who surpassed the Supreme's realm. In the end, Supreme Heaven killed that expert with a single sword strike. He killed more than 10 experts of that level, thus maintaining the peace of the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Fei knew that the Supreme's realm was equivalent to the Foundation Establishment realm. Above the Foundation Establishment realm was the Core Formation realm. In other words, this Supreme Heaven in the Foundation Establishment realm could actually kill experts of the Core Formation realm, and more than 10 of them at that. His strength was truly unfathomable. It could even be said that his accumulation was rather terrifying. If it was anyone else, they might have some doubts. However, Lin Fei did not doubt the old granny's words at all. If Supreme Heaven was the number 1 Supremes, then he would be the number 1 Supremes. If that was the case, it would explain why the Supreme Heaven token had such a miraculous effect. It was actually absorbed by the God Tree of Life as nourishment. In other words, this Supreme Heaven was rather capable. As far as I know, there are a total of 10 of such Supreme Heaven tokens in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. Now that Supreme Heaven has taken one away, there are 9 of such Supreme Heaven tokens left. Then where are these Supreme Heaven tokens? Each of the 6 Supremes has 1. The remaining 3 are occupied by the 3 major powers. It's rumored that using the Supreme Heaven token to cultivate can increase one's cultivation speed. Therefore, it has always been a top-notch treasure in the Kunlun mystic realm. Supreme Chang Long somehow found out about this Supreme Heaven token and arranged for people to search for it for countless years. In the end, it was snatched away by Luo Yuan. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean that there are far more than just 10 Supreme Heaven tokens? Perhaps there are even more in the Kunlun mystic realm. That's unknown. However, based on the current situation, the 6 Supremes and the 3 major powers all have this Supreme Heaven token. Chapter 4353. Lin Fei couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Even if there were only 9, no, 10, Heaven's Path medallions, he would still get them one by one. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Lin Fei was even more confident in recovering his strength now that he had the Supreme Sky token. More importantly, the Life God Tree was extremely satisfied with the token and was beaming with joy. Zhao Chan, I've finally found you. To think that you could still hide right under my nose. Now, I can answer to Supreme Xinghai. A burst of laughter could be heard. In the alley in front of them, a figure appeared. A gust of wind blew over and turned into a figure standing in the courtyard. Supreme Chang Long. Zhao Chan's face sank. That was the old granny's name. There were not many people in the Kunlun secret realm who could accurately call out her name. This Supreme Chang Long was one of them. Zhao Chan could not be more familiar with this person. He was one of the 6 Supremes. Supreme Chang Long. Unexpectedly, the commotion from earlier had attracted Supreme Chang Long. This was what Zhao Chan was most worried about. Supreme Chang Long was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no facial hair. Right now, he was clearly surprised and overjoyed. He was originally cultivating and meditating in his own residence. However, that slight ripple had startled him awake. Hence, he had followed the direction of the ripple. He had not expected to reap such a harvest right under his nose. This was truly unexpected. Who didn't know that Supreme Xinghai was chasing after Zhao Chan? Anyone who could bring her back would receive a generous gift from Supreme Xinghai. One must know that Supreme Xinghai was the number 1 Supremes in the Kunlun secret realm. He was ridiculously strong. Even Supreme Chang Long was not a match for him. He was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest of the 6 Supremes. No one knew exactly what level this Supreme Xinghai's strength had reached. However, the remaining 5 Supremes were simply not a match for him. This was something everyone knew in their hearts. After Supreme Xinghai issued the bounty, these Supremes were naturally moved. Where else could they find such a good opportunity to obtain something good from Supreme Xinghai? Unfortunately, Zhao Chan had disappeared without a trace. This caused these Supremes to feel somewhat frustrated. You are Supreme Chang Long. Lin Fei laughed. He had originally planned to go look for Autarch Changlong. He wanted to obtain the Supreme Sky token from him. He didn't expect that this person would take the initiative to come to him. This was really a good thing. What are you? You don't have the right to speak here. Scram to the side. Supreme Changlong swept a glance over and raised his hand, sending a large number of wind blades flying over. These wind blades were densely packed, and they were innumerable. Every wind blade was extremely powerful, surpassing the level of chi refinement and reaching the level of foundation establishment. Using such a method to deal with him was indeed a little overkill. However, Supreme Changlong was just that arrogant and domineering. How could a brat dare to call out his name in such a manner? How could Supremacy Changlong think too much about it? He simply raised his hand and destroyed the brat. When the wind blade arrived in front of Lin Fei, the sword intent emerged. Bang, bang, bang. He blocked the kites. An expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain. After Changlong gave it a glance, he recognized the sword intent. In the entire Kunlun mystic realm, only the experts from Heavenly Sword Mountain could display perfect sword intent. It was one thing if it was an ordinary expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain. However, those who managed to cultivate out sword intent were all potential seeds of Heavenly Sword Mountain. If the Heavenly Sword Mountain were to get involved with Zhao Chan, things would get troublesome. Everyone knew that Heavenly Sword Mountain had a supreme expert as well. The supreme of Heavenly Sword Mountain was a lunatic. His sword intent swept through the world. Supreme Changlong really didn't want to go up against that fella. There was simply no benefit in doing so. I heard that the Supreme Sky Token is in your hands. I'm rather interested in this thing. Hand it over. Supreme Changlong frowned, to think that you know about the Supreme Sky Token as well. The matter of the Supreme Sky Token had not spread much in the Kunlun mystic realm. That was because it was limited to the circle of the Supremes. Coupled with the fact that a few Chi refinement realm experts knew about it, no one else knew about it. Not even a single word about it had been passed down. However, to think that this fella would ask for his Supreme Sky Token the moment he opened his mouth. Was there something wrong with this fella's brain? Even Supreme Changlong was starting to doubt himself. The Supreme Sky Token is indeed in my hands. However, you are rather gutsy. Even if the Supremes of Heavenly Sword Mountain are here, they can forget about getting me to hand over the Supreme Sky Token. Supreme Changlong was starting to get angry. It had not been easy for him to find Zhao Chan unexpectedly. Another fella popped out and asked for the Supreme Sky Token. What an arrogant tone. Did he really think that the Supreme Sky Token was an ordinary item? That was a top-notch treasure of the Kunlun mystic realm. At the mention of the Supreme Sky Token, Supreme Changlong was infuriated. He had arranged for people to search for the Supreme Sky Token and spent several years searching for it. In the end, when he finally managed to obtain any news about it, it had been snatched away by that Luo Yuan. Now, someone was eyeing his Supreme Sky Token. Wasn't he just courting death? Did he really think that he, Supreme Changlong, was a pushover? So, you don't intend to hand it over? That's fine. I'll just take it myself. Who asked me to be interested in this Supreme Sky Token? Hua. A huge sword formation instantly enveloped Supreme Changlong's body. A myriad of sword intents descended upon him in a single move. Supreme Changlong did not notice the sword intents circulating around him at all. As such, he was caught unprepared. Numerous wind blades appeared around his body to form a protective barrier. When the wind blades collided with the sword intents, they crumbled without stop. They had no way of resisting at all. Supreme Changlong realized that he had underestimated this kid. His opponent's sword intents were simply too powerful. The power of the sword formation did not change at all. From start to end, it continued to suppress him. The rate at which Changlong's wind blades were being depleted was extremely fast. Soon, he started to feel the pressure. Supreme Changlong had no idea when such an expert had appeared in the Kunlun mystic realm. Armor of Wind. Seeing that the wind blades were getting harder and harder to block, Supreme Changlong snorted lightly. Autark Changlong let out a soft snort, and a suit of armor instantly materialized on his body, protecting most of his body. This was Changlong's strongest treasure, the Armor of Wind. It possessed extremely powerful defensive capabilities. He had never expected that he would have to use this treasure so quickly. His opponent's sword intents were boundless. With a single move, he had no way of breaking through it at all. Now that he was enveloped by the sword formation, he had no other choice but to take it head-on. This time around, another great expert had appeared from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. What worried Supreme Changlong was that this sovereign of the Heavenly Sword Mountain might be hiding in the shadows, waiting to deal a blow at him at a critical moment. Whoosh! The sword formation suddenly changed, transforming into a single sword that slashed out towards Supreme Changlong's body. It was simply too fast. Even the sudden change in technique left Supreme Changlong no time to react. The power of the sword had already smashed into his body, sending him flying. Chapter 4354. A formless sword slashed out, sending Autarch Changlong flying. The power of this sword was far greater than he had imagined. A rumbling sound crashed down on Supremacy Changlong's body. Countless layers of defenses appeared on Supremacy Changlong's body, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this sword as wave after wave of attacks assaulted him. After landing on the ground, Supremacy Changlong was basically unable to stand up anymore. Supremacy. You are an supremacy. Which supremacy are you? Autarch Changlong's face turned grim as well. A wind barrier appeared around him, covering him tightly. Supremacy Changlong already knew that this young man before him was an supremacy. What was even more outrageous was that he was a supremacy who used the sword. Could there be a second supremacy in Heavenly Sword Mountain? Why hadn't he received news of this? Supremacy Changlong finally understood why this young man had asked him about the Heaven Ascension token. This young man truly had the strength to do so. Are you still not planning on handing over the Heaven Ascension token? That was just the appetizer. I'm going to unleash my ultimate move soon. Lin Fei smiled calmly, not replying to Supremacy Changlong's question. Supremacy Changlong could not figure out when such an expert had appeared in Heavenly Sword Mountain, let alone an supremacy. The other party's sword intent contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That was the most terrifying thing about it. There was no way he could defend against it. Supremacy Changlong had never believed that anyone could cultivate all 5 elements. No, the 5 elements. Even the strongest of them all, Supremacy Xinghai, had only cultivated 2 elemental powers. That alone was enough to make him the strongest out of the 6 supremacies. Are you really planning on snatching the Heaven Ascension token from me? You'll incur the wrath of the public. Lin Fei walked over. To me, there's no such thing as wrath of the public. I'm only interested in this Heaven Ascension token. That sword earlier did not teach you a lesson. In that case, I'll have to send you another one. Explode. Lin Fei snorted softly. Supremacy Changlong's face instantly changed. He discovered that the 5 elements within his body had actually fused into one. Boom. A surge of power exploded within Supremacy Changlong's body. A myriad of sword intents shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Supreme Changlong was grievously wounded as he fell to his knees. You can actually guide the power of the 5 elements in my body? I'm convinced. Don't attack me. A single wave of the power of the 5 elements was more than Supremacy Changlong could endure. He was afraid that there would be a second wave of the power of the 5 elements. Even if he was a supreme being expert, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the second wave. This attack was simply too terrifying. It was so powerful that even he found it hard to withstand it. In any case, as long as you let me see the Heavenly Passage medallion, you can leave. Otherwise, if I can detonate it once, I can detonate it a second time. Unless you have the confidence to completely remove my 5 elements power in an instant, I don't think you have the ability to do so. I'm not trying to discourage you, this is the truth. Autarch Changlong was feeling extremely vexed right now as well. Because the other party's words were indeed correct. He really couldn't withstand the second and third round of explosions. The main point was that the power of the 5 elements was too difficult to remove. They protected each other and formed a powerful force. Unless Supremacy Changlong was given a few days' time, there was no way he could dispel it at all. Even Supremacy Changlong was regretting coming out. Couldn't he just cultivate properly if he had nothing better to do? What the hell was he coming out for? And now, he was struck by the power of the 5 element. Supremacy Changlong felt that if this news were to spread out in the Kunlun secret realm, the remaining Supremes would definitely be scared out of their wits. And Supremacy, who wielded the power of the 5 elements, had appeared. Zhao Chan, who was standing in the distance, had a look of unimaginable joy in her eyes as well. To think that she would be able to witness the power of the 5 elements in her lifetime. This was a top-tier power. Any single power would become extremely strong once it was cultivated to its limits. This was even more so when 5 different types of powers complemented each other. This was something that was absolutely horrifying. Supremacy Changlong was strong, right? But, to think that he would choose to lower his head after being struck by the power of the 5 element. I'll give you the Heavenly Passage Medallion right now. Sir, you must keep your word. Right now, the only thing Supremacy Changlong wanted to do was to leave this place before anything else. In truth, he did have some secret arts of his own. However, he had been struck by the power of the 5 elements earlier, and it had even seeped into his body, causing him to be at a disadvantage. Even though he did not know why the other party wanted to use the Heavenly Passage Medallion, Supremacy Changlong felt that the other party would not be able to do anything about it for now. He might as well leave it on the other party first and retrieve it when the time came. Right now, escaping was the most important thing. He had to go ask that old antique for help. Supremacy Changlong took out the Heavenly Passage Medallion and exerted some force in his hand, causing the Heavenly Passage Medallion to fly over. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, causing the Heavenly Passage Medallion to land in his hand. Right now, Supremacy Changlong was extremely smart. He did not leave any tricks on the medallion. That's more like it. If you had handed this Heavenly Passage Medallion to me from the start, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Alright, you can leave now. Of course, I welcome you to come back for revenge. Best if you can call the other Supremes over as well. Supremacy Changlong was no fool. Right now, what he needed to do was to recover from his injuries. First, he needed to recover from his injuries. That strike of the 5 elements had caused him to only be able to unleash 50% of his strength. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If others were to find out about this, then he, Supremacy Changlong, would be in grave danger. Don't think that all Supremes could sit back and relax. The 6 Supreme Beings were constantly fighting each other in the dark. Supremacy Changlong carefully left. He was extremely worried that this expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain would deal him a fatal blow. Even after returning to his manor and activating multiple formations, he still felt rather nervous. Only when he finally entered his private room did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Supremacy Lin, how could you let that person leave? Given his personality, he will definitely gather others to deal with you. Zhao Chan said. Lin Fei said in a very casual manner, do you think I'm someone who would worry about others taking revenge on me? You're overthinking things. Alright, thank you for helping me obtain this Heavenly Passage Medallion. I'm a very straightforward person. Since you helped me with one thing, I'll help you with one thing. Remember, there's only one thing. As soon as the Heavenly Passage Medallion landed in his hands, Lin Fei knew that it was the genuine Heavenly Passage Medallion. The Tree of Life had reacted. He knew that Supremacy Changlong wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Zhao Chan was rather surprised as well. She suspected that she had misheard. To think that this Supremacy Lin Fei would actually help her with one thing. Zhao Chan truly did not expect him to help her with anything at all. Revealing the matter of the Heavenly Passage Medallion was just a small matter. She believed that this senior Lin Fei would definitely know about it. She had never thought too much about it. But now, this was truly a pleasant surprise. Chapter 43-55. Lin Fei was such a straightforward person. Since he had benefited from it, he had to share some with others. If not for this, he wouldn't have known about the existence of the Supreme Sky Token. Although he would be able to dig it out sooner or later, it wouldn't be as fast as now. To Lin Fei, this matter wasn't a big deal. Now that he had obtained the second piece, he would be able to obtain all the Supreme Sky Tokens in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, helping Zhao Chan with something wasn't a big deal. No one knew the cause and effect relationship better than Lin Fei. He didn't want to leave any consequences in the future because of this cause. Therefore, it was better to end this quickly. Outsiders didn't know what Lin Fei was thinking about. In any case, Zhao Chan was extremely excited. Even Supreme Changlong wasn't a match for Supreme Lin Fei. What about the others? One could imagine what the situation was like. Even now, Zhao Chan couldn't tell the depth of Lin Fei's strength. It was fine as long as he was stronger than Supreme Changlong. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Therefore, Zhao Chan didn't hesitate to speak up. I hope that Supreme can help us with a small matter. That is to escort my daughter to the 1,000 Yuan mountain. Such a small request was really insignificant to Lin Fei. It also surprised Lin Fei a little. Lin Fei could tell that Zhao Chan was in big trouble. Perhaps it was the girl inside the box. As for what the girl was, Lin Fei couldn't tell. However, she definitely had some secret on her. Lin Fei didn't expect this small request to be so simple. Escort her to the 1,000 Yuan mountain. It was really a very insignificant matter. At the very least, it was easy for Lin Fei to do it. Sovereign, my daughter has another identity, the reincarnated one. Previously, she went to the 1,000 Origin Mountain to completely awaken all of my daughter's memories and obtain the inheritance of her previous life. I'm afraid that there will be various sovereigns and even old monsters making a move. Zhao Chan didn't dare to hide anything now. She simply didn't say it out loud, afraid that Lin Fei would misunderstand. She is the reincarnated one. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of the reincarnators. One must know that he had taken one of the 3 soul jades, which allowed Xia Lin's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. She stepped into the door of a martial artist and was now at the Xiantian realm. This situation was really a little coincidental. It was so coincidental that Lin Fei found it a little hard to accept. If that was the case, it would explain one thing. Why would Zhao Chan hide here? Why would she be so cautious after seeing Luo Yuan and himself? It was all because of this reincarnator. Sending it to the 1,000 Origin Mountain was no problem. In any case, it was a small matter. Yi Fan was also intending to absorb this Supreme Sky Token and consolidate it properly. Therefore, he wasn't in a rush to do so. At the very least, he could let the Long Dragon Sovereign inform the other Supremes first. Lin Fei was prepared to cast a long line to catch a big fish. It would be best if he could lure the other supremacies over. That way, he wouldn't have to make a wasted trip. Actually, Supremacy Changlong wouldn't dare to look for trouble even if he had 100 guts. Who knew if Lin Fei was still here? Changlong was hiding in his mansion and didn't dare to come out. He would just focus on dispelling the 5 elemental energy in his body. Lin Fei brought Zhao Chan and left Changlong City. In order to not be noticed, they rented a carriage and placed the girl on it. She was a girl. Actually, she wasn't young anymore. She was already 18 years old. However, her physique was extremely weak. It seemed like she would collapse from a gust of wind. Her body was also emitting a cold aura. Everything couldn't get close to her. That kind of cold was bone-piercing, so cold that it reached deep into the bones. Anything that got close to this girl basically had no chance of survival. Only Zhao Chan, who was proficient in fire energy, could suppress this cold aura. As the cold aura got stronger and stronger, Zhao Chan also felt that it was rather strenuous. Zhao Chan was afraid that one day, she wouldn't be able to suppress it. With Lin Fei's escort, this matter was handed over to Lin Fei. He easily suppressed the cold aura. Sword Intent enveloped the outside, isolating all the cold aura from leaking out. Even if a trace of it seeped in, it would be minced into pieces by the Sword Intent. It was rare for Lin Fei to study it. He was very sure that this person might really have the inheritor's memories. Because this girl's eyes weren't the eyes that an 18-year-old girl should have. It was a very complicated gaze. The girl didn't speak much. At least, that was what Lin Fei felt. 1,000 Essence Mountain was south of Kunlun Mystic Realm. Over there was a world of ice and snow. These were the 4 great lands of Kunlun Mystic Realm. The land of spring, the land of summer, the land of autumn, and the land of winter. The place they were heading to now was the land of Winter's Thousand Essence Mountain. As for how this climate was formed, Lin Fei didn't really care. It was just because there was a treasure here. As long as Lin Fei sent her to the Thousand Essence Mountain, he would end the cause and end the effect. This really wasn't a problem. It was fine as long as he felt at ease. Then, he wouldn't owe her anything. Along the way, he didn't face any trouble. Lin Fei successfully absorbed the sky connecting token, allowing his strength to recover by a large amount. The tree of life also grew lush. Although its height didn't increase by much, it had more leaves. Although it was still some distance away from the tree, there were already some signs of growth. Lin Fei felt that he had to continue to put in more effort. The tree of life still had a long way to go. He walked for about 6 to 7 days. A vast expanse of white world leaves appeared in front of him. Traces of coldness started to appear. Lin Fei knew that he had reached the land of winter and wasn't far from the Thousand Essence Mountain. Lord Supreme, that is the Thousand Essence Mountain, the most special mountain in Kunlun Mystic Realm. Other than Supremes, no one else can go up that Thousand Essence Mountain. Zhao Chan pointed to a faintly discernible snowy mountain in the distance. Such a snowy mountain was the most obvious in the land of winter. Because it was the tallest snowy mountain. Lin Fei did see that snowy mountain. It was extremely majestic. There seemed to be black dots on the snowy mountain. There are people on the Thousand Essence Mountain? I'm not sure. Anyway, only Supremes can go up. Those below Supremes are still a lot weaker. If they go up, they will definitely die. Lin Fei had already sensed the abnormality of the land of winter. Then, is there a Supremes here? Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei knew that there were 6 Supremes in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Who knows, there might be 1 Supremes in this place. Bookseller House. Chapter 4356. Although the land of winter was unusual, to Lin Fei, it wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to bring her over. He didn't really care whether she was a reincarnator or not. After all, if she really inherited the experience of her previous life, it would be impossible for her to suddenly increase her strength. If she could suddenly increase her strength, then it would be too amazing. At the very least, Lin Fei hadn't seen it before. Hence, Lin Fei leisurely brought her to the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. There were indeed not many people in this area. The temperature here was also very low, and it was filled with coldness. This coldness would constantly seep into one's body and freeze one's flesh and blood. If there were no accidents, this place should be a land of death. Only such a land of death could prevent people from entering, and only a supreme being expert could withstand it. Zhao Chan's strength was quite good. Her fire attribute power was actually able to follow behind Lin Fei. However, her speed was a little slow. Lin Fei released a sword intent that enveloped Zhao Chan. The coldness was torn into pieces by the sword intent as soon as it came over. The sword intent seemed to be like spring, but the girl was indeed very comfortable. It was as if nothing had happened along the way. After walking for another day, they finally arrived at the foot of the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. Standing at the foot of the snow mountain, Lin Fei finally saw clearly what the black spots were. They were actually caves. These caves were spread all over the snow mountain. At first glance, it seemed very strange. Lin Fei felt that this place was a little unusual. Supreme Sir, there is a cave at the top of the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. That is our destination. Zhao Chan also raised her head to look. It was already quite good that she was able to take a breath and come this far. Then let's go up the mountain. Lin Fei continued to lead the way and walked towards the snow mountain. There were no roads on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. They just had to keep walking up, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go up at all. They also needed a lot of strength. Lin Fei led the way. The two behind him were much more relaxed. Along the way, Lin Fei found many traces of corpses. It seemed that many people had died in this place. Those caves were also very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these caves were not as simple as he had imagined. If he guessed correctly, this place should have been a place for ascetic cultivation a long time ago. Only a place of ascetic cultivators would have so many caves. Moreover, ascetic cultivation in such a place would be of great help to improving one's strength. Lin Fei could see this. This place must have produced quite a number of experts in the past, said Lin Fei with a smile. After Zhao Chan heard this, she nodded her head repeatedly and said, yes, yes, yes. In the past, this place did produce many experts. I heard that this place was a holy land for cultivation. However, it was later abandoned. I heard that the people who came here to cultivate were not ordinary people. I think they were called ascetics or something. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. The Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was indeed different from what he had imagined. It was a holy land for ascetics. However, ascetics were too difficult to find. Not everyone could withstand that kind of loneliness. As for why the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was abandoned, it was definitely because the ascetics on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain had disappeared. Especially the most powerful one. Hence, this place became an ordinary Great Snow Mountain. Lin Fei felt that on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain, it was still possible to find a corresponding expert. Because just now, Lin Fei had sensed a few auras. These auras were very strong. Even though they were well concealed, Lin Fei could more or less sense them. They must be around the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. Lin Fei's first suspicion was that they were ascetics. This was because these ascetics would cultivate in their own desolate and uninhabited places. As soon as this thought arose, Lin Fei rejected it himself. Because among these auras, he sensed a rather familiar aura. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. We have to wait for a while. I met an acquaintance on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. I have to greet him. Otherwise, he will be very disappointed. Lin Fei made a slight turn on the originally straight road and headed to the left. Because the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain didn't have a specific path up the mountain. If you wanted to go up, you had to rely on yourself. You also needed strength to hold on. Hence, this change of path wasn't much to Lin Fei. Moreover, his sword intent enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was Zhao Chan or that girl, they walked very easily. If it was just the two of them, it would be a little troublesome. The world of ice and snow wasn't something ordinary warriors could go up. 8 or 10 of them would end up as corpses if they came up here. Ha 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 ha, Ancestor Thousand Shadows, so you also have such a difficult time. I thought your luck was still very good. I didn't expect you to have to come and beg us. Who said it wasn't? Ancestor Thousand Shadows, you really suffered a big loss this time. You were actually chased by 6 Supremes and escaped in the Kunlun mystic realm for an entire week. You can be considered impressive. When Lin Fei walked along the snow mountain, he heard a faintly discernible voice. It became infinitely magnified in Lin Fei's ears. He heard it clearly. There was indeed someone on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. This person's identity seemed to be similar to that acquaintance's position. Ancestor? This thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. The acquaintance he met on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was none other than that Ancestor Thousand Shadows. Even Lin Fei himself felt surprised. In this deep mountain, no, on the Great Snow Mountain, he could still meet Ancestor Thousand Shadows. That fellow ran very fast last time, and he escaped alive. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet him so soon. From the looks of it, he still found a companion. To be able to become a companion, it was undoubtedly the ancestor. These fellows really knew how to play tricks. After dying for so long, they were still controlling the Kunlun mystic realm. Speaking of which, this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was really a good place to hide. Because other warriors couldn't come up at all, unless they were Supremes. Even Supremes might not come. Who would be willing to come to such a desolate place? If they had the time, they might as well go into seclusion to repair it. Thousand Shadows, do you think that the reincarnator will come? You must know that Supremes Xinghai spent a lot of effort to find this reincarnator. Is there really any use for us to wait here? This was a voice that wasn't very sure. The voice of primogenitor Qian Mo rang out, "Don't worry, they will definitely come to the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. We just need to wait here. No one understands them better than me. What is a sovereign? Chapter 4357. Ancestral founder Thousand Moons said proudly. He had calculated things accurately and there wouldn't be any accidents. The other three also laughed. They still believed Ancestor Qianmo's words because they were all on the same level. Old friend, you really know how to hide. You actually hid in the 1000-origin snow mountain. If not for my good luck, I probably wouldn't have met you. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. The four of them quickly stood up and took a defensive stance. However, after Ancestor Qianmo heard this, his expression suddenly changed and he stared coldly at one of the positions. This was the voice that Ancestor Qianmo didn't want to hear the most. Ancestor Qianmo felt that he must have heard wrong. That person couldn't possibly come here. Could it be that Lin Fei was willing to give up a place like the Divine Dragon Secret Domain? That was a holy land for cultivation. No matter who cultivated there, they could get twice the results with half the effort. However, whatever Ancestor Qianmo wanted came. A figure came in from the snow mountain. If it wasn't Lin Fei, who else could it be? There were also two women. Zhao Chan, she's Zhao Chan. The one behind her is the reincarnator. One of the skinny old men shouted. His gaze seemed to stare at the reincarnator behind Zhao Chan. After hearing this, the other people's gazes also changed. They didn't expect the reincarnator to come up herself. As for Zhao Chan, she was directly ignored. Qianmo, you're the best. You actually got someone to bring the reincarnator here. A fat old man laughed. Ancestor Qianmo had changed his appearance, but in front of Lin Fei, there was no change at all. He admired Ancestor Qianmo's methods. He actually had such a backup plan. Why do you still dare to come here? Ancestor Qianmo's pupils shrank. He was really afraid of this Lin Fei. At that time, he had summoned the powerful bone dragon, but he still couldn't kill Lin Fei. Instead, he was chased by the bone dragon. This was the most terrifying thing that Ancestor Qianmo felt. Moreover, this guy had chased over. Ancestor Qianmo only had this last body left. If he were to be destroyed again, he would be completely annihilated. Of course I'm here to find your old friend. Aren't you surprised? Why don't we hug first? Lin Fei laughed. The three old men saw the change in Ancestral Founder Thousand Darkness expression and felt a little strange. They could hear a trace of fear in Qianmo's words. They didn't dare to believe it. When did Ancestor Thousand Motes become so timid? The guy in front of him looked very inconspicuous. However, it seemed that this guy was quite capable. They had never seen Primogenitor Thousand Moths attach so much importance to someone. Ancestor Thousand Moths didn't dare to fight with Lin Fei anymore. Previously, when he was chased by the 6 Supreme Beings, even though he managed to force them into retreat, he was still left with significant injuries. Even now, he had not fully recovered. If they were to really fight, he had no chance of winning. Whether or not he could escape alive was still an unknown. Hua! Ancestor Thousand Moths turned around and ran. Streaks of after-images rushed out. This was one of his secret techniques. After all, he didn't have a body last time, but he had one this time. There were more than 10 of these after-images, and every one of them headed in a direction. It was impossible to know which direction they were heading to. Ancestor Thousand Moths wanted to run. The three old men's hearts trembled. What was this? Could it be that this guy in front of him was really that powerful? Lin Fei snorted, I'm already here, so don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's at least exchange some insights. After all, you are considered a native of Kunlun Mystic Realm. Su. Streaks of sword intent shot out and instantly destroyed these after-images one by one. In the blink of an eye, only one after-image of Ancestor Thousand Moths was left. Countless sword intents turned into a sword and instantly slashed on Ancestor Thousand Moth's body. Starlight Treasure Body, protect me. Ancestor Thousand Moths didn't dare to run anymore. He had seen this sword intent before. This sword intent wasn't a simple sword intent, but the 5 elements sword intent. Instantly, his treasure body flashed with light. His entire person was incomparably resplendent as he chose to take it head-on. Only then would he have a chance of not getting injured. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He had heavily injured Lin Fei with a single slash. His body drew an arc in the air and slammed heavily into the rock wall. The rock wall was sturdy enough to begin with, but after this collision, cracks appeared on it, and countless pieces of rubble fell down. 5 Elements Sword Intent. This is the 5 Elements Sword Intent. The 3 old men's pupils constricted, and they subconsciously took a step back. They understood the strength of the 5 elements, and it wasn't something they could defend against. At this moment, they finally understood why Ancestor Thousand Moths was so afraid of him. Since when did such an expert appear in Kunlun Mystic Realm? More importantly, it was someone they didn't know. In that instant, they felt that they had been scammed by Ancestor Thousand Moths. He had brought a great enemy with him, and the enemy was very strong. The 3 of you should be on the same level as Ancestor Thousand Moths. I advise you to stand still. Lin Fei looked at the 3 old men calmly. To be able to stand together with Ancestor Thousand Moths, they were definitely close to the Ancestor's level. Their strength was on the same level as Ancestor Thousand Moths. Zhao Chan, who was standing at the back, took in a deep breath. She didn't know these people. When she heard the words Ancestor Thousand Moths, she was shocked. Looking at the 3 of them, could they be the old monsters hidden in Kunlun Mystic Realm? It was said that these fellows had been causing trouble. If it wasn't for the terrifying and dangerous aura on their bodies, Zhao Chan wouldn't be able to think about it. Zhao Chan really found it hard to think of this, because they were no different from ordinary old people outside. The moment they retracted their aura, even if they stood in front of you, Zhao Chan wouldn't be able to recognize them. Don't listen to this fellow's nonsense. Let's attack together. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble later. This fellow has occupied my Divine Dragon Mystic Realm, and he has his eyes on our Kunlun Mystic Realm. Ancestral Ancestor Thousand Moths roared, interrupting the 3's conjectures, and attacked Lin Fei. The 3 old men were shocked once again. One must know that the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm was a holy land for cultivation. Now that it was occupied by this brat, it was no wonder Ancestor Thousand Moths took the initiative to use this body. Previously, they were still puzzled, but now they finally understood. They were the few old monsters who knew the most in Kunlun Mystic Realm. The entire Kunlun Mystic Realm didn't seem to have any secrets in front of them, and this was what made them feel the worst. If they were to ignore this matter, they might be in trouble. Attack. Bookseller House. Chapter 4358. They listened to Ancestor Qian Mo's words. If they didn't attack now, then when Lin Fan attacked them, they wouldn't have a chance. So, without saying a word, all of them attacked. The few of them exploded with strength. The wind and snow in the sky started to swirl. The aura was unparalleled. Zhao Chan was a little worried, but shortly after, a sword intent shield appeared in front of them, isolating them from all aura fluctuations. The girl's expression also changed slightly, and she looked at it very seriously. 5 element power, 5 element power. I didn't expect someone to be able to mix it to such a level. However, he isn't a 5 element body. A soft voice spread out from the girl's mouth. Zhao Chan heard everything clearly from the side, but she didn't say anything. Zhao Chan had long since become accustomed to such a situation. Out of the blue, he could hear some inexplicable words. I've already told you, don't attack, don't attack. Why won't you listen? Or are you deaf because you are old? Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Then, a giant storm swept out and instantly enveloped the few of them. The sky full of sword intents slashed over, one after another, attacking their bodies. Originally, their attacks had been linked together, but in the blink of an eye, their attacks were broken. Instead, they would have to face this impenetrable sword intent attack. There were too many of them. It was boundless. The important thing was the 5 element sword intent, 5 types of power. Qian Mo, you bastard. This time, you conned us. This fellow's 5 element sword intent is much stronger than we thought. We are finished. We definitely can't take it anymore. He actually used his ultimate move. At least fight first. No, we can't take it anymore. Ancestor Qian Mo, where did you offend such a strong enemy? As old monsters, They were really strong. But in the face of this huge storm, he still felt a huge deterrent. Power exploded from their bodies layer by layer, but the sword formation's strength increased too. There was no way they could break it. Apart from blocking, they could only block. They couldn't find any time to counterattack at all. If it was a short period of time, they could still take it. But if it was a long time, they would find it unbearable. Friend, let's talk this out. We are famous people after all. The skinny old man spoke. After that, a beam of sword light exploded in front of them. The entire world turned into a sheet of white light. Not good, this guy is using his killer move again. After the white light, everyone let out a muffled groan. He stood on the snow, but his body was trembling. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths and dripped onto the snow like plum blossoms. You're all so old, I'm not interested in chatting with you. I told you to stand there obediently, so stand there obediently. The 5-element sword will transformed into a huge mountain and instantly pressed down. It was formed by boundless and pure sword will, but to these few people, they could feel the immense aura of death. A mountain of swords suppressed them. In terms of secret techniques and means, how could they be a match for Lin Fei? Right now, Lin Fei's strength was rapidly recovering with every passing second. All of you should be glad that you still have some strength, otherwise, my sword mountain would have killed all of you. More and more sword wounds appeared on their bodies, covering their entire bodies. Only they could experience the terrifying might of that mountain of swords smashing down just now. Just as the other party had said, if it wasn't for the fact that the other party saw that they were quite strong, they might have really been killed by that move just now. After all, this was the 5 elements power. 5 types of powers exploding together wasn't easy to block. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. They didn't even dare to take pills. They were afraid that they would be killed if they did anything. This was a true expert. Ancestor Qian Mo was also covered in wounds. He was the one with the most serious injuries. With a plop, he knelt on the snow. Senior Lin, please spare me. As long as you let me off, I will agree to anything you want me to do. At this moment, Ancestor Qian Mo really panicked. All of them were really strong, but they didn't expect that Lin Fei was stronger than them. The moment he used the 5-element sword will, they couldn't breathe at all. Who knew how many times stronger he was than them? He had exceeded foundation building. The remaining 3 old men all knelt down. If they didn't beg for mercy, who knew when they would be finished? It wasn't easy to live to such an old age. On this trip to the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei was actually here to seek out some secrets. He didn't expect to find such a good thing like the Heaven Connecting token, so he showed mercy just now. He couldn't personally take action for something like the Heaven Connecting token. Luckily, these few people were strong enough to be his fighters. Their status in Kunlun's secret realm was just that in Lin Fei's eyes. He was already quite old, he had more or less used some methods, but it was not so easy to break through to the core condensation realm from the foundation establishment realm. These fellows were actually all false core condensation experts. It wasn't easy to go from fake core formation to true core formation. These people didn't have that ability at all. However, their strength was still solid. It was all thanks to the Tree of Life that Lin Fei had a big move to use. If it was like before, he would have a headache facing these old monsters. Although his physical body was invincible, he was still a little lacking. All of you know how to beg for mercy. Just now, you even knew how to attack. Don't think that just because you are old that you can rely on your seniority. A streak of sword will swept their bodies like a streak of light. It sent them flying and they smashed into the walls. All of them were in a sorry state. In the end, they climbed up once more and knelt on the snow. At this moment, they didn't have the high spirits from before. It is still the same sentence. All of you should be thankful that your strength is still okay. Otherwise, all of you would have died just now. People with some strength are still useful. I am still lacking a few fighters, so you guys are good. This was the first time they realized that there were some benefits to having high strength. At the very least, their strength allowed them to keep their lives. One secret technique caused them to suffer heavy injuries. If he used a few more, they wouldn't be able to live at all. I am willing to be a fighter, I am willing. Ancestor Qian Mo was the first to kowtow. The others also began to kowtow non-stop. They were afraid that Lin Fei would only choose one or two of them. What about the rest? They didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 43:59. After taking them down, things became simple. Lin Fei directly placed restrictions on their bodies. Now that his strength had recovered, he could finally place restrictions. This restriction method was very ancient, and it was not something they could break at all. They might have temporarily submitted, but in truth, they had their own plans. They didn't expect that once the restrictions were placed, they would regret it. They didn't even have a place to cry. That was because this restriction was not an ordinary restriction, but an ancient restriction technique. They couldn't imagine where Lin Fei learned this restriction from. Could it be that this person in front of him was also an old monster? Unfortunately, it was too late. They didn't have the ability to break this restriction. This is my restriction. I think all of you should have had a taste of it. This is just the first stage. Lin Fei had indeed allowed them to experience the methods of the restriction. As expected, it was no different from flying. It wasn't something they could handle. Apart from pain, it was more pain. Then, tell me what secrets there are on Thousand Essence Snow Mountain. I think all of you should be clear about it, right? Lin Fei looked towards Ancestor Thousand Darkness. Ancestor Thousand Darkness said, I will say everything. There is a reincarnation pool on Thousand Essence Snow Mountain. I heard that any reincarnator can obtain an inheritance and activate their memories. Lin Fei didn't really believe it. In his eyes, Kunlun's secret realm wasn't that high. These methods couldn't have been left behind. Our Kunlun secret realm is actually a prison. It's used to exile those sinners. I heard that the reincarnation pool can allow people to reincarnate. What kind of people came down from? Ancestor Qian Mo quickly added. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei heard this. We also heard that reincarnators came from another place. They are used to monitor our Kunlun secret realm. The skinny old man said. The other three nodded their heads. Lin Fei already knew where the three of them came from. He also knew their names. The skinny old man was called Ancestor Musha. Are you sure what you said is true? Lin Fei asked calmly. We are already in such a state. How would we dare to lie to you? 200 years ago, there was still a controller in our Kunlun secret realm. It was just that the controller was killed by the experts of our Kunlun secret realm. That's why there was peace after that. This time, the one who spoke was a short old man. He was called Ancestor 3 Yuan. It was Lin Fei's first time hearing about these secrets. But I heard that the reincarnators were found by Autarch Xinghai after much difficulty. How did they get involved with the controller? Sir, let me talk to you instead. Ancestor Thousand Motes hurriedly wanted to show off. The other three progenitors hated him to the bone. If he didn't leave a good impression in front of Lin Fei, his days would be miserable. They were all controlled by Lin Fei, so he felt that there was nothing to worry about. It was hard to guarantee that the three of them wouldn't secretly deal with him, ancestral founder Thousand Moths. Since he had lost his freedom, it would be easy for them to secretly deal with him. As for whether or not Lin Fei would pay attention to it, that was another matter. Tell me about it. Lin Fei listened unhurriedly. The entire process wasn't long, but he understood the ins and outs. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes indeed had a deeper understanding. In Lin Fei's eyes, this was the true secret of the Kunlun secret realm. Autarch Xinghai is actually just their lackey. Not every reincarnator can reincarnate successfully. But every time they reincarnate, there will be a chance to contact the higher-ups. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes added. For example, this reincarnator is the first one in the past 50 years. It has been a long time since one has appeared. That's why Autarch Xinghai is so anxious. Don't be fooled by his words. In reality, we all know what he's thinking. Ancestor Musha also added. His face was filled with hatred. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Since you guys are so strong, why don't you go and kill this Autarch Xinghai? At the very least, You don't have to worry about the Kunlun secret realm coming up again. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes laughed bitterly. Sir, if we could kill Autarch Xinghai, we would have done so long ago. That fella isn't simple. Don't be fooled by how he is usually outside. In reality, that's just a clone. He has a main body and a clone. He cultivated a powerful clone technique. No, it should be a primordial spirit technique. It's impossible to kill him. When Lin Fei heard this, he was a little surprised. There was actually someone who knew this primordial spirit technique. The other party had cultivated a primordial spirit clone and a main body. Autarch Xinghai's main body is hidden in his palace. That palace is reinforced by a peak-grade array. It's not that we old monsters haven't entered before. However, the moment we entered his palace, we would be affected by the array. Our strength would be suppressed by 30 to 50%. Moreover, Autarch Xinghai's strength would increase explosively. We can't defeat him at all. The three ancestral founders also laughed bitterly. From then on, we didn't dare to fight with Autarch Xinghai anymore. Not many people know about this secret. Only the few of us old fogies know about it. In Lin Fei's opinion, the strength of these few people was still decent. If they really wanted to kill a Autarch, it would be more than enough. After all, they were all Foundation establishment experts. Autarch Xinghai was also very strong. However, compared to them, he was still quite a bit weaker. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be such a secret hidden here. Lin Fei's gaze also turned to the girl. Doesn't that mean that this girl is the one who was captured by the higher-ups? The few of them nodded their heads in agreement. That's why we decided to ambush them here. When they start to reincarnate, we'll destroy them. The Kunlun secret ground mustn't have a controller anymore. Lin Fei hadn't expected that there would be such a secret behind this. At the very least, he understood the entire process now. A long time ago, there was indeed a controller in the Kunlun secret ground. They controlled the Kunlun secret ground. But later on, this controller was killed, and the people of the Kunlun secret ground took over. But 200 years later, there were people who wanted to contact the higher-ups again. Lin Fei couldn't guess that it was because they couldn't break through their cultivation states anymore. Therefore, some people had different ideas. And this Autarch Xinghai was one of them. Perhaps this was what the primordial spirit clone technique was all about. To Lin Fei, it might seem ordinary. But in the eyes of these ancestral founders, it was definitely something of a high grade. Lin Fei felt that this Kunlun secret ground was getting more and more interesting. In that case, you guys should know that since this Kunlun secret ground is valued by someone, there must be a secret about it. I wonder if you guys know about it, or if you guys are just guessing. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4360. Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest shook their heads, indicating that they weren't too sure about this. It seems like there's something important in this Kunlun mystery region. However, we aren't too sure about the specifics. However, Supreme Xinghai should know something. This was what Thousand Motes said in the end. It was as if he didn't say anything. Then I'll go to the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain to find out more. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to get any information from Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest, he might as well go to the peak of the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. There's someone guarding the peak of the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. Do you know who he is? Lin Fei looked at the three of them, Ancestor Qian Mo. They nodded their heads. The person guarding the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain is called Chen Yuanzi. He's a very mysterious fellow. He's not a human, but a special puppet. It's said that he was placed here by someone from the other side. No one has ever been able to defeat this puppet. Puppet living being. Lin Fei felt that this was rather interesting. That's right, it seems to be a puppet creature. However, this puppet creature is very powerful. We've tried it before in the past, but we were no match for it. However, this puppet creature seems to be confined to the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain, unable to come out. Lin Fei was interested to see a puppet on the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. Then let's go take a look. What's Chen Yuanzi's background? I hope he can give me some good information. As Lin Fei spoke, he walked out. Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest followed. Lord Supreme, You won't do anything to her, right? Zhao Chan asked worriedly. Lin Fei said indifferently, don't worry. I'm not like Supreme Xinghai and the rest. Since she's qualified to receive the inheritance, I'll naturally let her receive the corresponding inheritance. When Lin Fei finished speaking, the girl said faintly, I hope to become the real me and not another me. On the girl's face, Lin Fei saw a very determined expression. I hope that Lord Supreme Zun can help me. In my mind, there should be secrets regarding this Kunlun secret realm. As long as you can help me, I will tell you everything, the girl said very seriously. Lin Fei could feel a trace of nervousness and uneasiness from the girl. Just now, Lin Fei's strength was absolutely formidable. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the other two forefathers were completely defeated. Young lady, you're quite smart to know to beg me. Since you've said so, don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Lin Fei turned and walked towards the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. This time, with the protection of Ancestor Thousand Moths and the others, Zhao Chan and the girl walked much faster. Go up. The stronger the snowstorm, the stronger it was. It wasn't something an ordinary person could come up to. Even a supreme being expert would feel a lot of pressure. They walked for 2 hours. Finally, he reached the peak. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. The palace wasn't very big, but it was very dignified. Outside the palace, Lin Fei saw 3 words, Thousand Origin Palace. These 3 words were full of spirit energy and had a special power. Seeing these 3 words, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could actually feel a powerful spiritual power from these 3 words. It seemed like this Chen Yuanzi inside was getting more and more interesting. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others directly pushed open the door. A loud rumbling sound could be heard, as though a huge mountain had been pushed open. Lin Fei walked in. Outside was a world of ice and snow. But inside, it was very warm. It was completely different from the outside. It was completely different from the palace he had imagined. After entering, it was very spacious inside. Apart from the huge pillars, there was nothing else. But in the center, there was a tumbling pool. At the side of the pool stood a statue-like existence. Lord, that's Chen Yuanzi. As long as anyone gets close to the reincarnation pool, he will immediately be activated. As long as one isn't a reincarnator, they will be attacked by him. When ancestral founder Thousand Moths mentioned this Chen Yuanzi, he was still somewhat fearful. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit at this fellow's hands in the past. Lin Fei looked over and did not feel any aura from this Chen Yuanzi. If not for ancestral founder Thousand Moths mentioning it, ordinary people would not be able to detect that this was a puppet. From the first glance, Lin Fei knew that this puppet was definitely a top-notch puppet. It was not something that ordinary puppets could compare to. This was from the hands of a big shot. To be able to use such a puppet to guard the reincarnation pool, it was indeed quite a feat. More importantly, Lin Fei also sensed a powerful array formation aura inside. If there was no accident, this array formation was used to strengthen this Chen Yuanzi. Chen Yuanzi's strength was already very strong. If he added on the array formation's support, it would be unimaginable. No wonder ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were not a match for him. With this kind of array formation and Chen Yuanzi puppet, even if a few more people of their level came, they would not be a match for Chen Yuanzi. After a few decades, someone has come to Thousand Yuanzi Palace again. Without any warning, the motionless Chen Yuanzi puppet actually moved and let out a cold voice. This voice was like 2 stones rubbing against each other. It was abnormally cold and piercing. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others secretly raised their guards and took a deep breath at the same time. However, they were still rather relaxed this time. After all, they had Lin Fei, who was even stronger than them, behind them. His strength was unfathomable. Just like that, Chen Yuanzi puppet turned its head, revealing a cold face. There was no trace of emotion on its face. There was only a cold killing intent. Even before you attacked, you felt that you would definitely be killed by the other party. This was a ridiculous feeling, but Chen Yuanzi really did have such an aura. After Chen Yuanzi turned around, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He had somewhat underestimated this puppet's strength. Who was Lin Fei? He was an immortal rank existence from another world. What had he not seen? He knew this puppet's strength at first glance. It could be seen that the refining method was also very extraordinary. Not bad, you actually brought another reincarnator. Let me see what fate has come from above this time. It's been a long time since I received an order. Chen Yuanzi puppet moved, coming over like a beam of light. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others instantly blocked in front of it. A beam of light instantly exploded in front of them. Hua Lane ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were directly blasted away. I haven't seen you for many years. Your strength still hasn't improved at all. Instead, you've become much weaker. Trash among trash. Before they even attacked, ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were already defeated. Hua La, a wave of sword intent blocked in front of them. Chapter 4361. A shield of sword intent appeared, blocking it completely. At the very least, Ancestor Thousand Moths and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They had still underestimated the strength of the Chen Yuanzi puppet. It was actually so strong. With this fellow overseeing this place, no one could do anything to it. As expected, it was a great expert. So there's an expert like you here. No wonder these fellows all listen to you. Interesting, interesting. The Chen Yuanzi puppet snorted and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei, spear images filling the sky. So this Chen Yuanzi puppet used a spear. The spear was completely golden and refined from special materials. It was naturally incomparably hard and extremely sharp, able to easily pierce through anything. Bang, 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 bang. Like raindrops, cold light constantly flashed in front of Lin Fei. However, there was always a layer of sword intent in front of Lin Fei. When the sword intent was broken, another layer would immediately replace it. It wasn't easy for you to come here. There's no need to fight like this. Can't we just have a nice chat? I'm quite interested in your background. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. The spear images that filled the sky suddenly gathered together, transforming into a huge speck of light that exploded in front of Lin Fei. It was like a flood, vast and boundless, exploding with resplendent power. Lin Fei was as unmoving as a mountain. He still used the sword intent to block in front of him, resisting the might of the Chen Yuanzi puppet's spear. In a short period of time, the Chen Yuanzi puppet had attacked hundreds of times before returning to its original position. You're also a sword intent expert. No wonder you dare to come to the Thousand Origin Hall. The Chen Yuanzi puppet didn't attack again. It only sized up the young man in front of it. There was no change in its expression. It was still as cold as ever, causing one's hair to stand on end. I'm a sword expert. This should be somewhat out of your expectations. But your strength also surprised me. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you on the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others all retreated. They were all injured. That power just now let them know the difference between them. After so many years, Chen Yuanzi had actually become stronger than them. If it weren't for Lin Fei, they would probably have been killed by Chen Yuanzi. Previously, they had planned to come here to take advantage of the situation. But now, it seemed that they had been thinking too much. They had only managed to survive by accident. Seeing that your strength is not bad, submit to me and work for me. I can let you go even further. After all, with your strength, it would be a pity for you to remain at this level, said Chen Yuanzi. You actually know how to recruit others? Looks like you're having a hard time here. However, if you want to recruit me, it will be quite difficult. Why don't I recruit you instead? Lin Fei smiled. For example, if I let you leave the Thousand Origin Mountain and let you regain your freedom, what do you think? From what you're saying, it seems like you don't intend to submit to me. In that case, I can only kill you here. Chen Yuanzi rushed over again. But compared to the previous time, his aura was much stronger this time around. A gigantic formation was activated slowly, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. This fella sure is smart. To think that he knows to activate the formation and raise his strength. A gigantic spear shadow entered Lin Fei's vision. Compared to before, It was more than 70 to 80% stronger. Under this spear, a supreme being would definitely die. By now, Chen Yuanzi's strength had increased tremendously. He had already broken through the foundation establishment stage and reached the core formation stage. Chen Yuanzi's strength was no longer as simple as before. Anyone who met him would die. It was as simple as that. Lin Fei's body was still filled with sword will as he stood in front of Chen Yuanzi. Even if you've raised your strength and broken through the foundation establishment stage, it's still the same. Lin Fei said indifferently, breaking you is as easy as flipping my palm. Hualala hualala. A series of sword wills turned into sword threads and coiled around Lin Fan. They were incomparably tough. Under Chen Yuanzi's attack, although a lot of the sword threads were broken, a large portion of them still couldn't be broken. They coiled around Lin Fan. Lin Fan's left arm, right thigh, all of them were coiled around by the sword threads. Initially, Lin Fan didn't feel much when the sword threads coiled around him. However, as the number of sword threads increased, Chen Yuanzi's speed started to slow down. Chen Yuanzi's speed also started to slow down, and even his hands seemed to be restrained. Do you think that you can restrain me with just these sword threads? You're smart, but you're thinking too much. A ball of green flame appeared on Chen Yuanzi's body. This flame was extremely hot. Even Ancestor Chen Mo and the others subconsciously retreated. It was as though they would be vaporized if they got any closer. Looks like this puppet of yours is quite capable. It even has pill fire. This pill fire can break any technique. Lin Fei glanced at it and wasn't surprised. Even if you have pill fire, it's still useless. Why don't you give it a try? The flame instantly enveloped all the sword threads. The pill fire crackled as it burned the sword threads. Under normal circumstances, the sword threads would have long been broken. However, no matter how the pill fire burned, it was still fine. On the other hand, the sword threads continued to coil around Chen Yuanzi's body. The more they coiled, the more they coiled. His entire body was like a spider web. This time, Chen Yuanzi started to panic. The voice also changed slightly. What kind of sword threads are these? Chen Yuanzi didn't expect the sword threads to be so strong. Even the pill fire couldn't destroy them. One must know that the pill fire was one of his trump cards. With the support of the formation, any technique could be broken. In fact, the moment the pill fire was released, it could easily burn someone to death. I'm starting to panic. Unfortunately, it's too late. The sword threads were still coiling around Chen Yuanzi's body. The pill fire burned even more fiercely. However, Chen Yuanzi couldn't break the sword threads. I know. This is the 5 elemental sword threads. Only the 5 elemental sword threads can block the might of the pill fire. You're actually a 5 elemental expert. Chen Yuanzi, who was struggling, suddenly screamed. It's impossible for a 5 elemental expert to appear in the Kunlun secret realm. Nothing's impossible. Isn't it just a 5 elemental expert? The combination of 5 types of energy will only make one's strength stronger. What does it count for? Lin Fei strode over and a sword light swept across Chen Yuanzi's puppet, sending it flying. Chen Yuanzi was smashed into the ground. The ground was extremely hard. There wasn't even a crack on it. This time, Chen Yuanzi couldn't even stand up. The sword threads had completely trapped him. Chapter 4362. Lin Fei's sword silk wasn't that easy to break. This was the 5-element sword silk, a special sword silk formed from the combination of 5 different powers. If Mo Wuji's pill fire was so easy to break, then the 5-element sword silk wouldn't be so terrifying. It easily broke Chen Yuanzi's technique. Lin Fei's sword intent instantly bombarded Chen Yuanzi's body like a meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuanzi lost the ability to resist. Even if you have the chance to attack, you probably won't be able to unleash your full strength. After all, you're just a puppet. The sword intent bombarded Chen Yuanzi's body, directly forming a seal in his body. A seal formed by sword intent. You actually have such a technique. Chen Yuanzi didn't struggle anymore. He knew that it was useless. The sword silk on his body couldn't be broken, and the source of his power was sealed by sword intent. He had never seen such a sealing technique before. Could it be that you also came from that place? That's impossible. A living person can't come from that place. Lin Fei walked over and smiled. Looks like you know quite a lot. From his words, Lin Fei knew that he definitely knew more secrets. You want me to tell you these secrets? That's impossible, Chen Yuanzi said coldly. Lin Fei wasn't anxious. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it just sealing these memories? That's easy. When the time comes, I'll just break it and grab it myself. I have quite a few techniques. Lin Fei's strength was constantly recovering, and he could use many sacred arts. He really didn't care about a puppet's technique. Let me see just what kind of secrets you have, Wang Zhong said coldly. Lin Fei's pupils suddenly turned black and white as he stared at Chen Yuanzi. How could Chen Yuanzi resist? In an instant, he lost the ability to move. A strand of divine sense directly entered the depths of Chen Yuanzi's sea of consciousness. Compared to a human's sea of consciousness, Chen Yuanzi's sea of consciousness was empty. This was the reason why he was a puppet. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Lin Fei finally discovered a seal. Just as Lin Fei had imagined, the power of this seal sealed the puppet's memories. As long as this seal was touched, the sealed memories would be completely destroyed. This was definitely left behind by an expert. This seal was very special, but Lin Fei didn't care much about it. He didn't break the seal by force. Instead, he opened a hole in the seal. It seemed to be a very difficult thing to do, but it was very easy for Lin Fei. It only took him a bit of effort to solve it. This technique was called the seal-breaking technique. Not only could it break seals, it could also break restrictions. Fortunately, this seal was not very strong, so Lin Fei easily broke it without disturbing the seal left on it. After the seal was broken, Lin Fei directly searched these memories. It felt like only a moment had passed. In reality, it was just like that. Chen Yuanzi had also returned to normal. Just give up. Even if you came from that place, don't even think about obtaining my memories. Chen Yuanzi, who had recovered, didn't even think that his seal had been broken. It just hadn't completely collapsed. Thank you for bringing me so many secrets. Lin Fei smiled. You've been guarding here for so long. It's time for you to rest. This puppet was very powerful, but Lin Fei had already obtained all the memories of the puppet. He also knew the methods left behind on the puppet. It was impossible to control, and this was just a nail left behind by those people. He raised his hand and a sword intent slammed into Chen Yuanzi's forehead. A puppet master collapsed in an instant. After a burst of green smoke, it disappeared without a trace. The outer shell of the puppet was unable to withstand the attack from the inside. Ancestral founder Chen Mo and the others widened their eyes. The expert puppet that they couldn't defeat was destroyed just like that. All right, the problem has been solved. Lin Fei turned back and laughed. Now it's my turn to help you. Lin Fei had already completely read the memories of the puppet. It was just as he had imagined. This Kunlun secret realm was really not ordinary. The girl walked over. There's another soul in your body now. However, this soul isn't complete. This reincarnation pool can only summon half of the remaining soul. That's why you need to come to the reincarnation pool and fuse the two souls together. However, I'll kill him later and give the remaining benefits to you. Since Lin Fei had already figured out the reason, he naturally didn't care about it anymore. To this girl, this was an opportunity. As for how far she could go in the future, that was up to her. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Lin Fei arrived at the reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool contained a special energy. At the very least, the God Tree of Life within Lin Fei's body was starting to move. However, Lin Fei suppressed it. If the God Tree of Life were to make a move, it would definitely suck everything clean. There wouldn't be much left. However, it wasn't the time yet. He was rather interested in those fellows. If he could get a clearer understanding of them, that would be for the best. Rise. Lin Fei let out a low voice. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the reincarnation pool. After obtaining all the memories, everything was under Lin Fei's control. Activating the reincarnation pool wasn't difficult at all. A mysterious aura emanated from the reincarnation pool, following which, a white fog appeared. The moment the white fog appeared, the girl could feel that something was different. "Don't struggle now. I'll guide you." Lin Fei waved his hand. The girl was slowly guided over and landed on the reincarnation pool. The white fog hovered above the girl's head. At the same time, a door slowly opened. The door wasn't big. However, it exuded an unfathomable aura. Lin Fei placed a finger on the girl's forehead. "Come out." A chill spread throughout the Thousand Origin Hall. The ground was covered in a layer of frost. It was bone-chilling and unbearable. The girl slowly opened her eyes, and a chill shot up to the sky. "I can finally leave that damned place." A cold voice rang out. However, the girl had changed completely. A chill enveloped her. Her gaze instantly locked onto Lin Fei. "You actually destroyed Thousand Origin Hall," the girl said coldly. "I know you saw it clearly. I'll give you a chance. Summon the other half of your soul. Otherwise, I'll destroy it right now," Lin Fei said calmly. Chapter 4363. Half of the soul could see everything clearly. The Qian Yuanzi puppet was guarding the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. Naturally, it had its purpose. That was to protect the reincarnation pool. However, it didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to protect the reincarnation pool. Even it was turned to dust. This was what the young man in front of it did. Since when did such an expert appear in Kunlun's secret realm? To this soul, he didn't really care. So what if Kunlun's secret realm's experts were stronger? In front of him, they would still be defeated. "Looks like you're quite confident in your own strength. Then, I'll fulfill your wish and let you see what true strength is." The cold voice carried a trace of coldness. A heart-palpitating aura came from the other end of the tunnel. Lin Fei didn't stop it from the start, allowing it to fuse with this soul. The soul fusion didn't take long. Instead, Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they saw a soul fusing together. That powerful feeling, just the aura alone was enough to make them unable to move. Originally, they thought they were very strong. Only now did they know that in front of these existences, they were indeed too weak. They could kill them easily. To think that they wanted to ambush them here. They were simply thinking too much. Zhao Chan also sucked in a breath of cold air. She was more worried than anyone else. When this soul fused together again, the powerful aura became even thicker and more oppressive. As the girl waved her hand lightly, the entire hall instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Not only that, the entire hall was swept up by wind and snow. It was bone-chilling. The entire place seemed to have become another world. "You can call me Ice Goddess now." Ice Goddess' face was very cold, without a trace of blood. This aura was abnormally strong. Far stronger than Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest. Just casually releasing her aura was enough to make everyone unable to breathe. "You're quite famous." Lin Fei smiled. At this moment, Ice Goddess' strength was indeed unimaginably strong. She even cultivated the power of ice. Even if it was ancestral founder Thousand Moons, they would probably be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and killed before they could even make a move. "Looks like if I don't show you, you'll never know the power of the Outer Realm Masters." The Ice Goddess waved her hand, and in an instant, a chill enveloped Lin Fei. Lin Fei was covered in ice. The attack came so fast that no one could resist at all. They were directly frozen. "You can't even withstand my seal, and you still have the nerve to pretend to be strong in front of me. Catcher, catcher." The ice sculpture cracked in an instant. A faint smile hung on Lin Fei's lips. "Your ice sculpture is indeed quite strong, but it's still lacking in strength." The Ice Goddess waved her hand again, and wave after wave of chilling intent enveloped them. But this time, there was no way to seal Lin Fei. Streaks of sword will swept out, completely slicing apart the frozen power, unable to form a ball. "Your strength is still a little weak. Looks like this Kunlun secret realm is indeed famous, but your strength is only SOSO. In that case, there's no need for me to waste any more time with you. I might as well take you down and check it out myself, Lin Fei said indifferently. He raised his hand and grabbed. His fingers were like a mountain, and like a moon in the water, it instantly landed on the ice goddess. The ice goddess was not so easy to deal with. Although she knew that this person was strong, his strength was a little too much. An ice lotus floated above her head, blocking in front of Lin Fei's palm. Lin Fei's strength wasn't that simple. He pressed down, and catch her, the lotus was instantly torn apart. The ice goddess suddenly panicked. This was the strongest treasure she had brought down, and it could be used for both offense and defense. But in front of this huge hand, it could not unleash its strength. With this grab, the entire void seemed to be sealed. The power of ice couldn't affect this hand at all. The huge hand grabbed down, grabbing onto the ice goddess's neck and lifting her up. I don't hit women, but someone like you is already an old woman, so there's no need to care. Lin Fei carried the woman with one hand and repeatedly punched the ground. The entire ground gave off a loud sound. It was no different from an earthquake. Now, you can scram out. Lin Fei slapped the girl's body. A gentle energy surged into her body. A white-haired figure appeared above the girl's head. But this figure was a spirit body. With a single palm strike, Lin Fei managed to force the spirit body out of his body. As soon as the spirit body came out, the other hand directly grabbed onto the spirit body. Impossible, there can't be such an expert in the Kunlun secret realm. The white-haired spirit body instantly fled. He was absolutely terrified. Kunlun secret realm didn't have any experts or treasures, but such an expert just had to appear. If she was just a physical body, then everything would be fine. But now that she was just a spirit body, it would be easy for him to kill her. Regret, she really regretted it. No matter how fast the spirit body ran, how could she be faster than Lin Fei? His large hand grabbed her in his palm and gently squeezed. The white spirit body was in a terrible state, her entire body had shrunk. Senior, please spare me. Lin Fei stretched his hand back. He opened his palm, only to see that the white spirit body had become extremely weak. That gentle squeeze just now had caused the spirit body's strength to evaporate completely. If Lin Fei had not been merciful, the spirit body would have been completely annihilated. You came from the outside world and still dare to put on airs here. I really don't know what is going on in your head. Lin Fei shook his head. After executing the soul-searching technique, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Lin Fei's soul-searching technique was extremely domineering, directly searching through this ice goddess sea of consciousness. There was a seal in this spirit body as well. Lin Fei didn't mind it. He easily obtained all the memories with ease. The information left behind by the 1000 Yuanzi puppet was outdated, but the memories brought by this ice goddess were real. It was just that the amount of information was a little too much, causing Lin Fei to be surprised. At the same time, he finally understood what was so important in the Kunlun secret realm. It seemed like this Kunlun secret realm was going to be lively. Of course, Lin Fei loved a lively scene. Such an opportunity was rare. Luckily, he managed to make it in time. Fortunately, this spirit body came down as well, otherwise, he wouldn't know about this news. Chapter 4364. After Lin Fei figured out the situation, he immediately erased the consciousness of the ice goddess and turned her into a pure energy body. Lin Fei had many tricks up his sleeves. A mere soul body was nothing to him. He sent the energy body into the girl's body. The girl gradually fell asleep. Lin Fei returned to the reincarnation pool. The remaining reincarnation pool was also a good thing. It was a great supplement for the tree of life and could increase its growth. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all the liquid like a whale sucking in water. In less than a few breaths of time, the reincarnation pool became empty. After that, Lin Fei slammed his palm on the reincarnation pool. A loud rumbling sound echoed out. After a loud rumble, the entire reincarnation pool turned into ruins. Even the palace was affected. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei, including Ancestor Thousand Moths and the rest, flew out. Not long after they came out, the entire Thousand Origin Palace turned into a pile of rubble with a crash. At the same time, it lost the protection of the formation. After a long time, this place really became a snowy mountain peak. Lin Fei smiled and led everyone down the 1000-origin snow mountain. The harvest this time was not small. At the very least, the Tree of Life had gained some nourishment. After descending, Zhao Chan thanked Lin Fei profusely and left with the girl. Lin Fei did not say anything. He had fulfilled his promise to the girl and helped her chase away the second soul in her body. At this moment, the girl was his true self. After settling this matter, Lin Fei did not stay idle. His priority now was to get the Supreme Sky Token. In the soul of the Ice Goddess, he saw many memories. He knew what good stuff was hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm. Therefore, it was urgent. Lin Fei still had to recover his strength. The most efficient way was to get the Supreme Sky Token. The four of you can't stay idle either. Go and snatch the Heavenly Connection Token back for me. I don't care if it's 1 against 1 Ji-Zun or all four of you at once. I want to see the Heavenly Connection Token in the shortest time possible. With Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and these 4 fighters, Lin Fei couldn't waste them. He had to make use of them and snatch back the Sky-Piercing Token as quickly as possible. As long as he could snatch the remaining 9 Skylink medallions back and let the Divine Tree of Life absorb them, his strength would rise by a large margin. Then, he would be able to face anything that came his way. Before knowing the secret, Lin Fei didn't think much of it, but after knowing it, he was still a little surprised. The background of the Kunlun mystic realm was truly not small. I'll wait for you inside. The area around the 1000-origin Great Snow Mountain was very quiet. Therefore, Lin Fei did not plan to go anywhere else. He decided to let the Tree of Life absorb this nourishment first. As for the rest, it was just a small matter. Lin Fei believed that Ancestor 1000 Moths and the others would be able to handle this matter well. After all, with so many of them, dealing with a Supreme was a piece of cake. If they couldn't even handle this small matter, then they were too useless. After they left, they did not plan to act alone. Instead, they planned to deal with a Supreme with 4 people. This way, they had more assurance. The first power they went to deal with was a faction. They directly barged into this family and forced them to hand over the Sky-Piercing Token. Of course, they were unhappy. Hence, they made a big move. In the end, it was still Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others who obtained a Sky-Piercing Token. Towards these 4 people making a move, everyone was very shocked. Following the investigation, they realized that these few were all ancient existences. More importantly, for some reason, these 4 fellows actually started to snatch the Sky-Piercing Token. In the eyes of outsiders, it might not be known yet. But in this top-notch circle, everyone knew that this Sky-Piercing Token had fortuitous encounters. It was left behind by the Kunlun mystic realm's strongest Sky-Piercing sovereign. Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others did not plan to hide any traces. After all, if they wanted to snatch this Sky-Piercing Token, they could only fight it out. Therefore, the news would naturally spread. Luckily, Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others were fast. After snatching 4 Sky-Piercing Tokens in one go, they only met with resistance. This was something they had long expected. If there was no resistance, they could only watch helplessly as Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others continued to snatch the Sky-Piercing Tokens. That situation would not be good. When they met, they would naturally fight it out. No one gained any advantage. But at the very least, Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others obtained 4 Sky-Piercing Tokens and successfully retreated. The remaining 5 tokens were in the hands of the sovereigns. Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others also went to ambush the sovereigns. But this time, these sovereigns had learned their lesson. They actually gathered together, increasing the difficulty in an instant. After trying a few times, they had no choice but to retreat. They left for a month. And in this month's time, Lin Fei's strength increased by quite a bit again. Lord, we only managed to snatch back 4 Sky-Piercing Tokens. Those people seemed to have long been prepared. We also underestimated their strength. Ancestral Founder 1000 Moths and the others returned. They brought back 4 Sky-Piercing Tokens. Lin Fei did not expect Ancestral Founder Thousand Moths and the others to be able to bring back all of the sky-piercing tokens. If that was really the case, Ancestral Founder Thousand Moths and the others would not hide like this. With these 4 sky-piercing tokens, Lin Fei was already quite satisfied. At the very least, he did not look forward to it in vain. Although it did not reach the expected 5 or 6 tokens, 4 sky-piercing tokens was enough. With these 4 sky-piercing tokens, his strength would increase by a huge amount. At the very least, he would be able to break through to core formation great perfection. Don't look at how 4 sky-piercing tokens were a lot. Lin Fei's foundation was originally very solid. So his injuries recovered very slowly. Being able to increase his strength to core formation great perfection was already not bad. That ice goddess was only at core formation initial stage. Compared to Qian Yuanzi, she was undoubtedly a true core formation expert. Qian Mo, you guys really know how to run. To actually serve a young man, it was not in vain that we chased you all the way here. A few figures walked out from the snowstorm. Seeing these 4 people coming out, Ancestral Founder Thousand Moth's face sank. He looked at Lin Fei respectfully and said, "Lord, they are the remaining 4 experts of Kunlun's secret realm. Along the way, they fought with us quite a few times. I didn't expect that they would really dare to chase up to us." Actually, when Ancestral Founder Thousand Moths came in, Lin Fei had already sensed the commotion. To have such a powerful aura, they should at least be on the same level as Ancestral Founder Thousand Moths and the others. Lin Fei looked at them indifferently. "You did well this time. You found me a few more fighters. This way, it will be easier for me to obtain the sky-piercing token." Chapter 4365. From the moment Ancestor Qian Mo and the others made their move, Lin Fei knew that someone would target them sooner or later. It all depended on whether or not those people took the bait. If they took the bait, he would be able to get a few free fighters. From the looks of it, it was quite effective. 4 experts came. The 4 of them were indeed experts. Their strength was similar to Ancestor Qian Mo's, and they might even be slightly stronger. When they heard this, their faces sunk. They didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant. He actually dared to ask them to be his fighters. No one had ever dared to speak to them like that. Even if there were, they would have turned into skeletons now. "I don't know what right a young man like you have to say such words. Since you dare to cause trouble in the Kunlun secret realm, you have to ask for our permission first." The leader snorted lightly. With a swoosh, Lin Fei directly released a giant storm. The storm was formed purely from sword intent. The 5 elements sword intent instantly enveloped their bodies, and thousands of attacks came crashing down. "You guys had better block this sword intent storm first. If you can't, it can only mean that you don't have the strength. Then, you can only be free fighters." The sword intent storm formed from the 5 elements sword intent was extremely strong. With just a single move, these experts were heavily injured. They had taken out all their defensive methods, but they still couldn't block the sword intent storm's assault. The sword intent continued to enter their bodies to wreak havoc. They couldn't block it at all. No matter how strong their physical bodies were, they would collapse under the endless attacks. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense with these people. He used the sword intent storm to suppress them. Anyway, even Ancestor Qian Mo and the others couldn't block it, much less them. Lin Fei successfully gained 4 more free fighters. At the same time, in the Kunlun secret realm, a mighty and domineering middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of spirited eyes, filled with boundless dominance. This person was one of the 6 Supremes, Supreme Xinghai. He was also the strongest one. At this moment, Supreme Xinghai suddenly stood up and returned to the secret room. A statue was enshrined in the secret chamber. The statue was made of mahogany, but there was no face on the mahogany. It was a faceless wooden statue, but it gave off an unfathomable aura. Autarch Xinghai half knelt. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the wooden sculpture. In an instant, the wooden sculpture released a red light and an illusory figure descended from the sky. This figure was very illusory, no different from an ethereal being. It was as if it would vanish with a light touch. "Xinghai, Master, what can I do for you? Autark Xinghai was extremely excited. It had been a long time since he had activated this statue. This was left behind by his master. As long as he sensed something, he would be able to activate the statue. However, the number of times he could activate it wasn't many. Now, there were only 2 more times left. Autark Seawalker remembered that the last time he had activated it was 130 years ago. By now, he had already become the #1 expert of the Kunlun secret realm. He wanted to stabilize his position as the #1 supreme being. Your senior sister, the ice goddess, is dead. The 1000 UNZ puppet I left on the 1000 Origin Snow Mountain has also been destroyed. His voice was neither soft nor heavy, but it was filled with boundless rage. Autark Xinghai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Master, I really didn't know about this. If nothing unexpected happens, someone should have come down. Your only mission right now is to protect this item. There's less than a month before it truly comes out. You have to protect it during this period of time. Autark Xinghai's gaze turned extremely resolute. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely protect this item. It won't be that easy for them to enter. I'll send someone else down as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be able to assist him. So long as that item emerges, you'll be able to leave the Kunlun secret realm. When that happens, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Autark Xinghai's face was filled with excitement. Even if I have to throw caution to the wind, I'll still be able to protect it. The exchange didn't last long. The illusory figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, instantly disappearing. Autark Xinghai rose to his feet once more. I've waited for so many years. To think that someone would still come and cause trouble at a time like this. Don't blame me, Autark Xinghai, for being impolite. In the past, Autark Xinghai wasn't the strongest Autark. In fact, he himself was only a Xiantian. But because of a stroke of fortune, his strength skyrocketed, and he eventually became the strongest of the 6 Autarks. He'd been guarding this treasure mountain for 380 years now. He was just about to achieve success, but someone had come down. This was something Autark Xinghai would never allow. He didn't care who it was. Anyone who dared to covet this item would be his enemy. He wouldn't let them off lightly. Autark Xinghai was constantly thinking about leaving the Kunlun secret realm. If he continued to train here, he would never be able to break through again. And he only had a month left. If he performed well this time, nobody would be able to stop him from leaving the Kunlun secret realm. Autark Xinghai walked out of the secret room. He arrived at the palace. He rang the sacred bell. From today onwards, the mountain will be sealed for a month. Autark Xinghai's voice rang out within the palace. At the same time, send someone to the 1000 Origin Great Snow Mountain to understand the situation. I want to know what exactly is going on as soon as possible. On the other side, Lin Fei wasn't idling around either. He already knew the cause and effect of this. Because there was actually a natural treasure in the Kunlun secret realm. Autark Xinghai was the one guarding this natural treasure. That was why he was so strong and had the primordial spirit technique. 1 master and 1 clone. Based on the current time, Lin Fei had to increase his strength first. Fortunately, the 4 Heaven Ascension tokens had been absorbed by the Tree of Life. His strength had increased tremendously once again. Lin Fei had easily stepped into the Jedan realm in one go with the help of the recovery ability of these 4 travel tokens. He was slightly tempted by the natural treasure as well. However, the information he received didn't mention what this natural treasure was. As long as it was a natural treasure, it wouldn't be too far off. As for the remaining few Heaven Ascension tokens, Lin Fei decided to personally ask for them. It would be good for everyone if he handed them over politely. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have no choice but to be ruthless. In this Kunlun secret realm, he was only interested in the Heaven Ascension tokens and the natural treasure. As for the others, he wasn't interested in them at all. 6 days later. Lord, those few supremes should be on this mountain. Ancestor 1000 Moths had already come back after asking around. That was because Lin Fei was lucky. Those supremes were actually together. Clearly, It was also because of primogenitor Qian Mo's actions during this period of time that made them feel apprehensive. Thus, they grouped together to become even stronger. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4366. Lin Fei was most afraid that these Supremes would all go into hiding. Now that they were all gathered on Mount Six Directions, it was for the best. There was a Supreme on Mount Six Directions, called Sovereign Six Directions. And now, the remaining 5 Supremes were all here. These 5 Supremes were also the strongest force that could contend against Supremes Xinghai. It was precisely because these 5 autarchs had joined forces that autarch Xinghai had been unable to fully control the power of these 5 autarchs. Right now, they seemed to be minding their own business. The only time they worked together was for the sake of entering the divine dragon mystical realm. They had all suffered a loss then. Now that they were gathered together, it was because Ancestor Qian Mo and the others had openly gone to fight for the sky-piercing token. The lower circles might not know, but there were only a few Supremes. Naturally, they knew about this. Thus, they could not help but work together. Who are you people? This is Mount Six Directions. Without permission, no one can enter. There were people guarding the path up the mountain, and they were not weak. Ancestor Qian Mo and the others waved their hands and repelled them. At this time, within the palace of Mount Six Directions, the 5 Supremes were sitting together drinking tea, but their minds were not on the tea. If it was any other time, they would have started discussing. Not long ago, they received a piece of news. It was regarding Sovereign Xinghai. He had actually sealed the mountain, forbidding anyone from entering. This news came out of nowhere, and they could not help but be shocked. Ever since Supremacy Xinghai became the #1 supremacy, there had never been such a thing as sealing off the sect. More or less, they all had spies under autarch Xinghai's wing. But this time, they did not receive any news. This news came out of nowhere. The 5 Supremes could not help but feel anxious. Their greatest enemy was Sovereign Xinghai. As long as Sovereign Xinghai did not break through, there was nothing for them to be nervous about. However, if Supreme Xinghai were to make a breakthrough to that level, it would be the most unacceptable scene for them. At that time, the entire Kunlun secret realm would fall into the hands of Sovereign Xinghai. Even though the 5 Supremes were not weak. But if they really fought, they had no chance of winning. Outside, they would barely be able to fight to a draw. And this was under the condition that they couldn't kill their way into Supremacy Xinghai's sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight to a draw. Sovereign Xinghai was able to borrow the power of the sect's array formation, and his strength surpassed the combined strength of the 5 of them. Could it be that Xinghai is about to make his breakthrough, which is why he's sealing off the mountain? Still, this is a little too much of a disturbance. It doesn't seem like autarch Xinghai's style, the short autarch Skywalker said. I don't think it's possible either. He sealed the mountain for a breakthrough. He wouldn't be so brazen. Could it be that he's planning to play some tricks? No matter what, we can't take this matter lightly. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. It's best to test it out. After fighting for so many years, everyone understood Supreme Xinghai's style very well. The possibility of a breakthrough was very low. However, if he wasn't making a breakthrough, then what exactly was Exalt Xinghai doing? That was the thing that was bothering them the most. Sir, it's not good. Someone has broken in. A figure rushed in, gasping for breath. The 6 Unity Supremacy stood up, his expression darkening. Do you know who it is? The 6 Unity Supremacy was the youngest of the 5 Supremacies, having made his breakthrough 90 years ago. He was one of the more hot-tempered ones. After all, he was still lacking in terms of temperament and temperament. Upon hearing that someone had broken into Mount 6 Unity, he was in a bad mood. Long time no see, 6 Unity Supremacy. You 5 Supremacies have gathered quite well today. Before this person could say anything, a voice rang out from behind. The moment the 6 Unity Supremacy heard this voice, he subconsciously blurted out, Progenitor 1000 Motes, it's you guys. Autarch Xinghai had sealed off the mountain, and Progenitor 1000 Motes had come looking for Mount 6 Unity. The expressions of the 5 Supremacies turned somewhat ugly. Before one wave had even subsided, another had arisen. Autark Xinghai's side wasn't easy to deal with. Now, another progenitor Thousand Motes had appeared. More importantly, this progenitor Thousand Motes wasn't just one person, but several. They had already clashed last time, and were completely unable to capture progenitor Thousand Motes and the others. They had no chance of winning at all. When they saw progenitor Thousand Motes, their expressions darkened even more. This time, there were actually even more people. There were a total of 8 of them. The auras of these 8 were all much stronger than theirs. At this moment, they knew that they were in deep trouble. There was even a young man in front of them. He was extremely young, and they didn't recognize him at all. However, it was precisely this young man that gave them a dangerous aura. Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others only had ordinary dangerous auras. Then, this young man had an extremely dangerous aura. It was a very subtle feeling. Since everyone is here, then things are simple. Hand over the Supreme Sky Token, and everyone can go their own ways. Nothing will happen. Progenitor Thousand Motes snorted coldly. If you don't hand it over, then the 8 of us will have to make a move and have a big fight. At that time, your Mount 6 Unity won't be able to hold on any longer. It might even be destroyed. The 5 Supremacies didn't understand at all why Progenitor Thousand Motes wanted the Supreme Sky Token. Although this Supreme Sky Token was not bad, it wasn't worth Progenitor Thousand Motes' attention. Could it be because of this young man? At this moment, they really didn't dare to make a move. Because once they did, there was no chance of victory at all. They might even be injured as well. This young man was just standing there casually, but he gave them a sense of deadly danger. Without a doubt, as long as this young man made a move, they would definitely die. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but it was this kind of thinking that constantly reminded them that they definitely couldn't make a move. You should have heard my subordinate's words. Hand over the Supreme Sky Token. You're good, I'm good, and everyone's good. Lin Fei laughed. Being able to trap all 5 supreme martial artists here at once was indeed the best thing that could happen. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move personally. These 8 experts alone would be able to suppress these 5 supremacies. Obtaining the Supreme Sky Token would also be a simple matter. The 5 supremacies looked at each other. It was time to make a choice. Either they fought, or they handed over the Supreme Sky Token. The former would suffer the greatest losses, while the latter basically wouldn't suffer any losses. Although they didn't have the Supreme Sky Token, to them, it was just a little slower in their cultivation. It wasn't much. But if the former were to be injured, then that would be the biggest problem. Friend, are you sure you only want the Supreme Sky Token and nothing else? The 6 Unity Supremacy asked. I'm only interested in this Supreme Sky Token. I really don't care about anything else. So, as long as you hand over the Supreme Sky Token, it'll be as if nothing happened. Chapter 4367. In the end, the 6 Directions Supremes still chose to hand over the Heaven-Piercing Token. They really couldn't beat him. Under such circumstances, if they still went up to fight, they would definitely suffer. They weren't that stupid. Clearly, this young man's background was very big. It was hard for them to imagine. After handing over the Heaven-Piercing Token, they were still a little worried. If this young man suddenly attacked, they had to be on guard. Fortunately, what they were most worried about didn't happen. After handing over the Heaven-Piercing Token, the other party didn't even look like he wanted to attack. If this friend is here for the Heaven-Piercing Token, then I suggest you go to the treasure house. There's still a Heaven-Piercing Token there. I heard that they even know the origin of the Heaven-Piercing Token. I wonder if it's true. The 6 Directions Supremes suddenly said. After obtaining this Heaven-Piercing Token, Lin Fei was rather happy. If he absorbed another wave, his strength would be able to rise again. Hearing this news so coldly, Lin Fei was a little surprised. He could even hear the whereabouts of a Heaven-Piercing Token. From Ancestor Thousand Mo's words, Lin Fei also knew that this Heaven-Piercing Token wasn't limited to the ones that appeared now. He heard that there were more, but outsiders didn't know about it. He didn't expect to hear it here. My lord, this Myriad Treasures Tower is very interesting. No one knows its origins, but this Myriad Treasures Tower has a lot of rare items. It can be said that in the entire Kunlun secret realm, there is no place with more treasures than this myriad treasures tower, primogenitor Qianmo said. Treasure house. There's such a place. Are you sure there's a heaven-piercing token in this treasure house? Lin Fei looked at this Six Directions Supremes. Right now, he didn't lack anything but this heaven-piercing token. Every piece would mean that he could recover a portion of his strength. The stronger he was, the better. They had been plotting in this Kunlun mystic realm for so many years for a treasure that was about to appear. When that time came, the people who came down would definitely be stronger. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had seen such a situation. Moreover, Lin Fei also wanted to know where the heaven-piercing token originated from. Even now, Lin Fei had no idea why the Tree of Life was so interested in the Skyline token. If there was a chance, Lin Fei had to figure out how his body could recover so quickly. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei, and he had to seize it. Now that he had a chance to recover his strength, the origin of the heaven-reaching token was of utmost importance. Through this clue, he could follow it all the way. This was one of Lin Fei's current goals. The Six Directions Sovereign nodded his head and said, "There's no way this information is wrong. I have people in the Bountiful Treasures Tower who happen to know about this news. It's just that they didn't spread it out. If you're interested in this Supreme Sky token, you can head over. However, the Bountiful Treasures Tower is very strong. It's said that Sovereign Xinghai has some connections with them." While the Six Directions Supremacy was speaking, Lin Fei was also paying attention to him. He believed that the Six Directions Supremacy would not dare to lie, as there was not even a hint of fluctuation. Then this Myriad Treasures Tower became rather interesting. Lin Fei turned around and left. He did not make a move. To the Six Directions Supremacy and the other four supremacies, this was the best thing that could happen. They would only heave a sigh of relief if they did not fight. If they really fought, they, the supremacies, would not be enough. Since when did such a ferocious person appear in the Kunlun mystery realm? Six Directions, why did you tell this person about the Bountiful Treasures Tower? If this news were to spread to the Bountiful Treasures Tower, they might think that we did it on purpose, Supremacy Skypath could not help but say. The Six Directions Supremacy said indifferently, "Don't you guys think that this is an opportunity? Even someone like this has appeared. Do you think that the Kunlun mystery realm will be able to return to peace in a short period of time? I'm just saying the most ordinary thing. Even if I don't say it, this person will find out about it sooner or later. Do you think there's any difference?" When the remaining supremacies heard this, they also felt that the Six Directions Supremacy's words made sense. If they were to spread the news now, they would leave a good impression. If they were to bump into this person again in the future, at the very least, they wouldn't end up in a sorry state. The Six Directions Supremacy could be considered to have done a good deed. At the same time, far away in a large city, inside a majestic ancient building, a figure quickly pushed open a door and walked in. "Tower Lord, I've just received news that the Six Directions Supremacy and the others were robbed." The Supreme Sky tokens in their hands were snatched away by a mysterious young man. Furthermore, that young man is rushing towards our place. In a brightly lit room sat a middle-aged man. He wore a crown on his head and was drinking tea unhurriedly. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change at all. The Six Directions Supremacy and the others were also robbed. This is interesting. Looks like that thing is about to appear. Oxhead and Horseface have all appeared. The middle-aged man slowly sipped a few mouthfuls before putting down the cup. "If they want to come to our Bountiful Treasures Tower as guests, we'll open our doors and welcome them. Our Bountiful Treasures Tower is a business." The middle-aged man's words surprised the person who came in to report. "But I heard that Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others are among these people. They are all experts of the older generation. I'm afraid that they've come with ill intentions. I heard that they've come for the Supreme Sky token. That's why I said that you're a little timid. Don't forget what our Bountiful Treasures Tower does. Even if they're interested in the Supreme Sky token, we can still work together." The middle-aged man spoke unhurriedly. Even though he knew that Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others were coming, his expression was extremely calm. What you need to do now is to arrange for people to keep an eye on them and make the necessary preparations. If the sky is going to rain and a mother is going to get married, we can't stop it. I'd rather like to meet this young man and see who exactly sent him down. He actually managed to recruit progenitor 1000 motes and the others in one go. He's quite capable. The person who came in to report retreated, and the room fell silent again. The middle-aged man poured himself another cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly. Sovereign Xinghai, let's see how you're going to protect this treasure. Could it be that you sealed off the mountain to increase your strength? If that's the case, you're thinking too simply of this matter. Lin Fei didn't know that the news of his arrival had been leaked. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After spending 2 days on the road, Lin Fei had refined all the supreme sky tokens. His strength had risen by a large margin. The divine water of life continuously flowed through his body, allowing his injuries to heal continuously. This rate of recovery was practically visible to the naked eye. After tasting this sweetness, Lin Fei became more and more interested in the supreme sky token. He felt that the origins of this supreme sky token were definitely not simple. Chapter 4368. The treasure house was very easy to find. At the very least, it was not difficult for Lin Fei. Along the way, he arrived at the small town where the treasure house was located without any obstructions. If not for ancestor Qian Mo mentioning it, he really did not dare to believe that the treasure house was here. This small town was very prosperous. Indeed, one could not tell that there was such a treasure house in this place. However, in the most important place of the town, there was a luxurious mansion. No, it should be called an ancient building. This building was very tall and had a majestic aura. It was unique in this small town. Lord, this is the treasure house. It is the most special place in our Kunlun mystic realm. I heard that if you want to enter the treasure house, you need a membership card, and each membership card requires a valuable treasure. Lin Fei was already standing in front of the treasure house. He released his spiritual sense and discovered that this treasure house was actually maintained by a large formation. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it. This made Lin Fei very surprised. Up until now, there was really nothing that he could not penetrate. This treasure house could be considered an accident. It was no wonder that it could become the most special place in the Kunlun mystic realm. Such an interesting place, I have to go in and experience it no matter what. Lin Fei strode into this treasure house. The people of the treasure house did not stop him. Instead, someone took the initiative to welcome him. This must be Lin Fei. Our Myriad Treasures Tower's Tower Master is waiting for you upstairs. This person who came up to greet them was a steward of the treasure house, and he said enthusiastically. Instead, the expressions of ancestor Qian Mo and the rest behind Lin Fei changed slightly. They did not expect that the moment he left Mount Liu He, the treasure house would know. Someone must have leaked the news. Lin Fei did not care much. So it is your treasure house lord who is waiting for me. All right, lead the way. As for the news spreading, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Since it could become the most special existence in the Kunlun mystic realm, it would not be difficult to know his whereabouts. Moreover, this time, Lin Fei had swaggered over without any concealment. Perhaps this news was spread by one of the 5 supreme beings. It was also possible that it was not spread by the 5 supreme beings. For it to be able to become a special existence in the Kunlun mystic realm, there had to be something extraordinary about it. This was something that Lin Fei would never deny. Following the steward, Lin Fei went upstairs. Our OP is in there. The manager brought Lin Fei and the others upstairs and stood in front of a room. You guys can stay outside, Lin Fei said. He pushed the door open and walked in. He was preparing to meet this pavilion master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. You should be the Lin Fei who came from the secular world. I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. You actually subdued ancestral founder 1000 moths and the other old things. In front of a dark red tea table, a middle-aged man sat. He raised the teacup in his hand towards Lin Fei. If you don't mind, how about sitting here and having a cup of tea and a chat? Lin Fei took a look at this pavilion master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and felt that it was a little unbelievable. The other party's strength was a little strong. He actually had his strength sealed in his body. I heard that your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is very mysterious. This tea should be pretty good. I don't mind having a cup. Lin Fei walked over and sat in front of the middle-aged man with a smile. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master picked up a pot of tea and poured a cup for Lin Fei. Try this tea and how is it? From this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master, Lin Fei did not sense any killing intent. There was only an extremely peaceful aura. Lin Fei did not drink it directly. He first took a whiff. Your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's tea is pretty good. After drinking it, it can even raise one's mental strength. It's quite valuable. Before Lin Fei even started drinking, he already smelled the fragrance. After smelling it thrice, he picked up the teacup and drank it slowly. As expected of someone who came down from above. Ordinary people really don't know your background. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master laughed. Then, he refilled Lin Fei's cup. Lin Fei knew that the other party had already misunderstood him. The other party could find out detailed information about him outside, but he really did not know the specifics. This was very normal. It seemed like this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion still had a certain connection with the people above. It was normal for the other party to not be able to see his background. As for the things that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion took out, in front of Lin Fei, it was just that. There was really nothing worth paying attention to. Of course, this Kunlun mystic realm was definitely different. After drinking a few cups of tea, he put down the teacup. Since you already know where I came from, then I'll just say it directly. I'm rather interested in this sky-piercing token. I wonder if your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion can part with it and hand it over to me. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master was also sizing up this Lin Fei. Indeed, he could not see through Lin Fei's background. He only knew that Lin Fei came from above and was very calm. It was just that he was a little surprised about this sky-piercing token. His expression also turned a little strange, but it soon returned to normal. Brother Lin, you want this sky-piercing token? Don't you know the origins of this sky-piercing token? The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master laughed. Lin Fei said indifferently, to me, this sky-piercing token is just an interesting thing. Since it can appear in this Kunlun mystic realm, I naturally have to take all of them. Even though he did not ask anything, Lin Fei could indeed tell from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master's eyes that this sky-piercing token was a good thing in this Kunlun mystic realm. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master clapped his hands. A person walked in from outside. It was the manager from before. He held a tray in his hand and placed it on the tea table. On the tray were 2 sky-piercing tokens. These are the 2 sky-piercing tokens of our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. I'll give them to Brother Lin now. Lin Fei took a look at the sky-piercing token but did not take it. He knew that since the sky-piercing token was taken out, there would definitely be a price to pay if he wanted to obtain it. It all depended on what this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master wanted to say. I didn't expect that your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion would have 2 sky-piercing tokens. I've never taken other people's things for free. I wonder if Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master has anything to say? Just say it. I won't get angry. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master smiled and said, isn't it just 2 sky-piercing tokens? It's nothing more than the trunk of the second god tree. It's a treasure here, but what kind of treasure is it above? I just hope that when we open the treasure, Brother Lin can cooperate with our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Lin Fei was able to glean some useful information. The second god tree. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why the Tree of Life was so interested in this sky-piercing token. So this was the second god tree. No wonder. Chapter 4369. What was the second god tree? Of course, Lin Fei knew. He knew better than most people what it was. The second god tree was the heavenly tree. It was also very strong. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would encounter the heavenly tree. Lin Fei finally understood why the god tree of life was so interested in this thing. Wasn't the first god tree the god tree of life? It had the ability to devour all kinds of special tree species. Now, the truth was finally out. Previously, Lin Fei had guessed whether it was the same kind of thing as the God Tree of Life. But after he studied this token, he realized that it wasn't what he imagined. So he didn't continue guessing. Now, it seemed like the heavenly token did have some tricks up its sleeve. More importantly, Lin Fei got to know another piece of news from the treasure house. There seemed to be quite a number of heavenly token up there, far more than the few in the Kunlun mystic realm. This was a good thing for Lin Fei. He had plenty of opportunities to get his hands on it, and he could increase his strength. This trip had not been in vain. Lin Fei had obtained the best piece of news. It was more valuable than anything else in the world. This treasure house master was a good person. He even revealed such important news. Perhaps the treasure house master didn't even know that he had told such good news to Lin Fei. In the past, I wasn't interested in the supreme token. But now, I feel that the supreme token isn't too bad. After all, it's the second divine tree. It just so happens that I'm going to forge a treasure that I can use. So, I started collecting the supreme token. Lin Fei found a reason very casually. Since it was the second god tree, there would definitely be people who had ideas about it. Compared to refining a treasure, this was quite possible. The treasure house master was indeed quite curious. After all, although the heavenly token was not bad, that was in the Kunlun mystic realm. In other places, it was just ordinary. There were benefits, but they were more or less useless. It would be a waste to throw it away, but it was useless to take it. Now that Lin Fei said that he wanted to refine this second divine tree into a treasure, the Myriad Treasures Pagoda Master felt that it was rather interesting. This Lin Fei definitely had nothing better to do, yet he still dared to refine treasures. After coming out from the second divine tree, countless people had the thought of refining treasures. However, in reality, not many people had succeeded because the difficulty level was too high. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Master didn't think too much about it. In the end, this Lin Fei would definitely fail. No one had ever succeeded in refining a treasure using the second god tree. Initially, Lin Fei had wanted to ask about the specific situation of the second divine tree. However, he decided not to do so on second thought. After all, now that they had mistakenly thought that he came from above, he naturally had to have the awareness of someone above. Asking about the second divine tree was tantamount to revealing a flaw. After he obtained this treasure, he would naturally make another trip to the treasure house. At that time, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord would definitely have a good chat with him. Let's forget about it for now. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Tower Master of Bountiful Treasures, I'm very happy that you've given me 2 heavenly connection tokens. However, you'd better tell me what you're thinking. Cooperation is cooperation, but we can talk about it in detail. I don't like to take things from others for free. If you don't say it, I'll leave. At least, I've received your kind intentions. Lin Fei pretended to stand up. Lin Fei was quite familiar with these people in the business world. To dare to take out 2 Supreme Heaven tokens, there must be a purpose. Although Lin Fei could take it now, it wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. As long as the price of these 2 Supreme Heaven tokens was stated, Lin Fei would naturally take it away. Of course, Lin Fei could also snatch this Supreme Heaven token. Although the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was quite strong, his strength had already broken through the core condensation level and reached the golden core level. Therefore, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was really not his opponent. Even if he had a special treasure, it was the same. However, given the current situation, Lin Fei still had to be careful. This was interesting. Otherwise, everyone's eyes would be focused on him. At that time, it would not be easy to take this treasure. A lion still used all its strength to catch a rabbit. It could be imagined that once Lin Fei exposed his terrifying strength, he would naturally become the bird that stood out. Usually, the bird that stood out did not have a good ending. Now that Lin Fei was in the light and they were in the dark, who knew what other means they had? But if Lin Fei was in the dark, then everything was in Lin Fei's control. This was the most interesting thing. Lin Fei believed that since he came, this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord must have his own thoughts. Moreover, The other party had also checked his background. If he didn't have any thoughts, then it would be a lie. So Lin Fei intended to test the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord to see what he had in mind. Hence, Lin Fei assumed a posture of standing up. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was also somewhat unable to come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would actually leave just like that. This was completely different from his judgment. He did not see that the other party actually robbed the heaven-piercing token from the hands of 5 sovereigns for the sake of the heaven-piercing token, and even came for the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Then now, he actually did not want the heaven-piercing token anymore, turning around and leaving. What kind of trick was this? The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord naturally would not let Lin Fei leave just like that. Otherwise, he would have done this for nothing. Since the other party wanted to make a declaration, then the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord did not mind having a good chat with the other party either. Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's talk things out. Since you don't want to take this heaven-piercing token for nothing, then I'll also be frank with you. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord stood up and invited Lin Fei to sit back down again, pouring another cup of tea. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of tea. He wanted to hear what this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord had to say. He knew that this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord definitely knew a lot of news. Although Lin Fei also knew quite a bit, compared to this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord, it was definitely far inferior. This point, Lin Fei was still rather confident in his heart. Actually, this matter isn't much either. It's just that this heaven and earth treasure is about to appear. The experts from various families are all going to come down. At that time, it'll become lively. And I hope that when the heaven and earth treasure appears, Brother Lin can help our Myriad Treasures Pavilion bring some things back. Lin Fei even thought that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord would make him go kill people and set fires. Now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. And this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord knew quite a lot of situations, and even knew to collect things when the heaven and earth treasure appeared. Turns out that your Myriad Treasures Pavilion is still planning this. Looks like you've also found quite a few people, right? After all, when the heaven and earth treasure appears, there are quite a few things in the surroundings that are accompanying it. Chapter 4370. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long and left. But he also made an agreement with the Lord of the Myriad Treasures. As long as he obtained the accompanying item of this treasure, he would definitely trade it with the Myriad Treasures House. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House also promised that as long as he had the accompanying item, the Myriad Treasures House could go and find the Tongtian token. Their ability was quite big. What kind of person do you think this Lin Fei is? I can't see through his details. It seems that there are some problems with the information you investigated. This Lin Fei is not as simple as you think. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House stood in front of the window and looked down, just in time to see Lin Fei leave with his people. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House frowned slightly, and behind him, there were several black figures, half kneeling on the ground and listening silently. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House thought that he could see through Lin Fei, but he didn't expect this guy to have some ability. Fortunately, the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House didn't do anything excessive. Instead, he gave out 2 Tongtian tokens. For him, these 2 Tongtian tokens were nothing, but it was good to leave an impression in front of this Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei's origin, he could only slowly investigate. For Master Xinghai, one more person like Lin Fei was not a good thing. This was what the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House wanted to see the most. Lin Fei took the 2 Tongtian tokens and left. From the mouth of the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House, Lin Fei also knew the general location of this treasure. It was under the Shattering Heaven Palace of Master Xinghai. Now Lin Fei rushed to the Shattering Heaven Palace, but there was still one thing to do before going to the Shattering Heaven Palace. That was to completely refine these 2 Tongtian tokens. Now refining the Tongtian tokens was a very simple matter. After all, the Tree of Life was the first divine tree, and the Tongtian God Tree was only the second divine tree. Naturally it couldn't withstand the devouring power of the Tree of Life. Lin Fei found a place and began to refine the Tongtian tokens. At the same time, in a dark swamp, there were wild beasts constantly roaming. More than a dozen black figures were hunting here. These were the regulars here. They were a type of wild beast called the Blackwater crocodile. They were extremely strong and were good at teamwork. There was a loud crash. A black hole suddenly appeared. A figure appeared in a flash. The Blackwater crocodiles detected the movement and instantly besieged. However, before they could get close, they heard a series of banging sounds as the Blackwater crocodiles exploded one after another. This should be the Kunlun secret region. After this person muttered to himself, he instantly turned into a black shadow and left. His figure was very fast, almost like a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the sky above Shattered Heaven Palace. This person seemed to know the location of Shattered Heaven Palace, and after arriving in the sky, he locked onto the position. The next second, the figure entered the main hall of Shattered Heaven Palace. "Welcome, senior brother." After the black figure entered the palace, a person inside the palace immediately cupped his hands and said, "This person was Shattering Heaven Palace's supreme Xinghai. Don't look at how Xinghai had already sealed Shattered Heaven Palace. In fact, Xinghai had not dared to take it lightly, but had been guarding this palace. This was the most important place of Shattered Heaven Palace. As soon as the newcomer entered, Walking Sea Supremacy immediately corrected his attitude. "Junior brother Xinghai, don't be so polite. In any case, we are all under the same master. This time, I am only here to be in charge. Junior brother Xinghai is responsible for the general affairs." This person showed a handsome face, with a trace of evil smile hanging on his mouth. Xinghai did not dare to put on any airs in front of this senior brother. "You are the senior brother, and I am the junior brother. This is what I should do. Then arrange a quiet place for me. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me." Xinghai obeyed and left. In front of this senior brother, Xinghai really did not dare to do anything, and did not dare to say anything. It was really because this senior brother's strength was terrifying. He estimated that he could kill him as soon as he made a move. It was better for him to properly assist. As long as this matter was completed, he could openly worship this senior brother as his master. Lin Fei used a day to refine the 2 Clear Heaven Command tokens. This time, the effect of refining the Clear Heaven Command token was a little worse, but it made Lin Fei very satisfied. In any case, this time, he still had a harvest from the multi-treasure house and knew the origin of the Clear Heaven Command token. From the words of the multi-treasure house, Lin Fei could hear that there were still a lot of Clear Heaven Command tokens in the Kunlun Mystic territory. It should be deliberately put here to improve the strength of people. After all, with the Clear Heaven Command token, the cultivation speed was much faster than usual. Maybe 1 month with the Clear Heaven Command token was equivalent to 2 months. This kind of cultivation gap was very obvious. Lin Fei was not in a hurry and immediately went to Shattered Heaven Palace. Because there was still some time, he had to look for the Clear Heaven Command token again. Going to Shattered Heaven Palace so early, it was boring. Some people had not come down yet. Halfway there, Lin Fei suddenly stopped. Because he noticed the fluctuations in the void. One must know that Lin Fei was proficient in space methods before. No, it was space law, so he was very sensitive to space fluctuations, especially now that he had recovered a part of his strength. Although he could not use the power of space law, he could sense the changes in it. Just a while ago, he noticed that there was an aura coming down, and this aura was probably someone who came down from above. In other words, there must be a lot of people who were waiting for this treasure to mature, and they had to use all means to come down. The Kunlun Mystic territory suddenly became lively, and Lin Fei certainly hoped that it would become more and more lively. In the next few days, Lin Fei could sense people coming down almost every day. Sometimes it would be 2 or 3 days, sometimes it would be 4 or 5 days. But no matter what, there were still people coming to the Kunlun secret region. There were 6 people in total. Although these 6 people weren't a lot, their origins weren't simple. At the very least, they had a backer behind them. Lin Fei did not stay idle. More or less, he received some news about the Clear Heaven Command token. In total, Lin Fei had obtained 3 Piercing Heaven tokens. After obtaining these 3 Clear Heaven Command tokens, Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy to get more Clear Heaven Command tokens in the Kunlun Mystic territory. It should not be possible to collect them in a short time, But this did not have a big impact on Lin Fei. In any case, after refining so many heaven-piercing tokens, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Especially his fleshly body, it had become even stronger. One must know that Lin Fei had an immortal godly body. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4371. After walking leisurely for a period of time, Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the Heaven-Breaking Palace. When he reached the Heaven-Breaking Palace, Lin Fei also felt a strong aura. Even though their auras were concealed very well, it wasn't hard to guess that these people were all aiming for that worldly treasure. Among these people, the largest group should be Lin Fei's group. After all, the progenitors behind him were very strong. When they were about 100 li away from the Heaven-Breaking Palace, Lin Fei let the progenitors leave. Such an interesting thing would be boring if they brought a group of people along. Lin Fei also wanted to see how interested the higher-ups were in this treasure and whether it was worth sending people down. He also wanted to understand the situation. Lin Fei was thinking about the second heavenly tree. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If he understood the situation of the heavenly tree, then he would recover faster. For example, Lin Fei's recovery was only about 10% of the immortal divine body's recovery. About 10% of Lin Fei's strength was already very terrifying. Especially since his physical body was getting tougher and tougher. He could even use some of his techniques now. After walking for another half a day, Lin Fei was already near the Heaven-Breaking Palace. Looking from afar, the place where the Heaven-Breaking Palace was located was not ordinary. It was a treasure mountain with treasure light, but it was sealed by a formation. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. It was no wonder that Supreme Xinghai of the Heaven-Crushing Palace wanted to cultivate a main body and a clone. The main body was probably to guard the Heaven-Crushing Palace. It was really hard on him. Lin Fei looked at the Heaven-Breaking Palace and slowly retracted his gaze. At this time, a figure appeared on the official road. "Brother, you are very insightful. Looks like you also came down from the higher-ups. My name is Fang Wen." At this time, a figure appeared on the official road. This figure was sitting on a white tiger and was slowly approaching. Sitting on top of the white tiger was a young man. He was fair and plump, and he seemed to be very familiar with everyone. However, his strength was not weak. A real core condensation expert. He could be said to be an expert of the core formation realm. At this moment, the other party's strength seemed to have been sealed. He looked no different from an ordinary inborn expert. "Friend, you also came down from above. Your elegance is not bad. You actually caught a white tiger as a mount," Lin Fei said with a smile. The person called Fang Wen laughed and said, "There's no helping it. It's rare for us to come down here for a vacation, so we have to take it easy. Why are we in such a rush? Besides, the treasure hasn't appeared yet. Brother, what do you think?" Lin Fei didn't know what Fang Wen was planning, but it was good to know more about the situation with such a person. At the very least, he was quite curious about that special place. To be able to send these people down, the strength behind them must be pretty good. If he could understand more about the situation, it would be for the best. "I am Lin Fei. I just came down not too long ago. However, this place is indeed more interesting than the top. At the very least, I can be the king of the mountain here," Lin Fei said with a smile. When Fang Wen heard that, he was slightly startled. "Brother Lin, what you said is interesting. It's rare for us to come down and be the king of the mountain. It's a pity that the time is not long enough. When the time is up, we have to leave this Kunlun secret realm. Otherwise, I would be very willing to stay here for 8 to 10 years. After all, at our realm, it's not easy to break through to the Golden Core realm." Lin Fei said with approval, "That's right. It's indeed not easy for us to form our core at our realm. However, forming the Golden Core is no different from ascending to the heavens." Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's approachability and Fang Wen's familiarity, the two of them started chatting very quickly. Lin Fei also caught a black tiger from the forest. This tiger was not weak. It was actually at the peak of the post-liminary realm. It was equivalent to a Grandmaster tiger. It could be used as a mount. The two of them walked towards the heaven-breaking palace unhurriedly. I think your previous idea is pretty good. Since we're here for a vacation, there's no need for us to fight to the death for the treasures of heaven and earth. By the way, let me tell you, this time there are 3 little heavenly kings. They're at the peak of the core formation stage, and they're only 1 step away from the gold core stage. Moreover, they've brought magic treasures with them. Fang Wen said mysteriously in a low voice. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Then they must have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually sent 3 minor heavenly kings down. Lin Fei said. He recalled silently in his heart. He really did feel 3 tyrannical auras coming down. At that time, Lin Fei did not pay much attention to them. He thought that everyone's strength was about the same. But now it seemed that the 3 people should be the 3 minor heavenly kings. Fang Wen snorted coldly. That's because they have such a strong background. They even brought magic treasures with them. They are prepared to fight. So we should just watch from afar. If we can get something, we will. If we can't, we will. There's no need to take risks. If you die here, you will really die. No one will help you vent your anger. Lin Fei could also see that Fang Wen really had the idea of avoiding danger. In other words, he would not participate in the fight for the treasures. If you don't want to take it back, how are you going to explain it when you return? You should know that there are many people who value treasures. Fang Wen laughed. It's just a treasure, there's nothing to be surprised about. If we can't take it, then we can't take it. Anyway, we are just going through the motions. Who doesn't know how powerful the 3 minor heavenly kings are? They are at the peak of core formation realm. With that treasure, even if you and I join forces, we may not be a match for them. There is no need for me to get involved. Lin Fei wanted to ask about the origins of the 3 minor heavenly kings. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. He was not in a hurry. Let's rest here. This place is only a few kilometers away. There is no need to get too close. The 3 minor heavenly kings are very domineering. Fang Wen acted like he was here for a vacation. He stopped when he was 3 to 5 kilometers away. The heaven-breaking palace was already within sight. Lin Fei was naturally not in a hurry. As long as they were near the heaven-breaking palace, everything would be fine. Anyway, I don't really care about this thing. I am here to watch the show. Then, which 2 of the 3 minor heavenly kings do you think will win? Chapter 4372. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei naturally wanted to ask about the origins of these 3 minor heavenly kings. The auras of these 3 were very strong. It would be good to know about them in advance. Lin Fei didn't take them seriously, but it was good to know about them. It would save him the embarrassment of talking about them. When this was brought up, Fang Wen seemed a bit happy. He said proudly, "Brother Lin, you've asked the right person. I, Fang Wen, have a good understanding of the 3 little heavenly kings. Everyone calls me know-it-all." Lin Fei smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Then I've asked the right person." Fang Wen smiled and said, "The 3 minor heavenly kings are actually not small. For example, Yun Fei has been a monster since he was young. He's now at the peak of core formation. His strength is unfathomable. He also has a powerful defensive armor. With this armor, people in the same realm can't do anything to him. So he's the most powerful person in the heaven-breaking palace. As long as he doesn't leave the palace, it won't be easy to break it. As for the second one, it's Shu Tianxing. I heard that Shu Tianxing was born with the Starlight treasure body. At night, he can borrow the power of the starlight to greatly increase his strength. As for the last one, he's called Barbarian King. He's a close combat expert. Even if he stands there and gets attacked for half an hour, he won't be able to do anything to him. These 3 are the most powerful competitors this time." Fang Wen said slowly. He was very familiar with the 3 minor heavenly kings. "My guess is that Shu Tianxing and Barbarian King will work together to break through the heaven-breaking palace. Of course, there's another possibility. The 2 minor heavenly kings will work together to break through the heaven-breaking palace. Although we won't have a chance to get the treasures, the accompanying treasures are also very good. It's worth a trip." Lin Fei originally thought that only Myriad Treasures Tower would be interested in the accompanying treasures. Now, it seemed that not only Myriad Treasures Tower, but even the people who came down here were interested in the accompanying treasures. But I'm thinking the same thing as you. I'll just get some accompanying treasures. But have you heard about the origins of these treasures? My superior didn't say anything at all. In any case, it said that there would be a powerful natural treasure down there, Lin Fei said with a blank expression. That's right. Fang Wen's face darkened. He lowered his voice and said, "This treasure has a powerful origin. Do you know what it is? I heard that it was a treasure of the great sage from ancient times. What's important is that it's only a part of it. Think about how terrifying it is. Most people don't even know about it. Only people like me know about it. Kid, you're lucky." Lin Fei didn't know the exact origins of this treasure. However, after hearing that it was a great sage from ancient times, Lin Fei started to take note of it. Fang Wen said secretly, "Do you know about the 24 sea calming divine pearls? I heard that the treasure that appeared this time is one of the 24 sea calming divine pearls. I don't know what attribute it is, but no matter who gets it, their strength will definitely skyrocket." Sea calming divine pearl? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. Isn't this a treasure from ancient times? There are a total of 24 pearls. If all of them are used, the power is far beyond your imagination. I didn't expect that this treasure would be one of the 24 sea calming divine pearls. Whether it's the water calming pearl or the wind calming pearl, they are all different. How could it be the 24 sea calming divine pearls? Are you mistaken? This is a real ancient treasure. No matter how ignorant Lin Fei was, he knew that this was a true treasure from ancient times. Fang Wen snorted, "That's why most people don't believe it, but in fact, it is one of the 24 sea calming divine pearls. It's in the Kunlun Mystery Land. The higher-ups paid a great price to find it. It's a pity that the sea calming divine pearl has been sealed for thousands of years and only ended today. You can imagine how intense the competition this time is. Although the three little kings are the strongest, no one knows who will get the sea calming divine pearl because it can also find the whereabouts of the other 23 sea calming divine pearls. It's hard for everyone not to be tempted. One sea calming divine pearl was already very powerful. If 24 of them were gathered together, it would be a true set of magic treasures. And this was no ordinary magic treasure. It was a true carnate Dharma treasure. A Xiantian treasure was much more powerful than a Hutian treasure. Even 10 Hutian treasures might not be able to defeat a Xiantian treasure. This was definitely a huge surprise. Lin Fei never thought that there would be a Xiantian treasure in the Kunlun Mystery Land. This was a really good thing, better than any other magic treasure. The power of this sea-calming divine pearl was even more different. Brother Fang, you're really well informed indeed. You can really be considered to be a know-it-all. To think that you would even know of such an important piece of news. I'm truly impressed with you, Lin Fei said. Fang Wen chuckled, "That's right. I've paid a great price for this news. I also like your brother. When the sea-calming divine pearl comes out, we can't take the risk. It's better to take some accompanying treasures. I heard that there are usually Hutian treasures beside the sea-calming divine pearl. Even if it's only 1 or 2, it's worth it." Lin Fei could also see that Fang Wen probably wanted to get a helper. After all, with so many people, he definitely wouldn't be a match for them alone. These people were all experts in the core formation stage. Those Supremes couldn't keep up. If he wanted to get the accompanying treasure, he would have to see if he had any helpers. Lin Fei immediately understood. Beside a Xiantian treasure, there would definitely be a lot of good things. Even if he could only get 1 or 2, he would be rich. I'm alone now. Anyway, I don't want the sea-calming divine pearl anymore. I don't have the ability. However, I can snatch the accompanying treasure. Fang Wen laughed, "When the time comes, let's work together happily. No matter if you sell the accompanying treasure or not, I'll take out what you want. If I can snatch the accompanying treasure, I naturally don't plan on taking it. I'm rather interested in the heavenly token. No, it should be the heavenly tree. I don't know if a well-informed person like you knows the origin of the heavenly tree. I want to refine a set of heavenly speed treasures, but finding the materials is still a problem. Chapter 4373. It was not easy for Lin Fei to meet someone who knew the news. He would definitely not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, how could he know about the 24 sea calming immortal beads? It was a real innate magic treasure. Lin Fei had his own thoughts about this carnate treasure as well. However, the thing that could help him the most at the moment was the heavenly tree. If he knew the whereabouts of the heavenly tree, that would be the best thing to do. It would be the best if he could get the information from Fang Wen. As for the other things, he would think about it later. Fang Wen said with a weird look, "You're actually interested in the heavenly tree? Don't even think about it. The heavenly tree is in the heavens-reaching church." Lin Fei was stunned when he heard this. He thought that the heavenly tree could be found everywhere on the streets. At least those fragments. After all, the heavenly token seemed to be made of these fragments. Perhaps Fang Wen saw through Lin Fei's doubt, so he added, "The heavenly token is from the heavens-reaching church. The heavens-reaching church owns the heavens-reaching church. Although it's useless, the heavens-reaching church has already recalled all the heavens-reaching church's tokens. Therefore, it's impossible for you to refine treasures with this token unless you're willing to join the heavens-reaching church. However, as a major sect in the cultivation world, it's not that difficult to join the heavens-reaching church." Actually, Lin Fei had already prepared for this. After all, the heavenly token could not be circulated everywhere. There might be a reason why the Tongtian token was circulated. Now, it seemed that it was really the case. Lin Fei scolded with annoyance, "I was cheated by that guy. He said that the heavenly treasure could be refined into treasures. Fortunately, I didn't collect it. Otherwise, it would be in vain. It turns out that it belongs to the heavens-reaching church." Fang Wen burst into laughter. "It turns out that you can also be cheated by others. This heavenly reaching token can indeed be used to refine rarities. However, it's too difficult to refine. Now, heavenly reaching church doesn't allow any heavenly reaching token to be left outside. Even if you have it, you'd better put it away. Otherwise, if you meet those blind guys of heavenly reaching church, you'd better get into trouble." Lin Fei didn't ask anything about the heavens reaching church anymore. As long as he knew that these heaven-reaching tokens were from the heaven-reaching church, it was enough. For the next few days, the two of them basically stayed here and did not leave at all. From Fang Wen, Lin Fei also understood a lot of information. This person was really a know-it-all. However, his mouth was a little too big. He liked to show off the most. If he knew something, he would definitely not be able to hide it. This was the so-called big mouth. Lin Fei didn't think that his luck would be so good that he could meet such a big mouth. After half a month, he had a good understanding of the cultivation world. At the very least, he was no longer a newbie. In Fang Wen's words, the Kunlun mystic realm was just an abandoned mystic realm. If not for the 24 sea-calming divine pearls, who would care about it? The Kunlun secret realm was weaker, which was why they could send them down. Otherwise, they would only be able to watch helplessly, unable to get their hands on such a treasure. On this day, a ray of treasure light soared into the sky. The sky was filled with colorful clouds. It was very spectacular. Everyone in the Kunlun secret realm noticed this scene. Fang Wen also opened his eyes immediately. He stared at the colorful clouds and laughed. The 24 sea-calming divine pearls are finally coming out. Let's hurry over. Don't be slow. Lin Fei stood up. The source of the treasure light was the heaven-breaking palace. At this moment, the sky above the heaven-breaking palace was already covered with clouds. The movement was very big. Lin Fei could guarantee that everyone in the Kunlun secret realm knew about the treasure light. When the treasure light appeared, it meant that the 24 sea-calming divine pearls also appeared. In a lake, a figure walked up from the bottom of the lake. The water on both sides flowed backward. The 24 sea-calming divine pearls have finally appeared. It seems that I can fight again. On a mountain, a figure sat with his legs crossed. He also opened his eyes. A white lotus appeared under him. He stood on it casually and floated away. Similar scenes kept happening in the Kunlun secret realm. There were about a dozen figures flying towards the sky. The disciples of the heaven-breaking palace were also very shocked. They were all dumbfounded. They stared at the clouds above their heads. They only felt that there was an aura above the clouds that made them feel very comfortable. Senior brother, the 24 sea-calming divine pearls are about to appear. I think those people are going to attack our heaven-breaking palace. Supreme Xinghai was also very excited. He stared at the clouds above his head. In a short period of time, he had gone from the Supreme Realm to the End Core Realm. As a result, Autarch Xinghai's strength grew even stronger. Even so, he still felt as though he was facing his senior apprentice brother. The door was pushed open. A figure walked out. It was Yun Fei in black. He raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. The 24 sea-calming divine pearls are carnate treasures. Even if there is only one, it will cause quite a commotion. You have to be prepared. Those people are probably going to attack the heaven-breaking palace. Don't worry, senior martial brother. Once I open this formation, it won't be easy for them to break in. I'm a core formation expert now, and I have the treasure senior martial brother gave me. If they dare to barge in, they will not be able to bear the consequences. Yun Fei waved his sleeves and appeared above the heaven-breaking palace. Then leave the little Sky King to me. You just need to stall the rest of them. When the 24 sea-calming divine pearls appear, I will naturally use a method to take them. Back then, Supreme Xinghai did not know why the heaven-breaking palace was built on such an inconspicuous mountain. Only later did he find out that there was a treasure at the bottom of the mountain. That was why they built the heaven-breaking palace on top of it. This heaven-breaking palace was not a simple building. It was a treasure. That was why it could suppress the light of the treasure. Yun Fei, you are so fast. I thought you would not come down. Looks like we can have a big fight again. A figure floated over. As the figure arrived, the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. It formed a star field around the figure. Shu Tianxing, you are not slow either. I thought you would come up alone. Looks like you are not brave enough. Yun Fei snorted coldly. The figure covered in starlight was Shu Tianxing. He stopped not far away and looked at the heaven-breaking palace and the clouds above. It is so boring to fight you alone. No matter what, I should wait for the other barbarian king to arrive. That way, it will be more interesting. Ha ha ha, I think that is right too. I, the barbarian king, love to beat people up. Especially people like you, Yun Fei. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4374. As soon as Shu Tianxing's voice fell, another loud rumble was heard. In the forest. A figure strode over. Every step he took caused the ground to crack and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was the barbarian king. Barbarian King's leather armor shone with resplendent light, appearing quite extraordinary. He stood in the air above the heaven-crushing palace, facing Yun Fei from a distance. I really want to catch you and beat you up. I don't think you can take more than 10 hits from me. The barbarian king was a bald young man. He clenched his fist and punched the air above the palace, activating the formation and blocking the punch. Even so, the entire heaven-breaking palace was still greatly shaken. Bang, bang, bang. Many buildings were shaken and cracked. The disciples of the heaven-breaking palace were also shaken and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. With just one punch, the entire heaven-crushing palace was affected. Your heaven-crushing palace is pretty strong. It didn't explode after taking one punch from me. Looks like I'll have to punch it a few more times. The barbarian king laughed. After the 2 minor heavenly kings landed, many figures started to approach the heaven-crushing palace one after another. They didn't attack directly, because they saw Shu Tianxing and the barbarian king. These 2 minor heavenly kings were very strong, especially the barbarian king, who was the most violent. If he didn't like someone, he would punch them. If he couldn't, then he would die. That was how violent he was. As for Shu Tianxing, his temper was much better, but not everyone dared to offend him. Lin Fei and Fang Wen also arrived at the periphery of the heaven-crushing palace. At this moment, Not too far away from them stood people with dense auras. Every single one of them was a core formation expert, but compared to the three little heavenly kings in the distance, they were still a huge level weaker. Those two were Shu Tianxing and the barbarian king. They were very strong. The barbarian king liked to settle everything with his fists. The three minor heavenly kings were very strong. According to Lin Fei's senses, the three of them were equally matched in strength. They were much stronger than the core formation stage cultivators present. If they really waved their hands, no one here would be a match for them in a one-on-one battle. Wait, it must be the two minor sky kings restraining you Yunfei, while we attack the Heaven Palace. Only after we destroy the Heaven Palace can we go underground. After all, the creature underground won't come out on its own. Fang Wen seemed a little excited, but he lowered his voice and said, when we attack later, don't put in too much effort, just follow them. Everything was just as Fang Wen had said. Yunfei, who was in the sky, attacked Shu Tianxing and Barbarian King. A treasure appeared above Yunfei's head, and a flying sword-shaped treasure directly attacked the two of them. A huge energy wave swept out in all directions. In an instant, the vicinity of the Heaven-Breaking Palace was turned into ruins. If it wasn't for this formation, the Heaven-Breaking Palace would have been destroyed long ago. The disciples of the Heaven-Crushing Palace had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. They began to attack. After the two minor sky kings started exchanging blows with Yunfei, the rest of the people started taking action as well. One treasure after another was hurled out, shaking the world and causing the ground to tremble. Fang Wen, who was already used to this, immediately took out a treasure. However, unlike the other treasures, Fang Wen first took out a treasure to protect himself. Then, he began to control his spells. Wind blades directly struck the formation in the distance. In a situation like this, the first thing we need to do is to protect ourselves. It doesn't matter how much effort we put in, but if we can't even keep our lives, then we can't do it. This Fang Wen was really an interesting person. Lin Fei didn't bring any treasures. He only used his sword intent. He simply released his sword intent and circled around him. Then, he directed a wave of sword intent to attack. Fang Wen was a little surprised to see Lin Fei attack. You're actually a sword cultivator? That's not easy. Nowadays, there aren't many people who practice close combat and sword cultivation because it's too time-consuming. Nowadays, spells are the most popular. Spells are much better. As long as you have a protective treasure, who's afraid of who? The Heaven-Breaking Palace's formation was quite strong. At least, it didn't budge even when facing a dozen people. Lin Fei soon discovered that those people didn't use their full strength. They were only shaking the formation. They looked very clever. No one was willing to waste too much magic power at this time. Even Fang Wen was the same. Although the power of the formation was quite strong, it was actually just to scare people. Lin Fei found this more and more interesting. The power of the treasure light kept attacking the Heaven-Breaking Palace. The clouds became thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire Heaven-Breaking Palace. Yunfei, who was in the sky, was fighting with the other two minor heavenly kings. Even though it was 1 against 2, he could still fight to a draw with the other two minor heavenly kings. A flying sword flew back and forth, filled with endless dangerous aura. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. The 24C calming divine pearls would definitely come out anyway. More importantly, it could be seen that these people were wily old foxes. They knew when to exert force and when not to exert force. This went on for half an hour. There was a loud crash. A beam of treasure light shot into the sky. It was bigger than the previous beam of treasure light. A torrent of power swept out. The Heaven-Breaking Palace's formation was destroyed. The people present were also attacked by the torrent of power. However, they all had treasures in front of them to protect themselves. This wave of impact didn't affect them much. However, this wave of impact made everyone realize that the 24C calming divine pearls weren't as simple as they thought. With a crash, a black flowing light rushed out of the ground. The treasure came out. As soon as the black flowing light came out, it flew away from the Heaven-Breaking Palace. Yunfei, who was fighting with the two minor heavenly kings, used a hand seal to grab the black flowing light. However, he was a bit slower, and the black flowing light escaped. Yunfei didn't fight back. He used the treasure and chased after it. Ha ha ha, Yunfei, you guys calculated everything. You didn't expect that the treasure would leave on its own. It seems like it's going to be interesting this time. After everyone chased after the 24 sea calming divine pearls, many people rushed down into the ground. If they didn't fight for the treasure now, when would they? Let's go. Let's go down too. Let's not get involved with the 24 sea calming divine pearls. Shukju website. Chapter 4375. Of course, Lin Fei was interested in a companion treasure like this. Moreover, he could tell that the 24 sea calming divine pearls weren't easy to snatch. It actually had a trace of instinct, which was the most difficult part. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for the 3 junior heavenly kings to obtain the 24 sea calming divine pearls. Lin Fei decided to go down and see what good stuff was down there. If it was useful to him, even if he didn't use it, he could give it to someone else. He couldn't come in for nothing. Lin Fei could tell that as long as he waited for the 24 sea calming divine pearls, there wouldn't be anything else in the Kunlun mystic realm that would catch his eye. Therefore, he still had to take a look at the companion treasure. When Fang Wen jumped down, Lin Fei followed in a hurry. This was a huge, deep pit that continued to sink downwards. However, a sword intent appeared under Lin Fei's body. Like a cloud, it slowly dragged him down to the bottom. When he reached the bottom, he realized that there was a huge fight going on. The experts who entered first had started fighting. There were quite a few treasures in that area. Lin Fei could see all of them very clearly. Of course, the most important one was a purple flower. The purple flower was very proud, but it looked very precious. Lin Fei knew that it was the purple gold sky flower at a glance. It was a special flower. After refining this purple gold sky flower, one would instantly obtain a physique. In layman's terms, one would condense a treasured physique. It was very rare. At the very least, Lin Fei only knew about it from some ancient books. He didn't expect that there would be such a companion treasure underground. You guys don't have to fight over it. This purple gold sky flower belongs to me. A young man flew over first. At the same time, a rope treasure wrapped around the purple gold sky flower, wanting to snatch it away. However, before the rope could reach the front, a stream of light flew over and hit the long rope heavily. It turned out that there was a young man pulling a large bow in the distance. He was the one who shot the arrow just now. You want this purple gold sky flower? You're thinking too much. Have you asked me, Xia Hongsheng? The young man called Xia Hongsheng drew his bow again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than a dozen arrows were shot out, directly locking onto everyone. Taking advantage of this time, he directly pounced towards the purple gold sky flower. The streams of light that shot out were not physical, but illusory. They instantly turned into a dozen black dragons roaring in front of them, showing Xia Hongsheng's powerful strength. Even Lin Fei was locked on by this arrow. He didn't expect this guy called Xia Hongsheng to be so strong. He was really similar to the legendary figure. 1 against a dozen. He wanted to take the purple gold heavenly flower for himself. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei blocked in front of him with his sword intent. The incoming stream of light turned into a black dragon and roared with great strength. The people present all blocked it very easily. It seemed like everyone's strength was quite good. With such an opportunity, Xia Hongsheng had already gotten close to the purple gold sky flower. Just as Xia Hongsheng was about to reach out to pluck the purple gold sky flower, a figure rushed out from the ground. With a palm, he slapped Xia Hongsheng's chest and was sent flying. Xia Hongsheng, you didn't expect this, right? My earth burrowing technique was specially used to guard against you. Looks like this purple gold sky flower belongs to me. A short person came out and reached out to grab the purple gold sky flower. At the crucial moment, the earth burrowing technique actually played a huge role. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The person who escaped reached out with his hand and grabbed the entire purple gold sky flower. He then dropped it into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Xia Hongsheng was sent flying, his face was filled with rage. He drew his bow and shot the arrow towards the ground. The ground continued to collapse, but that person seemed to have disappeared. The best thing here was this purple gold sky flower. Although the other companions were all right, no one was interested in them. After all, this purple gold sky flower could give birth to treasured bodies. Even the most ordinary treasured body could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Shu Tianxing of the 3 minor heavenly kings was so strong because he had the starlight treasured body. He borrowed the power of starlight to form a strong defense. And Barbarian King also cultivated a treasured body. It was also very strong, which was why they cared so much about it. That Duxing's son is already injured. He can't have run far. He must be in this area. Everyone, let's search together. Don't let him steal the purple gold sky flower. Xia Hongsheng chased after him. The others also made up their minds. They had to find this Duxing Sunday. They had let him steal the best purple gold sky flower for nothing. Duxing's son's strength was weaker than theirs, but in the end, he got the upper hand. Our luck is really bad. The best purple gold sky flower was actually stolen by that Duxing Sunday. That guy can't do anything else, but he's good at burrowing. Who knows where he's gone? Fang Wen said helplessly. There were still some companion treasures here, but no one had any thoughts of fighting over them. Fang Wen also snatched a treasure back, but it was not very valuable. His focus was on the purple gold sky flower. When he came down, he knew that the companion treasure would be good, but he didn't expect it to contain a purple gold sky flower. If he had known earlier that there was this purple gold sky flower, he would have come down a long time ago. He wouldn't have wasted so much time. Now that the purple gold sky flower was gone, he only managed to snatch one of the other companion treasures. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink. I won't get involved in this. Lin Fei was very concerned about this purple gold sky flower. Although this Duxing's son was very good at burrowing, Lin Fei had left his divine sense on him to track him. Just like what he said, this guy was indeed injured. His speed had slowed down, but he couldn't have run far. According to his calculations, he should have run at least 20 to 30 miles away. His burrowing technique was indeed amazing. It was no wonder these experts were dumbfounded. It might be easy to chase him in the sky, but how are they going to chase him underground? Is that the purple gold sky flower? It's indeed beautiful. It's a pity I'm late. Lin Fei and Fang Wen came up. Fang Wen invited Lin Fei for a drink, but Lin Fei shook his head and rejected. Let's forget about drinking. It's rare for me to come to Kunlun Mystic Realm. I'm planning to take a stroll around. Since there's no chance for the 24 settled seas, I might as well take a stroll to my heart's content. Fang Wen naturally didn't have any objections. Bookseller's House. Chapter 4376. Earth Traveler Sun's original name was Earth Yuan. The name wasn't very impressive, but their family was most proficient in this burrowing technique. Among them, Earth Yuan was the best at burrowing into the ground. He could burrow over 10 to 20 li in one breath. If he was stronger, he could burrow over 100 li or even a few hundred li in one breath. Earth Yuan was heading towards this goal. This time, he had spent a great deal of effort in order to obtain a spot in the competition. He sneaked down and killed them off guard. You guys still think you're very powerful. Didn't I snatch the violet gold sky flower? Wait until I refine this violet gold sky flower, then I'll have a treasured body and my strength will increase by a lot. Earth Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, Xia Hongsheng's archery attack just now was still very powerful, and had injured him. Fortunately, his reaction was fast, and after snatching the purple gold sky flower, he used the earth escape technique to escape more than 20 kilometers in one breath. To ensure his safety, Earth Yuan escaped 20 li in one breath before heaving a sigh of relief. He came up from the ground and leaned against a big tree. He took out a pill and swallowed it. I should be safe now. I don't believe that they can still catch up to me. Earth Yuan was very relieved after escaping so far. He was 20 li away from Heaven-Breaking Palace. No matter how strong they were, it wouldn't be easy for them to catch up. Earth Yuan also ate a kind of medicinal pill that could conceal his aura. This was also his other trump card. With the escape technique paired with this pill, it would be a piece of cake for him to slip away. Earth Yuan, your burrowing is not bad. You ran so far in one breath. If I wasn't prepared, I would have been lost. Just when Earth Yuan felt he could relax, a cold light came, accompanied by a cold snort. Earth Yuan flipped over, and the tree behind him exploded into powder. A figure chased after him. Who else could it be other than Xia Hongsheng? He pulled the bow and shot the arrow again. This time, Earth Yuan was not so lucky. He was directly blown away by the arrow and smashed several big trees before stopping. Xia Hongsheng, how did you catch up to me? This is impossible. I escaped 20 li in one breath and didn't choose a direction. Earth Yuan, on the other hand, was injured. After taking that arrow, his essence energy was greatly injured. He stared at Xia Hongsheng with fear. He didn't expect Xia Hongsheng to catch up. The Xia family was a big family in the upper echelons. Xia Hongsheng continued to draw his bow. He faced Earth Yuan. If I were you, I'd obediently hand over the purple gold sky flower. Otherwise, I'll shoot you to death with one arrow. Xia Hongsheng let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught up to Earth Yuan. Earth Elemental had traveled so far in one go, and he was really tired. Although he looked relaxed now, he was actually very tired and had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had caught up. I can hand over the flower, but you have to let me go. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it. Earth Yuan gritted his teeth. He grabbed a purple gold heavenly flower in his hand. After the flower was plucked, it was still so noble. Xia Hongsheng's eyes became a little hazy. As long as you throw this flower over, I'll let you go. After all, our Xia family is very trustworthy. If he was targeted by someone else, then Earth Yuan wouldn't be afraid. However, if he was targeted by Xiahou Hongsheng, then it would be troublesome. Because the other party was an archer. His archery skills were the most powerful. Being able to shoot more than a dozen arrows in one go was not something that just anyone could do. He finally got the flower, but he had to give it away. Earth Yuan was really unwilling. He had no choice. If he dared to move again, he definitely wouldn't be able to block Xia Hongsheng's arrow. I'll give you the flower. Tu Yuan gritted his teeth and threw the purple gold sky flower out. However, it wasn't towards Xia Hongsheng, but in another direction. Xia Hongsheng cursed and anxiously chased after the purple gold sky flower. Earth Yuan immediately escaped, but this escape caused his injuries to worsen. But there was nothing he could do. If he didn't leave, then Xia Hongsheng would definitely kill him once he got the purple gold sky flower. Xia Hongsheng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally get the purple gold sky flower. However, just as he was about to get close to the purple gold sky flower, the slowly falling purple gold sky flower seemed to have received some kind of power and floated towards a certain direction, causing Xia Hongsheng to miss. Damn it, there's still someone here to steal the purple gold sky flower. Without saying a word, Xia Hongsheng shot 10 arrows in that direction. There was a loud rumbling sound. But even after this loud sound, the purple gold sky flower actually disappeared without a trace. It was gone. Bastard, who stole my amethyst golden sky flower? The power of those 10 arrows was quite extraordinary. In the end, he still lost the purple gold sky flower. How could Xia Hongsheng take it? He couldn't take it at all. Xia Hongsheng, you're amazing. You've already snatched the purple gold sky flower. Why do you have to be so overbearing and chase me all the way? Just as Xia Hongsheng was feeling extremely angry, a voice suddenly sounded out. Xia Hongsheng's face darkened. He knew that he was in big trouble. Someone was slandering him. As one of the outstanding youths of the Xia clan, he had never thought that he would be slandered. But now, he had indeed been slandered. This voice was very loud. After it spread, those experts who were searching for the Earth Elemental would immediately target him, Xia Hongsheng. Xia Hongsheng wanted to catch the person who slandered him and cut him into 8 pieces. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Someone was coming from his left. Xia Hongsheng, you're really powerful. You can actually chase after the Earth Elemental and snatch the purple gold sky flower. Now, Are you going to hand it over, or do you want us to take action? A cold light shot over. Xia Hongsheng didn't even have time to say anything as he immediately used his bow to neutralize this wave of attacks. But just like that, another person came from not far away. The purple gold sky flower isn't even in my hands. I've been schemed against. Do you believe me? But how would these people believe Xia Hongsheng's words? Since Brother Xia doesn't plan to hand over the purple gold sky flower, then we can only do it ourselves. Without any warning, they started fighting on the spot. In the distance, Lin Fei had already placed the purple gold sky flower in a box. He added a seal so that not a single bit of its aura leaked out. Looking at the people fighting, the corner of his lips curled up. You just shot an arrow at me. No matter what, you have to pay a price. Chapter 4377. Lin Fei was more or less a bit of a prankster. Since Xia Hongsheng dared to make a move, he would have to suffer a little. At this time, Xia Hongsheng was unable to explain at all. Everyone knew that Xia Hongsheng was the fastest to catch up to Earth Yuan, so the purple gold sky flower must be in Xia Hongsheng's hands and not in the hands of others. Lin Fei patted his shoulder and left. He was still thinking about the 24C calming divine pearls. Earth Yuan, who had escaped 10 miles away, spat out several mouthfuls of blood after coming out. He cursed Xia Hongsheng more than 100 times in his heart. The purple gold sky flower that he had worked so hard to get was taken away just like that. Was it easy for him? The feeling of drilling around in the ground was really uncomfortable. But at this moment, he actually heard Xia Hongsheng's voice. This surprised him a little. This guy has been targeted so quickly. This is great. Serves him right. Earth Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to go back to give Xia Hongsheng a deep impression. So he swallowed a few pills and used the Earth Escape technique to go back. When Earth Yuan returned, he told everyone. The purple gold sky flower is with Xia Hongsheng. This sentence was like rubbing salt on a wound, making it impossible for Xia Hongsheng to explain. At this time, the 3 minor heavenly kings were chasing the 24C calming divine pearls. The 24C calming divine pearls were very fast, like a stream of light. They even had a trace of instinct. As long as they got close, they would immediately change directions. After chasing for hundreds of miles, the 3 minor heavenly kings couldn't catch the 24C calming divine pearls. Their faces were a little ugly. They had more or less underestimated the ability of the 24C calming divine pearls. They could actually run so fast. Inescapable net. Yun Fei suddenly waved his hand and directly shot out an inescapable net treasure. Like a huge net, it directly covered the 24C calming divine pearls. However, the 24C calming divine pearls avoided it. As soon as the 24C calming divine pearls avoided it, the Savage King immediately caught up. He threw a punch and sent the 20C calming divine pearls flying. They smashed heavily into the mountain top. More than half of the mountain was instantly smashed. The 24C calming gods should belong to me. Xu Tianxing's astral treasure body shone brightly. A towering hand directly grabbed down, and the entire mountain instantly collapsed. The 24C calming divine pearls finally fell into the hands of his starlight treasure body. Before Xu Tianxing could feel proud of himself, Yun Fei slashed down with a black streak of light and broke his starlight hand. The 24C calming divine pearls regained their freedom. The barbarian king shot up into the sky, grabbed the 24C calming god pearls, and fled into the distance. Everything happened so quickly that Yun Fei and Xu Tianxing didn't even have time to react before Barbarian King snatched the pearls away. The two of them immediately stopped fighting and chased after him. Barbarian King, you can't escape. Hand over the 24C calming god pearls. Yun Fei controlled a streak of light to slash at the Barbarian King. The Barbarian King didn't even bother looking back. He simply relied on his thick hide to charge forward. At the same time, he took out a crystal stone and crushed it with a whoosh. Yun Fei and Xu Tianxing became even more anxious. The Barbarian King was preparing to leave the Kunlun secret realm. If the Barbarian King really left the Kunlun secret realm, they wouldn't have a chance with the 24C calming god pearls. Once they reached the top, they would be protected by all kinds of experts. How could they have a chance with them? The barbarian king turned around and laughed. You two don't have to worry. I've already communicated with the top. We can leave in a while. I have my treasure body. You guys can't snatch my 24C calming god pearls. If it was someone else who obtained the 24C calming god pearls, Yunfei and Shu Tianxing were confident they could deal with them. But now that the 24C calming god pearls were in the hands of the barbarian king, it would be a little difficult. At the very least, his physical body was too strong. Why did the barbarian king keep running on the ground? It was because he cultivated the earth treasure body, which was best at defense. As long as he was in contact with the earth, his physical body would be unbelievably strong. Even if they attacked for a while, they might not be able to break the treasure body. That was why the barbarian king dared to be so proud. The barbarian king was indeed very happy. As long as he could bring the 24C calming god pearls up, it would be equivalent to making a great contribution. Looking at the faces of Yunfei and Shu Tianxing behind him, the barbarian king was even happier. Fortunately, you didn't run too far. I want these 24C calming god pearls. Without any warning, a voice appeared in front of him and a punch was thrown. The attack came without any warning. At least that was what the barbarian king thought. But then, the corner of his mouth curled up and he directly punched. A guy who doesn't show his face has the nerve to come and snatch a carnate treasure. Who do you think you are? Just as the barbarian king's voice fell, he heard a loud crack. His entire arm exploded, followed by a huge force that crushed his body. The barbarian king suffered heavy injuries on the spot, but this was not the end. After a flash of light, his other arm was also chopped off. The 24C calming god pearls flew out. However, it was caught by a figure. As expected of a carnate treasure. This ability is not bad. Now, it finally belongs to me. Shu Tianxing and Yunfei, who had caught up from behind, were shocked. The unbelievably powerful barbarian king's arm had been blown away by a single punch, and his other arm had been chopped off by a single sword strike. His vitality had been greatly injured. Where did this expert come from? Why didn't they know anything about him? At this time, the one who came to snatch the 24C calming god pearls was naturally Lin Fei. After he took the purple gold sky flower, he immediately used the earth burrowing technique to come over. Earth Yuan also knew the earth burrowing technique, but it was completely incomparable to Lin Fei's earth burrowing technique. The difference was like heaven and earth. Are the two of you also planning to snatch the 24C calming god pearls? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and the sword intent that filled the sky rushed over like flowing water. Shu Tianxing and Yunfei's body protection was swept away, and they fell heavily into a forest. It's not your turn to make decisions in the Kunlun mystic realm. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. A faint voice fell directly into the hearts of the two of them, and they suddenly exploded. They only stopped after vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood. Yunfei and Shu Tianxing got up, and their expressions changed drastically. There was actually a super expert hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm. There was no explanation on the information at all. If they knew that there was such an expert hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm, they would definitely not be so relaxed. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4378. Shu Tianxing and Yunfei slipped away without saying a word. They really couldn't afford to offend this guy. They had to report this matter to the higher-ups first. Only after seeing what the higher-ups decided could they consider whether to leave or not. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded when they return now, especially since Yunfei had finally come down to oversee things. In the end, they encountered such a thing, which was completely beyond their expectations and imagination. Lin Fei didn't chase after the two of them. Both of them were very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, they were a lot weaker. At the very least, Lin Fei's recovery speed was much faster now that he had the sky-piercing token. His fleshly body was invincible. Barbarian King's fleshly body was very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, he was crushed. One punch blew up the Savage King's hand, and this was Lin Fei showing mercy. A ray of light fell down and directly enveloped the Savage King, sucking him back on the spot. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to stop him, he just wanted to scram as far as he could. He also knew that it wouldn't be easy to send more people down. Not a single faction had the capital to constantly send people down. After all, every time they sent people down, the expenditure would be huge. Furthermore, they knew that there was a super expert in the Kunlun secret realm. Naturally, they would not blindly send people down. That would only be a loss. After Lin Fei got the 24C calming divine pearls, he escaped into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Now, where was the safest place? Of course, it was deep underground. Yi Xiaolong directly escaped into the depths of the ground and opened up a small temporary cave. Lin Fei released a set of simple formation flags. After reinforcing the small cave, he released the 24C calming divine pearls. These things were ready to leave as soon as they came out, but they couldn't block Lin Fei's grasp. No matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't escape from Lin Fei. This was the first time Lin Fei came into contact with the 24C calming divine pearls. Although it was just a simple one, Lin Fei smiled. Looks like my luck is pretty good. It's actually a fire-type bead. Thankfully, they did not refine it. Otherwise, the fire-type power that a Xiantian magic treasure can unleash would be very terrifying. Now, let me teach you how to refine it. Lin Fei's current strength was very strong, and his sword intent could indeed kill many people, but he still felt that it was lacking. If they had these carnate treasures, their might would be even greater. Even though this was only a portion of them, it was still not something that ordinary experts could withstand. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 24 underground god pearls. He began refining the 24C calming divine pearls. However, the refinement of the 24C calming divine pearls was much more complicated than Lin Fei had imagined. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry, so he would slowly waste his time with the 24C calming divine pearls. The heaven-crushing palace had long since been reduced to rubble. At the very least, more than half of the palace had been reduced to rubble. Supreme Xinghai had stopped many experts, but he had also suffered quite a bit. When he saw that senior brother Yunfei had returned, he was clearly excited. Senior brother Yunfei, I wonder if you managed to snatch back the 24C calming divine pearls? Autarch Xinghai immediately rushed over to greet him. The moment he came up, Yunfei sent Supreme Xinghai flying with a slap. What the hell are you doing? There's actually a super expert in the Kunlun mystery dimension, and you didn't know about it. Didn't you make us work for nothing? Supreme Xinghai was sent flying with a slap, and he smashed heavily into a palace, turning it into rubble on the spot. Supreme Xinghai was completely dumbfounded. He did not understand what his senior brother was saying at all. Since when did the Kunlun mystery dimension have a super expert? That was impossible. Supreme Xinghai knew this very well. As for those old antiques, they did not have the strength to come out and fight for it. After all, their blood and chi had deteriorated, and they were all working hard to break through. Senior brother, are you mistaken? There is no super expert in the Kunlun mystery dimension. Otherwise, my heaven-crushing palace would have been taken down by them long ago. Why would I have to stand guard here personally? Supreme Xinghai crawled out and said hurriedly. Yunfei was truly infuriated. He reached out and grabbed Autarch Xinghai by the neck, then lifted him up into the air. And you still dare to say that there is no super expert? If not for the appearance of this super expert, how could the 24C calming divine pearls have been snatched away? The barbarian king is strong, right? He has the treasure body of the earth, but he still couldn't withstand that attack. One of his hands was blown off. Even me and Shu Tianxing couldn't withstand a single punch from him. That's right. Yunfei was not just a normal person in a bad temper. It was clearly something that he had to obtain, but something like this had happened. Who would have thought that the Kunlun mystery dimension would have such a powerful expert? This was completely different from what the higher-ups had said. According to them, there should not be anyone too strong in the Kunlun mystery dimension. Even if they were to go down, only Shu Tianxing and Barbarian King would be able to fight him. But now, things had gone beyond their expectations. Now that a super expert had made his move, they could only stand by the side. And they were thankful that the other party did not go all out. Otherwise, they would have long become corpses. Yunfei felt as though he was being stepped on again and again by the other party. It was unbearable. This time around, Supreme Xinghai finally believed that a super expert had appeared in the Kunlun mystery dimension. Could it be that Lin Fei? All of a sudden, Supreme Xinghai finally thought of someone. This was the person he could not see through the most. What Lin Fei? Yunfei's eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed. Tell me clearly. Supreme Xinghai hurriedly explained in great detail. After all, he had sent people to investigate this Lin Fei before. Through this investigation, Supreme Xinghai naturally remembered this Lin Fei. He was indeed quite mysterious. To think that even Ancestor Thousand Motes and the others would be able to take him in. At that time, Supreme Xinghai was still puzzled. Why didn't this fella bring Ancestor Thousand Motes and the others to attack the Broken Sky Palace? But now, it seemed like this fella did not care about such actions at all. He was extremely strong. Yunfei's eyes flickered non-stop. He too felt that this person was becoming more and more like that super expert. See for yourself if it's this person. Yunfei drew in the void, and a figure appeared. The moment Supreme Xinghai saw this figure, he immediately cried out, "Right. It's this person. His Lin Fei, an extremely mysterious fella." Even though Yunfei had long since prepared himself, he was still in disbelief after finding out that this person was that super expert. Chapter 4379. After 10 days, Lin Fei finally refined the 24C calming divine pearls. It took a little longer than he had imagined. The fiery red pearl kept spinning around Lin Fei. Although it was just a gentle spin, it contained a terrifying attack power. This sea calming divine pearl was called the Fire Element Pearl. After being completely transformed by Lin Fei, the sea calming divine pearl's power was completely retracted. It didn't even need to unleash its power. With just a light strike, the Fire Element Pearl could unleash a terrifying power. The item was refined successfully, but Lin Fei still had something to do. He had to find the treasure house master of the treasure house and have a good chat. For example, how did he know where to enter from the treasure house? Of course, he wouldn't go in now, but he had to understand it clearly first. Moreover, the matter of the Kunlun mystic realm hadn't been settled yet. Don't look at how Lin Fei let go of the 2 minor heavenly kings, Shu Tianxing and Yun Fei. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have been able to kill them on the spot in the previous exchange. Although the two of them were strong and cultivated treasure bodies, their treasure bodies were of the lowest grade. They couldn't withstand his attack at all. After Lin Fei left the underground, he went straight to the treasure house. If he wanted to know more secrets in the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei felt that he had to get this information from the treasure house. If he didn't even know about the treasure house, it would be useless to ask others. The treasure house master was also very surprised by Lin Fei's arrival. The appearance of the 24C calming divine pearls did surprise the treasure house master. Although he knew that they were sea calming divine pearls, he didn't expect them to be snatched away by a super expert. Until now, the treasure house master didn't know who this super expert was. However, when Lin Fei appeared, he felt that he seemed to know the answer. Maybe this person in front of him was that super expert. The appearance of a super expert defeated the 3 minor heavenly kings. The barbarian king returned to the top, and the remaining 2 junior heavenly kings each found a place, seemingly intending to contact their superiors to discuss again. Senior Lin, you've really kept us in the dark. The 3 little kings have all suffered under your hands. After sitting down, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion master got straight to the point. Looks like your bountiful treasure tower's news is still very fast, actually guessing it so quickly. Other places could still conceal the news, but in front of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion Lord, Lin Fei did not plan on concealing it either. They could guess whatever they wanted. The more they guessed, the easier it was for them to have misgivings. For example, when you speak, as long as you speak too much, there will always be times when you make a mistake. But if you stand there and don't move, then there will be no mistakes. Actually, the Plentiful Treasures Pavilion Lord was also worried that Lin Fei would not acknowledge the identity of this super expert. The fact that Lin Fei actually admitted it directly shocked the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord. Such an unremarkable person was actually a super expert, defeating 3 minor heavenly kings in a row, and even snatching the 24C calming divine pearls. He even snatched the 24C calming divine pearls. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably refine the C calming divine pearls. Now that Lin Fei admitted it, the following matters would be easy to handle. I wonder what Senior Lin has come here for? As long as it's something that our Myriad Treasures Pavilion can do, we will definitely satisfy Senior. In the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord's opinion, this Lin Fei must be a senior. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong that even the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord couldn't see through him. No one knew the origins of this super expert, Lin Fei. He just came to this Kunlun mystic realm out of nowhere. He even snatched away these items, causing them to make a wasted trip. Although it was just a sea calming divine pearl and wasn't much, it was still a part of a Xiantian treasure. To many forces, it was still rather tempting. If the Myriad Treasures Pavilion could come into contact with this super expert, Lin Fei, it might be of great benefit to their Myriad Treasures Pavilion. In particular, Lin Fei's strength couldn't be seen through. It could simply be described as unfathomable. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Actually, I'm not someone from above. I'm purely a native cultivator. Is this very surprising to you?" The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was a little shocked. He found it hard to believe what Lin Fei said. How could someone with such strength be a native? The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord blurted out, "Senior Lin, your words are funny. If you're a native, how could you possibly cultivate to this realm? You must know that the highest realm in the Kunlun mystic realm is the Supremacy realm, which is also the so-called peak of Foundation Establishment realm. It's extremely rare to break through to the core formation realm." Lin Fei laughed, "Can't I be talented? Or is it that only the Foundation Establishment realm is the peak in the Kunlun mystic realm? In my opinion, it's just that your cultivation hasn't reached the required level, and I happen to have reached the required level. I wonder if this explanation is enough." They didn't feel that Lin Fei's tone had become much heavier. When the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord heard this tone, his expression changed immediately. He immediately said, "Senior Lin, you've misunderstood. It's not that we're doubting your strength. It's just that your background has indeed shocked us. We've always thought that you came down from above, but you came here earlier than us. Who would have thought? This was definitely big news. At the very least, in this Kunlun mystic realm, if the forces behind the other 3 minor heavenly kings were to find out, they would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. It was no wonder that they didn't have any information on the existence of such a person. From the start, he didn't even come down from above, but was a native super expert. It was unknown how he cultivated his strength. Other than terrifying, it was still terrifying. Then, I wonder what instructions you have for me, Senior? I would like to know how to get to the top of this Kunlun mystic realm. I believe that your Myriad Treasures Pavilion should be very clear about it, right?" This question did not surprise the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord. He said, "Senior Lin, if you were to go up, I reckon that it would be a little troublesome now. That's because the passageways up there are almost all sealed. Even I have stayed in this Kunlun mystic realm for 70 to 80 years. Lin Fei frowned slightly. "Is there really no other way?" "It's not that there isn't a way. It's just that it requires a huge price. Using the people above to open up a passageway for you to go up from below, but going up from below is different from coming down from above. Therefore, the price is extremely huge. I'm afraid that Senior Lin won't be able to accept it in a short period of time." The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord frowned and said, "Other than this method, there's actually another method." Chapter 4380. Lin Fei believed that the owner of the treasure house still knew other information. After all, he didn't stay here for nothing for decades. He probably knew the entire Kunlun mystic realm very well. Actually, there's a special place in our Kunlun mystic realm. That place is a teleportation formation that leads to the top. However, this teleportation formation seems to be a little damaged. As this teleportation formation is too advanced, the people below can't repair it, so it has always been abandoned. That place isn't a place that anyone can enter. Only super powerhouses like Senior Lin can enter. The words of the owner of the treasure house made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He knew that the owner of the treasure house knew other secrets. Listening to the owner of the treasure house explain slowly, Lin Fei finally understood. There was actually such a place in the Kunlun mystic realm. As for the teleportation formation, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. This thing was indeed relatively advanced. If ordinary people didn't study it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out at all. To Lin Fei, this wasn't a troublesome thing at all. This was because he knew this kind of teleportation formation too well. Whether it was low-level or advanced, it was very simple for Lin Fei. After Lin Fei chatted with the owner of the treasure house for a while, Lin Fei finally figured out what was going on. He also remembered this place and even got a map from the owner of the treasure house. Senior Lin, I heard that you're interested in this supreme token. I wonder if we can make a deal. After saying these words, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord suddenly said, his expression also becoming much more solemn. From the moment Lin Fei came in, he knew that the owner of the treasure house definitely had something to say to him, especially after he knew that he had obtained the Calm Sea Divine Pearl. If it was something else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be interested. However, he was interested in the supreme token. His body hadn't completely recovered and he still needed a large number of supreme tokens. From Fang Wen, Lin Fei already knew that all the sky-reaching tokens had been taken back by the Heavenly Reaching Church. It would not be easy to get the sky-reaching tokens. Therefore, he also wanted to see what this treasure house lord had to say to him. Our Bountiful Treasures Tower is very interested in the purple gold sky flower, and we plan to use this supreme sky token to exchange with Senior. Also, we want to cooperate with you to find other sea-calming divine pearls. We are willing to use this supreme sky token as payment, or the supreme sky armor. As long as it's a treasure made from the supreme sky tree, we can help Senior obtain it. As for the purple gold sky flower, Lin Fei was indeed useless. Although the purple gold sky flower could cultivate a treasure body, it was only the lowest grade treasure body. In front of Lin Fei, he could destroy it with a single punch. It was completely useless. Therefore, this kind of purple gold sky flower was quite useless. Now that the Bountiful Treasure Tower had actually taken a fancy to this purple gold sky flower and wanted to join forces to search for other sea-calming divine pearls, this was something that could be discussed. Then what price do you intend to offer for this purple gold sky flower? Lin Fei laughed. With this, the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Fei would refuse. Their Bountiful Treasure Tower was still very concerned about this purple gold sky flower. This was a treasure body that could be cultivated. Although the quality was ordinary, it was still a treasure body. Cultivating a treasure body, this first step was the most difficult. As long as one had this treasure body, then they would have the confidence to improve this treasure body. But if one didn't even have the basics, no matter how many treasures they had, they could only stare at it. No matter what, they had to get their hands on this purple gold sky flower. Previously, the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower didn't know where the purple gold sky flower went, so he could only be very helpless. But now that he knew that Lin Fei was that super powerhouse, the purple gold sky flower must be on Lin Fei. Therefore, he had to buy this purple gold sky flower no matter what. Especially since the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower knew that this Senior Lin Fei liked that Supreme Sky token, he would probably be very interested in other things made from the Supreme Sky Tree. Although he didn't know why the other party was interested in this thing, this didn't prevent the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower from carrying out the transaction. The purple gold sky flower is an important treasure for cultivating a treasure body. Therefore, our Bountiful Treasure Tower is willing to offer 15 Supreme Sky tokens. This is our limit. The 15 Supreme Sky tokens surprised Lin Fei a little. My goodness, the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower really hid a lot. Lin Fei was even more sure of one thing, that was, the Heaven-Reaching Church didn't take back the real Supreme Sky tokens. This thing could be said to be of little value, but it still had some use. Lin Fei knew that if he wanted to completely recover from his injuries and return to his previous peak, then he needed to absorb more Supreme Sky tokens. The more one cultivated, the slower the recovery rate would be. Therefore, the Heaven Ascension token would definitely require an uncountable number of cultivation tokens. 15 copper coins for a token? That's too little. Lin Fei said faintly. The moment the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower heard this, he knew that 15 Supreme Sky tokens were too little and couldn't satisfy this Senior Lin Fei. Senior Lin, 15 Supreme Heaven Medallions is already very difficult to obtain. Right now, the number of Supreme Heaven Medallions is getting fewer and fewer. However, we can still grit our teeth and get a Supreme Heaven armor made from the Supreme Heaven tree. It should be able to make up for 10 Supreme Heaven Medallions. Lin Fei also knew the value of the purple gold sky flower. 15 Supreme Sky tokens and an armor was more or less the limit. More importantly, in the entire Kunlun secret realm, only the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower could take it out. Lin Fei could also see that the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower was rather sincere. He reckoned that this was really the limit. Then when can I get these things? Lin Fei didn't really care about other things. What was important was when he could get it. This was what Lin Fei was more concerned about. If it was a year or so, it would be a little long. 3 months. The owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower clenched his teeth. This is the fastest speed of our Bountiful Treasure Tower. You also know that this thing is almost gone in the Kunlun secret realm. Therefore, we can only come down from above. However, this requires some time. 3 months. Lin Fei could still wait. The Kunlun secret realm was rather safe. I'll wait for you for 3 months. He took out the purple gold sky flower and casually opened the box. After letting the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower take a look, he immediately kept it to prevent the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower from being overly suspicious. The purple gold sky flower flashed by, but the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower was already very attentive. I'll definitely get this thing within 3 months. The owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower couldn't wait to send the news up so that the people above could prepare these things. As for the sea-calming god pearl, we'll talk about it after you guys finish the transaction. I reckon that there's only one sea-calming god pearl left. Chapter 4381. After Lin Fei left the treasure house, he headed straight for the heaven-breaking palace. He still had 2 big fish on his hands. No matter what, he had to collect some interest from these 2 big fish. He was quite satisfied with his gains in the treasure house. At least he wasn't disappointed. The purple gold sky flower might be useful, but it wasn't. It was better to exchange it for some Supreme Heaven token. Chen Fei also believed that the Bountiful Treasure Tower Lord would definitely fulfill his promise and get this Heavenly Connection token at the first possible moment. Lin Fei might not believe other people's words, but Lin Fei trusted the treasure house owner. At the very least, the treasure house owner had a name in the Kunlun Mystery Land. What Lin Fei had to do now was to wait for 3 months to get the Supreme Heaven token. Lin Fei planned to head straight for the Heaven-breaking Palace, but he sensed an aura heading in another direction halfway. After pondering for a while, he determined who this aura belonged to. It was Shu Tianxing, the guy with the starlight treasure body. Could it be that the force behind Shu Tianxing had sent someone down again? Lin Fei frowned and changed his location. He wanted to take down Shu Tianxing first. In Lin Fei's eyes, Shu Tianxing still had some value. That was why he left the 2 of them alive. Otherwise, he would have just killed them. Lin Fei didn't know how strong the 3 minor heavenly kings were, but it definitely wouldn't be too much. Every single one of them had been nurtured with a lot of resources. Shu Tianxing was indeed going to receive them. Ever since he suffered a big loss at the hands of Lin Fei, he immediately reported the news. Although the process was quite troublesome, at least the higher-ups knew about it. When the higher-ups heard that there was a super expert in the Kunlun Mystery Land, they decided to send another expert down without hesitation. Of course, this was the only one. They couldn't afford to waste so much resources, so what Shu Tianxing needed to do now was to receive the other party. Shu Tianxing was still on tenterhooks. Fortunately, the super expert did not do anything, which made him heave a sigh of relief. However, no matter what, the sea-calming divine pearl had been taken away, so he had to get it back. The other party was very strong, but this time, the higher-ups had not only sent an expert, but they had also brought a treasure with them. They would definitely be able to suppress the other party. Of course, Shu Tianxing wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. No one wanted to continue staying in this difficult situation. It was really boring. Shu Tianxing came to a lake. He took out a jade talisman in his hand. This was a positioning jade talisman. Only this position jade talisman could allow the other party to come here accurately. Otherwise, he would have gone to the wrong place. It wouldn't matter if he landed in the Kunlun mystic realm. However, if he landed in any other place, the outcome would be extremely miserable. After activating the jade talisman, Shu Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief. Now, all he had to do was wait for the other party to come down. Shu Tianxing could not guarantee that he would not encounter that super expert again. However, no matter what, the other party had already taken away the sea-calming divine pearl, so he should not have any other thoughts. God bless me. I must let the other party come down smoothly. Please don't make such a mistake. Shu Tianhai prayed in his heart. As soon as he said that, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. You're not bad. You can't get the sea-calming divine pearl, but you still plan to call for more people. I wonder which expert you've called for this time. I really have to thank you. You've contributed a lot to me. Who? Shu Tianxing turned around and threw a punch. The starlight that filled the sky gathered together. However, the starlight was useless. A hand stretched out and grabbed Shu Tianxing's neck. Boom. His body shook. Tianhe. The starlight treasure body on his body instantly collapsed. God knew how much blood flowed out of his body. Fear and unease appeared in Shu Tianxing's eyes. That super expert. Elder, please spare me. Spare me. Shu Tianxing did not expect that after the super expert took the sea-calming divine pearl, he would actually target him again. What the hell? He did not expect that he would be targeted again. This made no sense. After such a super expert got his hands on something, he would definitely go as far as he could. Why would he care about him? But now, he realized that he seemed to have thought too much. Maybe this super expert had never intended to let him go. Why didn't he kill him at the first moment? Maybe he was waiting for him to call for more people. Otherwise, why would he say what he did just now? After understanding this, Shu Tianxing immediately begged for mercy. He wanted to keep his life first. I thought you would resist. It seems like you're a smart guy. Lin Fei swung his hand and Shu Tianxing's entire body smashed onto the ground. The ground cracked and Shu Tianxing spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. His entire starlight treasure body almost collapsed and he could not use it. How long will it take for the people who came down to arrive? Is it one person or a few people? Lin Fei said faintly. Shu Tianxing felt like he had walked on the edge of death and was almost killed. One person. He will come down in about an hour. Shu Tianxing answered honestly. As long as Lin Fei asked him something, he would answer. Soon, Lin Fei figured it out. It seems that the higher-ups are still interested in this sea-calming divine pearl. Such a great expert came down and is actually a fake golden core expert. He also brought down a supreme-grade magic treasure. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He was a little happy. It seemed like he had caught a pretty good fish. The stronger the people who came down, the more satisfied Lin Fei would be. For places like the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei also believed that it was impossible to send the strongest person down. After all, the space channel was not easy to withstand, so the strength would not be that strong. The golden core realm was considered good. Coupled with a supreme-grade magic treasure, he could basically explode with the strength of a golden core expert. However, such a golden core expert was still quite satisfactory to Lin Fei. At the very least, he could exchange for a lot of things. Shu Tianxing did not dare to breathe loudly. He could only apologize to his senior brother who had not come down yet. At this moment, he really did not dare to hide anything. The other party could kill him with a punch. He had always thought that his starlight treasure body was very powerful. However, in front of the other party, he realized that this treasure body was still very fragile. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Chapter 4382. The light shone down. A soft snort could be heard. Before the person could be seen, there was a sound. So this is the Kunlun mystic realm. As expected, it is not good. I don't know what junior brother Tianqing is doing. He can't even handle such a thing. A white-clothed figure appeared. Shu Tianqing, who was breaking out in cold sweat for his senior brother, had his expression turn dark and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for this super expert, how could I have failed? You still have the cheek to talk about me? You deserve to be unlucky later. You will be no different from me. Shu Tianqing was still worried about his senior brother. Now that he heard this, he was completely disappointed. He couldn't wait for this super expert to teach this senior brother a lesson. The person who came down was indeed Shu Tianqing's senior brother Wang Hu. Wang Hu didn't care much about this trip. Even if there was a super expert, could he be stronger than him? Not bad, not bad. Another big fish came down. A cold voice rang out in Wang Hu's ears. Immediately after, he saw a palm whizzing over. It landed heavily on Wang Hu's body. There was a loud rumbling sound. A powerful force exploded within his body. Wave after wave, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Lin Fei didn't have any plans to deal with this guy who came down from above. He just wanted to take him down. How could he wait for him to attack? He wasn't afraid of trouble, but Lin Fei was afraid of trouble. So, he slapped him. The power of this slap was different. It contained the power of the 5 elements. It wasn't a simple sword intent. It was the true power of the 5 elements. The power was terrifying and ferocious like a flood. It caused Wang Hu to be seriously injured. Shu Tianqing felt an inexplicable sense of excitement when he saw his senior brother's miserable appearance. Wang Hu was caught off guard and didn't come back to his senses for a while. He had just come down and was attacked. More importantly, he couldn't resist at all. What was junior brother Shu Tianqing doing? Very quickly, he saw his junior brother gloating. He looked into the distance and saw a young man standing with his hands behind his back. Did this person attack me, or is he that super expert? Many thoughts popped up in his mind. Before Wang Hu could say anything, the slap flew over and landed on his body. There was another loud rumbling sound and he was slapped into the ground. This time, Wang Hu didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he had vomited, and he was on the verge of death. A hand reached in, pulled him out, and casually threw him in front of Shu Tianqing. Carry him, let's go to Heaven-Breaking Palace. Shu Tianqing didn't dare to refuse at all. He carried senior brother Wang Hu on his back the moment he got up. Senior brother Wang Hu, this is the super expert. You shouldn't say anything else. Save your breath so that you won't be able to return. I'm doing this for your own good. Shu Tianqing said softly and followed behind Lin Fei. Wang Hu was a little dumbfounded. This person was a super powerhouse. This strength was way too strong, wasn't it? Even though his physical body state wasn't that weak, he could still hold out for a while. But right now, he felt as though his entire body was a pile of mud, and he couldn't muster up any strength at all. In fact, even his treasures and what-not had been taken away by the other party. He was prepared to fight 300 rounds with this super expert. But now, he realized that he was overthinking. This person didn't care about him at all. He was almost like a dead fish now. If not for the fact that he still had some value, he would have been killed by this person. Wang Hu regretted coming down. So there was such a big hole waiting for him down there. Shu Tianqing, you really are a troublemaker. Wang Hu could only swallow this. He didn't dare to do anything else and just lay on Shu Tianqing's body. Senior brother Wang Hu, you can't blame me. I was waiting for you to come down, but who knew that this super expert would come? How could I be his match? Shu Tianqing did not want to be misunderstood by this senior brother Wang Hu, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to explain. Hearing this, Wang Hu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. How did he encounter such a thing? He finally understood why he had said those words before. In the eyes of a super expert, he was just a fish, and a pretty good one at that. Wang Hu really wanted to cry. I want to go back, I want to go back. I don't want to be a fish on a chopping board. I don't want to be a fish on a chopping board. Lin Fei was very fast. Not long after, he arrived near the heaven-crushing palace. More than half of the heaven-crushing palace was in ruins. Not many people could be seen. Lin Fei scanned the area. Thankfully, Yun Fei and Autarch Xinghai were still within the heaven-crashing palace. They didn't go anywhere else. This saved Lin Fei a lot of time. He directly entered the heaven-crushing palace. Yun Fei and Supreme Xinghai were in a sorry state. This was not a sorry state physically, but a sorry state in their hearts. This was especially true for Yun Fei. How could he have expected that he would encounter a super expert not long after he came down with such a grand entrance? The super expert was ridiculously strong. He stole the sea-calming divine pearl just like that. Yun Fei even knew that the expert had not only taken away the sea-calming divine pearl, but he also seemed to have taken away the purple gold sky flower. It could be said that all the benefits had been taken away by the expert, but the expert had disdained to kill him, which made Yun Fei very resentful. He was waiting for his senior brothers to come down so he could take revenge. Even a super expert was nothing in front of his senior brothers. Time passed faster and faster. There was a loud sound. The stone door of the secret room split into pieces. Innumerable rocks came crashing down. Yun Fei struck out with his palm, but the stones were filled with immense power. Unexpectedly, they didn't shatter. Instead, they smashed into Yun Fei's body, sending him flying. Even Xinghai, who was next to him, was sent flying. A figure walked in. There were two people behind him. "I thought you would sneak up. Seems like you're not smart. Barbarian King is smarter." Lin Fei glanced at them. Yun Fei struggled to stand up and lean against the wall. He finally saw who it was. It was the super expert, Lin Fei. Not only him, but he also saw Shu Tianxing and that Wang Hu behind him. He also had some contact with this Wang Hu. Now, his heart trembled, and he realized that he was in big trouble. Yun Fei didn't think that Shu Tianxing had found this super expert. It was obvious that this super expert had a use for them. "Don't kill me. I surrender." Chapter 4383. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all that Yun Fei had chosen to surrender. Unless Yun Fei had a screw loose in his head, Lin Fei would definitely be obedient. Therefore, Lin Fei easily caught all the fish. After catching the fish, the rest was simple. Lin Fei threw them together. He immediately asked them to send a message. The content of the message was very simple. If he wanted these disciples with potential to return to the top, he had to get them some supreme token. As long as it was a treasure related to the supreme tree, it would be fine. Otherwise, these disciples wouldn't be able to return. Yun Fei and the others wanted to cry after knowing their value. They didn't expect that this super expert didn't kill them. His purpose of keeping them alive was so simple. Since when were they worth a few supreme tokens so cheap? They wanted to cry. For a moment, they wanted to run back. It was really embarrassing. However, they had no choice. If they didn't send a message, they might be killed by this super expert. When that happened, they would be really pitiful and helpless. Lin Fei believed that the people above would definitely send the supreme tokens down after knowing the news. Although it was troublesome to send people down, it was very easy to send these things down. Lin Fei's requirements were not high. He only wanted a Heaven's Chosen One, so he wanted at least 10 Heaven's Ascension tokens. With the 3 of them here, that would be 30 Heaven's Ascension tokens in one go. He believed that with their abilities, they would be able to get their hands on them easily. It was impossible for them to not get them. Therefore, Lin Fei just had to wait for the news. Fortunately, after they sent the message, there was news 2 days later. The people above were very angry about what happened, but they couldn't stop a super expert from below. Therefore, when the forces behind Shu Tianxing found out that Wang Hu had also been taken down by a super expert, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. It was just 20 heavenly tokens. They still had some ability. They just wanted to get Wang Hu back first. They couldn't send another person down. It was impossible for them to do so in a short period of time. So this time, Lin Fei got the exact news. They would give them the heavenly pass, but at the very least, they couldn't let their disciples get injured. However, it would take a long time, at least 3 months. This was the same as the news from the Myriad Treasures House Lord. Lin Fei gave them a chance. They had to get the Tongtian token within 3 months. If he did not see the Heavenly Connection token, he would have killed these 3 experts. Who knew who would suffer losses? After Lin Fei captured Shu Tianxing and Wang Hu, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's Pavilion Master also received the news, and he was shocked in his heart again. For a moment, he was even more unable to guess what this Lin Fei was doing with the Heavenly Ascension token. Could it be that he was planning to refine a supreme treasure? The possibility of this was quite high. As for refining and whatnot, he did not even think about it. After all, it was impossible. It was impossible to wait in the Kunlun mystic realm for 3 months. Also, Lin Fei did not have that much free time. After dealing with this matter, Lin Fei sealed Yun Fei and the others' strength and left them in the heaven-crashing palace. With their strength sealed, they could forget about leaving the Kunlun mystic realm. This was because Lin Fei had taken away all their treasures. Lin Fei went to the sacred ground, which was the divine dragon mystic realm. Now, the passageway was opened again. He met the sacred leader on the sacred mountain. After giving some instructions, Lin Fei came out again. However, this time, he did not come to the same place as before. After coming back, he came back to Yangjing again. Yangjing's environment was the same as before. After getting used to staying in the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei more or less felt uncomfortable. Although this was Yangjing and Lin Fei had many places to go, he still went to the courtyard house in the alley. In Lin Fei's opinion, after getting the sky-piercing token, he might go to the world next door to take a look. Perhaps he would have to leave for a period of time again. Hence, he came to see his biological parents. Now, his thoughts about his biological parents had faded quite a bit. After all, Lin Fei was someone who had lived for a long time. He was a true immortal rank expert. Very quickly, his thoughts returned to normal. Lin Lang was very happy to see his son back. He did not leave the courtyard house. Even though his strength had recovered, it was the same. Perhaps it was because he had been in the limelight before. After recovering his strength, Lin Lang was very low profile. He looked like an ordinary person. Lin Lang did not ask or say anything. Instead, he instructed his wife to cook a table full of dishes. The family of 3 had a good meal. After eating another meal, Lin Fei left. When he left behind some things, such as pills and the like. In these 3 months, Lin Fei spent time with the women he knew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. He returned to the Kunlun mystic realm. The Kunlun mystic realm was the same as before. However, due to the decline of the heaven-breaking palace, the Kunlun mystic realm experienced a temporary change. The 6 supremes, no, the 5 supremes did not dare to make any big moves. This was because Lin Fei had already talked to them. Although Lin Fei was not interested in the Kunlun mystic realm, the Holy Master was very concerned about it. With the help of the Bone Dragon, he wanted to unify the Kunlun mystic realm and form a true holy land for cultivation. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. As long as he did not cause too much trouble in the Kunlun mystic realm, it would be fine. Lin Fei first went to the treasure house. The treasure house master immediately invited Lin Fei in. "Senior Lin Fei, we've already done our best to help you obtain the sky-piercing token that you wanted." The treasure house master took out a storage ring that contained the sky-piercing token and the sky-piercing armor. The sky-piercing tree aura contained in the sky-piercing armor was even denser. At the very least, the divine tree of life in his body immediately became excited. Seeing the divine tree of life's excitement, Lin Fei knew that the sky-piercing token and the sky-piercing armor were real and not fake. This meant that the treasure house did not play any tricks during this period. After completing the transaction with the treasure house, Lin Fei left. The treasure house master did not ask about the Dinghai rent. He believed that Lin Fei would come again next time. The next time would be the time to discuss the Dinghai divine pearl. Yun Fei, Shu Tianxing, and the others in the heaven-breaking palace had experienced the most painful 3 months of their lives. Their strength had been sealed to the point where they were weaker than an ordinary person. Fortunately, Lin Fei had finally come. Chapter 4384. Lin Fei finally got all the heavenly tokens. Whether it was the Treasure Tower Master's side or Shu Tianqing's side, they all sent the heavenly token down. As Lin Fei guessed, they did have some ability. At least, it was much easier to send things down than to send people down. After Lin Fei received these things, he released the shackles on Shu Tianqing and the others and let them go. After Shu Tianqing and the others regained their freedom, they left the Kunlun secret realm without saying a word. They were not willing to see this Lin Fei for a long time. Who would want to see such a super expert? It was a very good thing to be able to survive in the hands of a super expert. As for revenge, they really did not dare to do so. Unless the senior brothers and experts of their sects took action. As for how strong they needed to be, they did not dare to guarantee it in their hearts. Anyway, the strength of a super expert like Lin Fei seemed to be somewhat unfathomable. After sending them away, Lin Fei immediately absorbed all the heavenly token. It took almost a month to refine it. This also allowed Lin Fei's injuries to recover a lot. At least the power that he could burst out from the Golden Core realm to the Golden Core Great Perfection realm. His physical body had also improved a lot. He could easily withstand the attack of a nascent soul powerhouse. This was the power of the immortal body. Even if he stood there, he could not easily break through Lin Fei's body. This degree of recovery was also more or less within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, the recovery of his immortal body became slower and slower. To be able to recover to such an extent was already quite satisfactory. This also made Lin Fei more concerned about the heavenly token and a series of treasures above. So after refining it, he had already made up his mind to go up there. Lin Fei first went to the location of the teleportation formation. This place was located in a dangerous place within the Kunlun mystic realm. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was able to enter with ease. When he saw this ancient formation, however, Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This situation was worse than he had imagined. This was because the damage to this formation was rather severe. Even if they used the various resources in the Kunlun secret realm, they would not be able to recover it in a short period of time. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. It seemed that this trip was in vain, so he could only count on the next place. That was a hopeless situation in another place. Lin Fei didn't say anything and left. This place was indeed very dangerous, at least in Lin Fei's opinion. That was because the aura of death could instantly plunder a person's blood and essence. Lin Fei's immortal body easily locked the essence qi and blood. No matter how much the death qi attacked, it couldn't do anything. Just like that, they walked all the way to the depths of this place and saw a special place. I didn't expect there to be a spatial tear here. What Lin Fei saw was a spatial tear. This spatial tear wasn't big. It was only 4 to 5 meters long and 1 to 2 meters wide. Lin Fei was no stranger to spatial tears. He knew what the multi-treasure tower master said at the end. It should be from the spatial tear to the top. However, this would depend on luck. If one was unlucky, the chances of failure would be very high. If Lin Fei didn't know about the Supreme Sky Token, it would be fine. However, he knew about it. He even knew about the use of the Supreme Sky Token. In addition, he had the number 1 God Tree, the Life God Tree. Therefore, he was very concerned about this spatial tear and the matter above. Don't forget that he had snatched the Sea Calming Pearl. Although it was just 1 pearl, to some factions, this intervention of Lin Fei was equivalent to breaking a huge taboo. Naturally, he was targeted by them. They wouldn't send any more experts down. That was impossible. They just chose to lie low for the time being. However, as long as they recovered, they would be able to do so. As long as they recovered, they would definitely find out about Lin Fei's origin. At that time, they would send experts to snatch the Sea Calming Pearl back. The temptation of a carnate magic treasure was very strong. Lin Fei didn't think about it and directly entered the spatial tear. Lin Fei had already passed through the spatial passage of the alternate world. Moreover, this was a spatial tear. With his current immortal divine body, he should be able to withstand it. As soon as he entered the spatial tear, he encountered a spatial storm. It was very overbearing. Fortunately, as Lin Fei had imagined, the power in the spatial tear wasn't very strong. The distance wasn't very long either. Therefore, Lin Fei managed to withstand it. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been traveling here. Maybe 10 days and a half months, or maybe 2 or 3 months. In the end, he still managed to find an entrance. Lin Fei didn't want to stay in the spatial tear for too long. Therefore, after he found the entrance, he went in without hesitation. At the very least, he had to find a place to stay first. The Vajra sect was a sect that cultivated the body. It was a sect that was neither small nor big in the spiritual realm. However, on this day, the Vajra sect was attacked by generations of enemies. This sect was called the Divine Knife Sect. It was the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was the Vajra sect that could fight against the Divine Knife Sect. However, the Vajra sect was declining year by year. Now, it didn't have the ability to fight against the Divine Knife Sect. Not long ago, the sect master of the Vajra sect was ambushed by a group of experts led by the sect master of the Divine Knife Sect. He was seriously injured on the spot. While the Vajra sect was seriously injured, the sect master of the Divine Knife Sect led a group of experts to attack the Vajra sect. He wanted to destroy the Vajra sect. By then, they would be the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles. A sect that could control an area of 10,000 miles was considered very big. Kill them. Kill them all and leave no one alive. The sect master of the Divine Knife Sect killed a disciple of the Vajra sect with one slash. His eyes were cold and his gaze fell on the palace of the Vajra sect in the distance. At this moment, in a forbidden area behind the mountain of the Vajra sect, more than 10 young disciples were brought to the forbidden area of the Vajra sect. This is the forbidden area of the Vajra sect. You are the most powerful elites of the Vajra sect and have the potential to become Golden Core experts in the future. Later, you will leave this place. I will use the array to contain them. An elder brought more than 10 elite disciples there. He was one of the few experts in the Vajra sect. He was a mid-stage Golden Core expert. The faces of these elite disciples were filled with fear and unease, but even more so, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. The Vajra sect was very powerful, but they didn't expect that one day, the Divine Knife Sect would attack them. A few elders in the Vajra sect had been bribed and killed several Golden Core experts on the spot. As a result, the Vajra sect immediately lost the ability to fight back. Elder Shur, you don't have to run. We will guard this forbidden area. More than 10 people rushed out without any warning. The leader, an expert in white, smiled and said. Chapter 4385. When this person came out, Shichongsheng's expression turned completely cold. He recognized that this was the 8th elder of the Vajra sect. In the entire Vajra sect, there were a total of 10 elders who were the strongest. However, he did not expect that 7 of them would betray him. As a result, the entire Vajra sect was caught off guard. Shichongsheng did not expect that the 8th elder would actually be guarding the forbidden area. Obviously, he knew that there was an exit here. The number of people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand, which made it difficult for Shichongsheng to accept. Shichongsheng, you did not expect that I would actually be guarding this place. You also did not expect that 7 of the 10 elders of the Vajra sect would betray you. Who asked your sect to be so careless? Today is the day that the Vajra sect's name is removed. Don't think that I don't know that you plan to leave with these elite disciples. You're thinking too much. If you have the ability, you have to pass through me first. Shichongsheng had originally planned to leave the forbidden area with this group of elite disciples, but now it seemed that there was no possibility of that at all. His expression darkened. Looks like I can only fight it out with you. As soon as he said that, Shichongsheng lunged forward, unleashing a powerful fist technique that shook the void and caused a wave of turbulence that bombarded the bodies of these people. A defensive treasure instantly appeared in front of the 8th elder, Zhao Qingshan, and blocked the torrent in an instant. Go, kill them all. Zhao Qingshan snorted coldly, then stared at Shichongsheng. A flying knife flew out. Zhao Qingshan's long knife, under his control, turned into a clear stream, forcing Shang to continuously retreat. As for the other disciples of the Vajra sect, they seemed to be in a sorry state. After all, they were already prepared, and when they joined forces, they really managed to suppress the disciples of the Vajra sect. For a moment, they could not gain any advantage. Shang was very anxious and wanted to go over to help. However, Zhao Qingshan's flying knife blocked him, and he could not do anything else. On the contrary, when he relaxed, there were a few more wounds on his body. Shang, don't count on going over to help. Today, all of you will die. From today onwards, the Vajra sect will no longer exist. Within these 10,000 miles, the Godly Knife sect will be the largest. Zhao Qingshan was very confident that he could stop Shang and would not have the chance to reinforce these elite disciples. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Vajra sect were killed one after another. Their blood flowed like a river as they collapsed to the ground. Did you see that? This is the result of going against our divine knife sect. It's a pity for these elite disciples. Otherwise, they would all have the opportunity to break through to the golden elixir realm in the future. It's a pity now. Zhao Qingshan's throwing knife technique was extremely powerful, so Shang's mind could only be focused on this knife technique. He did not dare to leave it at all. Shang didn't dare to be distracted. He could only watch helplessly as these elite disciples were killed. If it was a one-on-one battle, Shang was not afraid of Zhao Qingshan. This was because in the Vajra sect, Zhao Qingshan was only ranked 8th, and he was ranked 3rd, which was the so-called third elder. He was naturally much stronger than Zhao Qingshan, but at this moment, he was affected. That way, he wouldn't be able to display his true strength. Shang did not dare to look. He could only hear screams in his ears. If he was right, his disciples had been killed. In less than half an hour, these elite disciples were all killed, and the remaining people all gathered around. Shang, today is your end. Zhao Qingshan laughed proudly. Don't think that just because you're the third elder, you're awesome. Today, I will kill you here. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was certain that Shang would die. No matter what, Shang was going to die today. Facing the attacks of so many people, Shang felt that it was very difficult. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. At this moment, a figure fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised. They all turned their heads to look. Even they were a little surprised. Since when did a person fall here? Excuse me, is this the spiritual world? At this moment, the figure suddenly stood up. He patted the dust off his body. A completion-leveled cultivator who was closest to him threw a treasure at him. No matter how many of these people came, they would kill as many as they wanted. The one who descended from the sky was naturally Lin Fei. He had been in the space channel for a long time, so when he saw the entrance, he immediately rushed over. Once he saw the entrance, he entered without saying anything. It seems like my luck is not bad. This should be the spiritual world. Lin Fei could feel the dense spiritual energy. But after seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. He had to confirm the situation first. A treasure smashed onto Lin Fei's body. But Lin Fei acted like nothing happened. He casually slapped the treasure to the side. The person who released the treasure, on the other hand, puked out a mouthful of blood. After all, this was a treasure that he had refined before. How could it defend against Lin Fei's attack? Cracks immediately appeared on it. This was the same as hurting his soul. Let me ask you, is this the spiritual world or not? Don't you have the time to stop and tell me? Lin Fei said calmly. When everyone saw that Lin Fei looked fine after being hit by the treasure, they were all shocked. After all, that was a treasure. Not everyone dared to take it head-on. Even the experts from the Vajra sect wouldn't dare to take it head-on. But now, this kid was able to take it head-on. Moreover, his slap even damaged the treasure. Where did he come from? Senior, this is the spiritual world and this is the Vajra sect. Shang said immediately. Now, he was also shocked. An expert actually appeared out of nowhere. His strength was much more terrifying than expected. He was even able to take a treasure like it was nothing. So this is the spiritual world. Seems like my luck is not bad. This spiritual world is much more interesting than I thought. After confirming that this was the spiritual world, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would get lost. Where did this guy come from? You can die now. Zhao Qingshan snorted and slashed with his flying knife. Like a stream of light, it arrived in an instant. It even broke through the limits of space. It was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei reached out and caught the flying dagger with 2 fingers. He squeezed gently, and with a crack, the flying dagger broke. You have the nerve to take out such a weak thing. I'll return it to you. Lin Fei waved his hand. The broken flying knife was instantly filled with power and flew over, piercing through Zhao Qingshan. Ripples appeared in front of Zhao Qingshan, but he still couldn't block the broken knife. Zhao Qingshan fell. Chapter 4386. The entire place was silent. The experts that Zhao Qingshan brought all looked at each other, unable to come back to their senses. It could be said that, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the most powerful Zhao Qingshan was actually killed. Most importantly, he was killed by a broken blade. How could they believe it? The one who did it was a young man, so young that it was ridiculous. Since when was there such a powerful expert hidden in the Vajra sect? This must be the patriarch of the Vajra sect. Everyone, run. After the first shout, the rest of the people immediately reacted. Who else could easily kill Zhao Qingshan other than the patriarch of the Vajra sect? However, no one dared to believe that the Vajra sect actually had a patriarch. Wasn't this digging a big hole for them to jump into? If they didn't run now, when would they? At this time, who would dare to make another move? They didn't have the guts. Hence, they scattered. Even Shi Changsheng was a little confused. Patriarch? Could this young man really be the patriarch of the Vajra sect? However, he had never heard of the existence of a patriarch in the Vajra sect. Lin Fei didn't kill them at all. Who asked this guy to use a flying knife against him just now? Since he dared to make a move, he had to teach him a lesson no matter what. However, the other party was a little weak and couldn't even take it, so he deserved to die. You answered a question just now, so I'll help you solve this problem. Lin Fei said indifferently and prepared to leave. He was very interested in the spiritual realm. Hence, he wanted to understand it well, especially this heaven-reaching sect. Shi Changsheng only then realized that this person wasn't the patriarch of the Vajra sect at all. He just happened to pass by. Although he didn't know why he fell from the sky, he was indeed a powerful person. He might even be a nascent soul realm expert. Why would he be interested in the Vajra sect? However, Shi Changsheng knew the current situation better than anyone else. If this young man were to take action, the situation would be much better. At the very least, the Vajra sect would be able to survive this siege. But what could he do to get this young man to help? Shi Changsheng was also in a dilemma. Seriously. The Vajra sect really did not have anything useful to rope him in. Elder, wait a moment. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, how could Shi Changsheng possibly stand there? If this senior were to leave, the Vajra sect would be done for. Lin Fei looked at Shi Changsheng indifferently. I have something to do. Lin Fei could see clearly what was happening in this sect. His spiritual sense could still see everything clearly. It was obvious that another sect had come knocking on their door. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with such a matter. Lin Fei knew what the man in front of him was thinking. It was nothing more than asking him to make a move, but Lin Fei had already passed the stage of being a good person. It was best not to get involved in such matters. There were many experts in the spirit world. Although his current strength was not bad, if he really met those experts, it would still be a little troublesome. Elder, please save our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect will be eternally grateful. I will get the sect master to hand over the treasures of the Vajra sect to you. Please help our Vajra sect this time. Shi Changsheng knelt down with a thud. Right now, only this expert could save the Vajra sect. Shi Changsheng did not care about his face and knelt down on the spot. It's useless. Lin Fei shook his head. Shi Changsheng's entire face turned pale. This was their last hope. If he hadn't seen this expert kill Zhao Qingshan so easily, Shi Changsheng would not have such a thought. Unfortunately, this thought was completely shattered. Bang! A loud sound could be heard. A black silhouette smashed over and heavily smashed into a place not far away. A large cloud of dust was kicked up. Shi Changsheng looked over, and his eyes instantly widened. He picked up the corpse. Sect Master, wake up. It turned out that the person Shi Changsheng was carrying was the Vajra sect's sect master. However, the Vajra sect's sect master was covered in wounds and was no longer breathing. At this moment, a group of figures rushed over. Elder Shur, you don't have to shout. I've already killed him. I heard that your Vajra sect has another patriarch who actually dared to kill an expert of our godly saber sect. That's quite brave. I would like to meet this patriarch of your Vajra sect. The people who rushed over were all very strong. The leader was a middle-aged man with a huge saber on his back. He had a cold expression and as he spoke, his gaze landed on Lin Fei. A few figures behind him glared at this young man. Sect Master, this is the guy who killed Elder Zhao. He's the Vajra sect's patriarch. These people were all the ones who had retreated in fear just now. Now that they saw Lin Fei, although they were still afraid, there was a trace of confidence on their faces. They now had dozens of experts. The current lineup was indeed very strong. For example, there were 4 golden core experts, plus more than 20 core formation experts and a few scattered experts. The lineup was still very strong. Especially with 4 golden core experts, they could crush the Vajra sect. At this moment, the 4 golden core experts also locked their gazes on Lin Fei. Although they couldn't see this young man's specific strength, to be able to kill Zhao Qingshan, he was at least a golden core expert. As for the nascent soul realm, they didn't think that way at all. Nascent soul realm experts were almighty figures. It wasn't that easy to break through this realm. It was as if there were no nascent soul realm experts in this area. You're the one who killed Zhao Qingshan. The godly saber sect's sect master, Sword Ishue, had a cold gaze. He slashed with his saber. An invisible saber intent was extremely sharp and contained thousands of changes. The godly saber sect was different from other sects. Even though he was a golden core expert, he still liked to use this treasured saber the most. The invisible saber intent that was released could easily kill an expert. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and flicked it, landing on this saber intent. However, this saber intent instantly spread out like flowing water, directly slashing through his finger and instantly slashing Lin Fei's body. The godly saber sect's sect master, Sword Ishue, snorted coldly, "You want to fight me with this little ability?" If this saber intent slashed the other party's body, he would definitely die. This was also the reason why Sword Ishue said that. "You have the nerve to think that you can kill me with this saber intent. You're thinking too lightly." Lin Fei chuckled. He raised his hand and thousands of sword intents shot out. Chapter 4387. A ray of sword intent pierced through the forehead of a core formation cultivator in an instant. Plop! The core formation realm cultivator fell to the ground. Scenes like this kept happening. Wherever the sword will passed, it pierced the forehead. Plop! Plop! They all fell to the ground. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Countless rays of sword will appeared in front of Blood Knife. After the sword intent attacked, the flying dagger behind him collided with the sword intent, and he quickly retreated. Layers of defense appeared in front of him, but he had underestimated the power of the sword will. After a few sounds, his flying knife was blown away. Dozens of sword wills converged together and instantly bombarded him. He raised his hand to block, but he was blown away by the sword will. At this moment, Bloodblade finally realized what was going on. Patriarch, this must be the patriarch of the Vajra sect. He dug such a big hole. They exchanged blows. He felt that his opponent's sword will was so strong that he was no match for him. One of the Golden Core realm cultivators was in trouble. They didn't react as fast as the sect leader. At first, they looked down on him, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. The sword will had already pierced their foreheads, and they all fell to the ground. The fall of a Golden Core realm cultivator was a huge blow to Blood Knife. Blood Knife couldn't care less. With the patriarch of the Vajra sect, it was impossible to take over the sect today. He wasn't a match for him. Furthermore, he wanted to destroy the Vajra sect. He had been thinking too much. He raised his hand and wanted to give himself a slap. He had been tricked for no reason. Shang, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Those were Golden Core realm cultivators, but 2 of them had fallen just like that. Even Blood Knife of the Godly Knife sect was running away. The change was too fast. Originally, the Vajra sect was about to be destroyed. However, in the blink of an eye, it had recovered. Furthermore, the other party had only unleashed a large amount of sword will. This sword will was also ridiculously powerful. It had actually instantly killed these Golden Core experts. You have something that interests me, so you should stay. Blood Knife was running very fast. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him. He saw a fist flying toward him. It directly penetrated his body. A storage ring fell into Lin Fei's hand. Just as Blood Knife was about to leave, Lin Fei sensed a familiar scent. That was why he had killed Bloodblade without hesitation. Although Shuai Yidao was very strong, he was only at the Gold Core stage. How could he withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch? After the injuries of his immortal divine body had healed a lot, Lin Fei's physical body had also become stronger. Punching a Golden Core expert to death was no longer a troublesome matter. In fact, Lin Fei didn't intend to kill this person, but he smelled that familiar scent, so he decisively made a move and blew up Bloodblade with one punch. The people that Blood One Blade brought were all panicking at this moment. Even the sect leader was killed. Thump thump thump. One by one, they knelt down. Old ancestor, please spare us. We're willing to join the Vajra sect. These people were all smart people. They saw that even the sect leader had been killed, let alone them. Especially the 2 Golden Core experts, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down without hesitation. If they didn't surrender now, they might be killed later. Even the leader couldn't withstand a punch, let alone their weak bodies. Even Shang was dumbfounded by what he saw. That was Bloodblade, who had been fighting with the Vajra sect for a long time. He didn't expect to be killed with one punch. It was probably something that no one had expected. Shang was very grateful to this senior. If it wasn't for this senior, the Vajra sect would have been destroyed. Lin Fei took out an item from his ring, and his lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't expect to find the heaven token as soon as he arrived. That's right. The familiar aura that Lin Fei had sensed just now was this heaven token. Although it was well hidden, he realized that his divine tree of life was still useful. As long as he was within a certain range, he could still sense the existence of the heaven token. Bloodblade could only say that he was unlucky. Of all the things he could bring, he had to bring a heaven token with him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything more and killed him with one punch. Senior, are you planning to ask for the heaven token? The Vajra sect still has a few of these. After seeing the heaven token, Shang finally knew what he could take out to thank Lin Fan. Lin Fei had originally planned to leave after taking the heaven token. After all, he had done the Vajra sect a huge favor. Didn't you see that the sect master was killed by him? There were still 2 Jedan realm masters. As for the remaining masters, how could they have any confidence? There were only 2 or 3 of them left. He was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect the Vajra sect to have the heaven token. Lin Fei looked over and said, "You should know the consequences of lying. Even the entire Vajra sect wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from me." These words were neither light nor heavy, but they struck Shang like a bolt of lightning. He lowered his head and said repeatedly, "Senior, I really wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Senior, I really wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Our Vajra sect does indeed have this supreme sky token." Lin Fei could tell that this person was telling the truth and wasn't trying to lie to him. One of the Golden Core experts suddenly said loudly, "Senior, I can get those people to retreat now. After all, without the sect leader, they wouldn't be a match for us." The other Golden Core expert also stood up. At this moment, everyone wanted to show off. Who knew if this expert would kill them just because he didn't like them? Even the sect leader couldn't withstand the power of a punch, let alone them. Who didn't know that cultivators like them were wearing protective armors? However, they didn't expect to meet such a ferocious person who could even destroy their protective armor. This was the most terrifying thing about him. They really didn't want to fight with such a senior because they couldn't block him at all. Perhaps he really was a body tempering expert. It was really rare to see such an unpopular method of cultivation. At the very least, they had never seen a body tempering expert who could easily destroy the physical body of a golden core expert at such a young age. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like the other party was only after a heaven token. What was going on? They secretly felt pity for the sect leader. If he didn't have the heaven token, he might really be able to leave this place alive. Remember the mobile website.